It's fine. You can
Mute.
Agriculture, animal industries and fisheries, the general also, since we are happy to have all the generals here, Major General David Kasura, our heads of government agencies and departments who are present here in the room. And just for your information, we have several government agencies present, but more specifically the Minister of Agriculture that is present, the Minister of Trade that is present. We have agribusinesses who are present here in the room, exporters, our development partners, coffee companies. We also have members of the British Chamber of Commerce who are present, and my own category members of the media, the Fourth Estate, that are present. And we indeed have a session later this afternoon. So once again, welcome. This morning we'll have the opening session, and thereafter we'll dive into a very first session, which is doing business with the UK. And later after that, our second session will be focusing on increasing exports to the UK. Our third session, immediately after lunch, will look at reducing barriers to trade, and our very last session, unlocking agriculture potential through the media. So welcome once again, and I want to start this off with this opening session where our leaders will be speaking to us, both from the UK and Uganda, on setting the agenda for the day. And we will be looking at Uganda's tenfold growth ambitions on the National Development Plan, and the UK and Uganda's partnerships on economic growth, agro-industrialization, and climate action. I take the pleasure to invite our forum chair, Louis Adinaitwe, the UK Department of Business and Trade, the Uganda Country Director, to come and make his opening statement. So ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Louis Adinaitwe.
Hello. Good morning, everyone. For introduction, my name is Louis Adinaitwe, and I'm the Country Director for the Department for Business and Trade. That's what we're going to be talking about the whole of today, business and trade. And I'm based here at the British High Commission in Kampala. Honorable Minister for Trade, Permanent Secretary for Ministry of Agriculture, High Excellency, the British High Commissioner, all government representatives, chief executive officers of private sector companies, development partners, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to you all. I hope you've all had some time while interacting to have some Ugandan coffee or Ugandan tea or Ugandan bites. And if you haven't had a chance, please feel free to get something before you settle down. Uganda, as we know, is a country that is gifted by nature. One of very few countries with two very good rainy seasons and over 70% arable land. However, we know that agriculture still remains the backbone of the economy of Uganda, contributing to our GDP and also employment, both women, girls, and children, and gentlemen as well. Today, we will be discussing how we can harness the nature and the gifts that Uganda has with the technology, partnering with the private sector, government, both from the United Kingdom and Uganda, to see that we can not only increase the value and volume of production from agricultural produce, but also to increase our value that we get from it. As you'll hear from different speakers this morning and afternoon, we will be looking at how we can work together to industrialize agriculture in Uganda, using various partnerships that we will be discussing, and increase trade between both countries, between Uganda and the UK, and see that we all contribute to mutual development of our countries. As the name of the forum is, it's agro-industrialization. And that's what we'll be focusing on today, and see that we can be able to contribute to the tenfold growth strategy of Uganda as well as the United Kingdom. My job today is not really to give a speech. It's one of the simplest jobs today that I have this morning, and that is to welcome the British High Commissioner to open this forum. And so I would like to welcome our British High Commissioner of Uganda, Lisa Chesney, to open this forum. Thank you very much, all of you, and I hope you will be with us till the end of the day, and I hope that we will have very wonderful deliberations. Thank you very much, and have a wonderful day.
Thank you, Louis. Thank you for setting the scene. And it is fantastic to see a full house here. I learned very early in Uganda that you have to provide breakfast, and if there's food, people will come. So it's very, very topical. Now, MC Morris told me to forget the protocol, but I can't. And I just want to start by welcoming the leaders that we have from the government of Uganda. Honourable Minister for Trade, Industry and Cooperatives, General Wilson Mbadi, you are most welcome. And to our Permanent Secretary of Agriculture, Major General David Kasura, Chomukama. Thank you both for your leadership in the sector, and thank you for being here today. And what a great mix we've got. We've got government representatives, development partners, traders, exporters, media representatives, and I know we've got some farmers here. If you're a farmer, would you please put up your hand? Excellent. I can see a few. Excellent. You are most welcome. Now, I'm still within my first year. I haven't been here a full year yet. I think it's probably about 10 months. And I remember in my very first meeting with His Excellency the President, as I presented my credentials, we actually talked about agriculture, because we were talking about that diverse plate of foods that you have in Uganda, that the country produces, eats and exports. And I thought that the President's interest in agriculture actually is similar in a way to His Majesty King Charles. He's absolutely passionate about sustainable agriculture. Now, I would say I've learned a lot since that first meeting, because every day, every morning, my day starts with Ugandan tea and coffee, multiple cups. Every day I meet representatives of government, of private sector, civil society, and I consistently hear about ambitions for tenfold growth, which is echoed in the National Development Plan, and I can see how central agriculture is to that. I also realise that everyone I meet has a farm. I feel quite left out. I think I must have one by the time I go. And every meal I have features Ugandan food and drink. I've tasted the food and drink produced in fields, in factories and kitchens across Uganda. And I've learned how much export potential this has, and I really hope that we can unlock it. Now, I'll say there's a downside to me embracing Ugandan food, which I have realised. Even just 10 months in, I can fit into 50% of my wardrobe. So matoke is dangerous, is all I can say, particularly with G-nut sauce. And actually, in my travels across Uganda, I've seen the importance of agriculture to millions of lives. And I know you see that too. Across all the regions of the country, I've heard a bit more about the challenges that are facing farmers and agribusinesses, whether that's access to finance, inputs, markets, and all of this against the context of a very rapidly changing climate. Now, day to day, our countries, the UK and Uganda, collaborate in this sector on the A in the ATMs. I'm here for the whole day, and I'd love to hear from you in the breaks. Tell me about how we can make that collaboration even stronger. Tell me about the challenges and the opportunities that you face. So it's going to be an action-packed day. Morris has done a good pitch for the cocktail. You're hanging in for the cocktail, but there's a lot that we've got to get through until then. In the first session, we will talk about doing business with the UK. So as I said, UK and Ugandan businesses have got a really strong history in the agribusiness of collaboration. I'm going to give you an example. He's opposite me, of Nexus Green. They're supporting farmers across the country. They've rolled out hundreds of solar-powered irrigation schemes across Uganda, supported by hundreds of millions of dollars of investment. Why are we saying dollars? I'm just reading my speech there. It should be pounds. By the government of Uganda and by UK Export Finance, and you'll hear a bit more about that. And I know other UK businesses are partnering with government too to plan strategic infrastructure, and we've been discussing that with the Honourable Minister and the Permanent Secretary briefly this morning, the infrastructure that's needed to support Uganda's agro-industrialisation ambitions. So in the first session today, we're going to hear about other examples of UK agricultural technology and how the UK trade financing offer can support future commercial collaborations. So that's the first session. In the second session, we're going to talk about exports. So this is an area that I know the Ministry of Trade and the Presidential Advisory Committee on Exports and Industrial Development are really focusing on. And my Foreign Secretary has called for openness when it comes to trade. There's a lot going on in the world of trade right now, isn't there? Lots of barriers. But actually in the UK, we see openness as central to our international strategy. So other countries may raise tariffs, but you will rely on the UK to keep the tariffs with Uganda down to next to nothing. And this is why partly we've collaborated with Uganda Airlines on the direct flight. That opens an air route for air freight to bring fresh Ugandan produce to the UK. We've taken Ugandan coffee exporters to the London coffee markets, London Coffee Festival, and that's all about marketing Uganda's coffee to the baristas of the UK. And I would say Uganda has just 1% of the £1 billion UK coffee market, to put that into context. So I'm sure we can grow that. And I'm helping out personally by at least 4 or 5 cups a day. So now, in the second session, our UK government colleagues are going to talk about the opportunities available to Ugandan exporters to take advantage of the UK's developing country trading schemes. So this is tariff-free access for 95% of Ugandan goods to the UK, including all of those delicious fruits, vegetables, tea, coffee, etc. And I'm going to put in a personal ask here. I can tell you, I have been spoilt for life because I have tasted a Ugandan avocado and a pineapple. Going back to what's on the supermarket shelves in the UK is very depressing. So let's crack this one together. Now, in the third session, I look forward to hearing from the Ministry of Trade about efforts to update Uganda's national trade policy. And this is really about realising the potential of the African continental free trade area. And I'm pleased that the UK, through our partnership with Trademark Africa, and I can see Anna here today, that Trademark Africa has been working with the ministry to get in place the right policies and guidance to help Uganda's traders really realise the potential of the country's nearest and biggest trading partners. And I look forward to hearing candid feedback from businesses and traders in the room about what trade barriers and what opportunities you see that we can maybe work on collectively. One point that's always on my mind personally is the struggle that women have to access finance to grow their business. And I'm proud of the partnership that we have with Aseli Africa, also here today, who are working with banks to try and increase commercial lending to female-led agribusinesses. Now, this isn't just because it's the nice thing to do or the right thing to do. Is because data shows that women are more reliable when it comes back to paying back loans. So to all of you banks out there, there is good business to be had in supporting women in agro-industrialisation. Now, so this is after the third session. You will need some Ugandan coffee for your energy for the last session. So in the last session, we're going to look at the important role the media have, because they have a critical role to play in this too. Reporting on challenges, reporting on opportunities, highlighting solutions. The stories we read and hear and see, they will shape the way we think about what to grow, what to invest in, what to buy. So the media has a critical role. The UK's been working with media houses to increase journalists' climate capabilities and get the stories that matter to Ugandan audiences. After all of that, we will have a drink, we will have a chat. That's when we get to the cocktail, and we will make connections, because business is all about connections. So I'm looking forward to all of this. I hope many of you can stay for big chunks of the day. And without further ado, I am delighted that we have the leadership in both key ministries to address us this morning. So I would now like to welcome the Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of Agriculture to provide his opening remarks before we turn to the Honourable Minister. Permanent Secretary, you are most welcome.
I think Maurice told us to say all protocol observed. So without wasting time, the Honourable Minister, I have to do this one because I'm a soldier and he's my senior. Your Excellency, the High Commissioner, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I'm delighted to be here today for this important Agro-Industrialization Forum. I bring you greetings from Entebbe, which is our headquarters, and I would say from most of the farmers in Uganda. In a special way, I want to thank the organizers for inviting me to be part of this effort. This is a testament of our long partnership with the UK to execute our various strategies. You know, we have a long partnership with the UK, starting from very far back, and really even the issues of commercialization of agriculture, of formalization of agriculture, are really the UK. For example, I don't think many people know that coffee and tea were introduced in, I think coffee was introduced in 1906 by the British. So was tea by the British. Engagement encapsulated by this forum will further strengthen our bilateral cooperation, particularly in trade, investment, and development. We collaborate in many things with the UK, and our trade with the UK is very significant. Top exports to the UK include coffee, tea, spices, edible vegetables, and mineral fuels. We also export fish, dairy products, and flowers to the UK. In 2023, our exports were valued, according to my people, at $21.3 million. Of course, this is not, I shouldn't say this in public. I mean, $21.3 million is not a big thing. But this is a significant increase from 10.7 million in 2019. So I think we should be, 2023 I was already PS, so I think we should really celebrate this one. In the same period, the UK exported $71.51 million worth of goods to Uganda. Key amongst these exports included vehicles, power generating machinery, medicinal and pharmaceutical products, and general industrial machinery. Now, agriculture. Ladies and gentlemen, we always say agriculture is the backbone of Uganda's economy. Now, of course, this is a very interesting statement, because when you say backbone, if your backbone is not strong, then you're bent, isn't it? So we say agriculture is the backbone of our economy. What do we do to strengthen it? Very interesting. We contribute about 23% of our GDP, and provide about 44% of our export earnings by value. But over 70% of our population is involved in agriculture. What does this mean? There are very, very many people outside this room who work for very long, for very little money, which should, I think, make us a bit worried. Because if we are enjoying ourselves in this room and there's a mass of people out there who work very long hours and don't get a lot of money, we are not safe. However, this situation is changing through agro-industrialization, and currently, I think we are expected to create about 60. We are moving very quickly to agro-processing and contributing about 60% of the manufacturing sector in Uganda, and we expect to contribute about 60,000 jobs annually. So we are really moving in there. Ladies and gentlemen, our objectives which guide the government interventions include the following. One, the big one, full transformation of agriculture from peasant, smallholder, subsistence farming to commercial agriculture. This is a very, very important one. Peasant, smallholder agriculture, subsistence agriculture, commercial agriculture. Why? Because anybody who knows a bit of economics knows that subsistence means zero net output. I'm not saying zero output, but zero net output, because you're feeding on what you produce. And if you're feeding on what you produce, really your effect on the world is very small, very minimal. If you went away, if God called you, I think there would be nothing, you would gain nothing. The world would do nothing, and you just live. Nobody. It is a very, very dangerous, I think it's an extremely dangerous way of moving through the world. And why is this situation? This agriculture relies on rain, it relies on nature, It relies on arms, on the hands of people. I've told people, I've done some research and discovered that it takes 4 men, 7 days, 4 men from Chigezi, our people. They are fairly strong people. Some of you know. Some other places you might not have the following the figures I'm going to give you. But it takes 4 men, 7 days to cultivate 1 acre of land. You really imagine this. 4 men, 7 days to cultivate 1 acre of land. That means if you want to cultivate 100 acres, you do the maths and see. It will take you 100 weeks. It will take those same people 100 weeks. Very, very strange. The average land holding in Uganda for farm size is 1.6, 1.7 acres of land. That means really that our system has to be transformed. Otherwise, it is dead. It is, we are here in this room, we are talking of exports. I'll also tell you another thing, that we have discovered that Uganda's agriculture and commercialization faces 3 problems, 3 general problems. Problem number 1 is consistency of volume. We come from this room, we write contracts. Her Excellency will and she's a very big go-getter. She'll get people together, they will write contracts and say, export for us mangoes to the UK. These guys will do 2 consignments. The 3rd one, no mangoes. Why? Because mangoes in Uganda are seasonal. Nobody ever thinks about this. Much of the agriculture is seasonal. When it's in season, everybody has mangoes. After the season, like now, the mangoes you get, if those of you eat mangoes will notice they are bitter. Why? Because they get them from the fruit, from the tree when they are raw. So they allow them to get ready on the ground. Small thing. You take a bad mango like that to Sainsbury's or whatever, the contract goes away. We have the best bananas, apple bananas. Yes, they call them Skalindis. Best in the world for us. But unfortunately, because they have too much sugar, they get rotten very quickly. So you cannot get them from here to the UK in time. Small things, consistency of volume. Second problem, consistency of quality. What we have, is it what the market needs? Is it what the market wants? For us, we say we have the best thing. If you talk to a Ugandan, they will tell you have the best of everything. Yes, but is that what other people want? We never seem to think that we should produce what other people want. And of course, the 3rd is safety, consistency of quality and standards. We need to understand that the world is now sophisticated. You cannot squat between the legs of a cow, touch the milk, and then expect to sell this milk to certain places with all the various things that we have in there. So, this forum comes at a time when we are talking about that very ambitious thing of the 10-fold strategy, we think that we should multiply the country's GDP 10-fold in a very short time. Of course, this is a very worthy goal. Why? Because we don't have a divine right to existence. I can tell you, I'm a soldier, and those who study history will tell you that small, weak countries are destined to conquest, to be conquered. And their people are destined to become slaves and most probably to become extinct. Those of you don't believe it, I know I'm not a diplomat, so I apologize right out there. But you go to South America, the people who are in power there were not the original. Or even to the United States, the guys who are pushing people out of the US are not the original occupants of that country. Ask yourselves where the original occupants are and what they did. What was their problem? The problem we are facing today. And so, the killer, we need to grow. While other people are walking, we need to run. We need to ensure that we are too big to swallow. We need to be rich, we need to be strong. And to be rich and strong, really, GDP 66 billion is very nice, but it's less than the wealth, the net wealth of Mark Zuckerberg. There's a guy called Mark Zuckerberg. 45 years old, 40-something years old. He has more wealth than everybody in this room, including those who are outside the room. So we really need to work a bit harder to become relevant in the world. So what are we working on? Commodity value chain development. Our part in this, the agro-industrialization program, of which we are the chair. Minister of Agriculture is the chair. Is we are working on key pillars, which are commodity value chain development, prioritizing 18 key commodities, including coffee, tea, maize, rice, beans, cassava, dairy, beef, fish, cocoa, oilseeds, fruits, and vegetables, among others. What we have done is we have done a dedicated value chain study and plan, linking farmers to processors, markets, and exporters, trying to drag ourselves out of subsistence to tell people that money is good. I think some film said, greed is good. I think money is good. Then agro-industrialization hubs and parks, establishing regional agro-industrialization parks and zonal processing hubs to anchor industrialization to production. These parks will host processors, storage facilities, and innovation centers. Then market access and trade facilitation. This is why I'm very grateful to the UK. We are working out something, what I call export infrastructure. It's key, export, and not just thinking of labs and so on, but think of the basic. How do you get coffee from where to London? You need aggregation. You need storage. You need laboratories. You need primary processing. You need so many people and so many things. You need knowledge so that this guy knows that you shouldn't put coffee on the ground, and so on and so forth. Access to affordable agricultural financing, money, because all these are very nice as aspirations. But unfortunately, the world is not the Garden of Eden. So those of us who live in it must work as hard as possible to ensure that we pay for the things we want to do. Strengthening research and innovation, because the productivity, the volume piece comes with productivity and production. And the basic problems of production and productivity in Uganda are genetics. I say genetics across fish, livestock, and crops. Genetics, improvements of our genetics, improvement in mechanization, improvement in water and irrigation, and mindset. Then infrastructure development. Infrastructure, human capital development, climate resilience and sustainability. Ladies and gentlemen, climate change is real. Actually, it affects agriculture the most. That's why you now find it rains at the end of July, destroying a bit of the maize crop, and stops raining at the middle of October or middle of November. Therefore, not giving people, there's no predictability with those guys who are relying on rain-fed agriculture. So that's why we are adapting irrigation, promoting sustainable land use, and supporting farmers to adapt. We see opportunities for UK partnerships in green finance and carbon markets, as well as other green technology. Really, anybody who wants to be my friend, this is an area, mechanization, because it reduces it increases the speed of tillage, and it increases even smart tillage, because tillage is no longer a very intelligent thing to do. Issues of water to de-risk agriculture, and so on and so forth. Fertilizers. Somebody asked, one of the development partners asked me what to do in order to sort out issues of people cultivating in swamps. And I told them that, in my view, fertilizers. Why? Because our people are smart. They know that cultivating in swamps is bad. But they also know, because for us, sometimes it's a matter of survival. Cultivating, in my area, for example, I come from the southwest, it's a matter of survival, because land away from the swamps has been degraded. So the traditional crops, you people, those of you who eat Irish potatoes, you know there are no longer any Irish potatoes coming from Cavalry or any of those areas. Why? Climate change. So what our people have done, they have gone into the swamps. Now, you are left with one of two choices. Either you shoot them, you get them out of the swamps using harsh methods, which is kind of, there is a place called The Hague and all these other places. It's not a very intelligent thing to do. Or you give them fertilizers so that the land which is away from the swamp and which is in the forest, which is away from the forest, can actually be productive. In my view, and I'm not a diplomat, it doesn't make sense to wake up one day and say all the coffee, Robusta coffee, that is grown in a forest should not be sold. Why? Because Robusta coffee is a forest crop. So everywhere you see Robusta was a forest before. Now, if you say those people who are growing Robusta we shall not buy, what will happen? 80% of Uganda's coffee is grown by smallholder, those other guys that I told you about. So what are you doing? You're impoverishing 80% of the country. And what will happen? Because you're putting them back into the Bronze Age, they will go into more swamps. And fortunately, I say fortunately for us, climate smart affects everybody, whether you are rich or poor. All of us are in danger. So, in my view, the rich should be a bit more circumspect about solving this issue. Then, of course, institutional governance, coordination and governance. We have the Agro-Industrialization Secretariat, digitization and smart agriculture. Digitization and smart agriculture. People should no longer look at the sky to see whether it's going to rain or not, as my great-grandfather used to do. There are now tools which really help nowadays. Science is increasingly... I told people in Maif there, and many of the coffee farmers, including one of my oldest friends, Mr. Kavsheng, I've seen him somewhere, that, the coffee, you don't go into a witch doctor's place and shake one or two amulets and get a higher price of coffee. No. People now have algorithms, some things called algorithms, which know about coffee futures. They study the conditions, they predict the conditions in Uganda 2-3 years from now. So they know 3 years from now, given what is happening in Uganda today, there will be no coffee. So the price, they buy the coffee in the future, they know. And that's what moves coffee prices. And when we come here, we don't tell our people the truth. So, smart. We need to be a bit more smart. Now, let me take the opportunity to highlight the low-hanging fruits that we can do, can take out of this room. One, dairy. and dairy products. We have 5.2 billion liters of milk, which is there. I think we drink very little of it. I don't drink it myself. So we have a lot of milk. There are opportunities for milk for production, flavored and UHT milk, butter and ghee production, cheese, cream, ice cream, and establishment, and this is a good one, of collection and distribution facility. Sustainable one. I saw somebody has got a very nice technology of solar-powered milk coolers. If one brought an affordable solution, that's a lot of money that is here. Then meat and meat products. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a population, a cattle population of 14.7, depending on whom you talk to, because most of our people will not tell you how many cows they have. But our estimate is 14.7 million. 16.9 million goats, 4.6 million sheep, and 60 million poultry. Actually, this figure of poultry could even be down, again, because of the same reason. Because they all think that if you go and tell them how much, they'll make you, they think you are going to tax them. Please pay that. So we have opportunities in animal feed, production of animal feed, the technologies of producing animal feed. Then meat exports, leather processing, animal feed manufacturer, as well as commercial breeding and standards. That thing I told you about of laboratories and so on. We don't export animals. We don't export meat. I was shocked that people get beef from Brazil. Really. UAE gets beef and animal feed from Brazil. Can you imagine this? Brazil. It's as a soldier who studied logistics, it really gets out of, I can't understand it. Then we need investors in manufacture of vaccines. Therefore, vaccine, this is a low-hanging fruit. Vaccine. The government changed the policy that now, to solve some of these animal disease, we are going to vaccinate compulsory vaccination of all vulnerable animals to FMD. Now, that means every year, more than 88 times 2, 176 million doses of only FMD. But there are other diseases which we are trying to eliminate. I think NARO is in the process of eliminating ticks and other things. So somebody could make a lot of money investing in some of these vaccine industry. And I will buy from you if I'm still the PS. Certainly I will buy from Uganda. And the beauty of this policy is that the government, we shall provide the vaccines and the people will pay for it at some nominal fee. So there will always be money for this vaccine, and you will not have this thing of accounting officer has not signed my requisitions. The money is there. Now, value addition for coffee, tea, and cocoa. Of course, abattoirs of international standards. Then value addition for coffee, tea, and cocoa. We are the largest coffee exporters now, and we produce large amounts of cocoa and tea. Our problem is value addition. And value addition, not the sophisticated. I don't know why everybody thinks value addition is powdered coffee. No. It should be a bit more sophisticated than this. Value addition is a lot more. Dr. Kaushega there will be able to tell you. I think he has a lot of opinions on this issue. Yes, value addition is more than just more than just powdered coffee. In fact, I can tell you, I don't drink powdered coffee because it's the lowest. It's hopeless coffee. there are ways that specialty, there are ways you can do good coffee and I'm sure we can have premium market. We can have premium products here. Then processing, blending, and marketing of our tea. Then cocoa processing plant. We have a current production of over 40,000 metric tons, which can increase. Then fish. 20% of our land is water. And this land produces only 561,000 metric tons of fish. Can you imagine? Fresh fish, moreover. And some of the most beautiful tilapia in the world. Actually, the scientists in Maif told me that all the tilapia in the world originate from Lake Victoria. Tilapia niloticus. All the others. So guys came here. Right now, the biggest producer of tilapia in the world is China, Thailand, Indonesia, Brazil. None of them is Uganda. So there are opportunities here for aquaculture development. Aquaculture parks, cage farming, fish feed manufacturer, because tilapia, as you know, takes floating feed. And this is a low-hanging fruit. Somebody comes, and the technology is very simple. Come, do this thing, and you make some money. Fish breeding, premium species, and so on and so forth. Then organic fruits and vegetables. Her Excellence has already talked about avocado, bananas, mangoes, and pineapples. Then investment in agro business. I will not talk about incentives because there's a book which I think these people should distribute and make sure, but it's also on the website. So our target is to increase agriculture exports from the current just 2.5 billion US dollars. These guys put here 6 billion, but I think even that one is really, for a country which says 70% of our people are involved in agriculture and that we have a GDP of 66 billion. To say that we only need 6 billion exports from agriculture is really to condemn ourselves to a very small, a very narrow ambition. I think we can put agriculture up to even 15 billion. Why not? If everybody produced the way they are supposed to produce, then, and if we fund Mbadi and the Minister of Trade helped us, we would be able to really push agriculture to this. Ladies and gentlemen, the future of Uganda's agriculture lies in agro-industrialization. The tenfold strategy is our compass, and partnerships such as this forum are the vehicles that will drive us forward. Let us work together to unlock the full potential of our farmers, industries, and markets to not only feed our people, but to create jobs, generate exports, and contribute to sustainable economic growth, development, transformation. And let me end by saying this. It's a very dangerous world when you have a group of people who are very rich and another group of who choose what type of food to eat, and another group of people who actually sometimes starve to death. Some of these countries have the highest rate of stunted growth in the world. I mean, there's a place near my home. I looked up the figures, and in some place in Lukunji, very strange, with a lot of food and so on. We have one of the highest rates of stunted growth in the world. Why? Because the average land size is 0.6 acres, not even the 1 point something. And people there just grow to eat. So you find a lot of children running around, half naked and hungry. Now, unfortunately for us, because of universal health and so on, most of these children no longer die in childbirth. So they grow up, unfortunately, they grow up and they go to school. And unfortunately, because of UP and USA, USE, they go to school and they study. And unfortunately, because of the quality, good quality of education, they are now very cosmopolitan. They know that there's life beyond Kafunju, which is where I come from. There's life beyond Rukunjiri and Wera. They know. What does that create? A mass of people with aspiration, which aspirations cannot be answered. And what does that happen? What does that create? Finally, it creates, I would say, but it's up to you to interpret it. So ladies and gentlemen, let's focus our minds and really make sure that these children don't go into that agriculture, that subsistence and peasant agriculture. Let's ensure that these children really develop, and let's ensure that our country develop. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. I can invite it. It is my distinguished honor and great pleasure to invite the Honorable Minister, General Mbadi, my superior, my mentor, to come and give us his word. Thank you very much.
You know, Ministry of Agriculture and Ministry of Trade implement agro-industrialization together. And so, if you hear some words coming up again, it's not repetition, it is emphasis. Because General Kasura was talking about harnessing the potential, and I will probably dig into how to partner with the UK to benefit from the potential that we have. And so, Your Excellency Lisa Chesney, if I have mentioned it properly, the British High Commissioner to Uganda, General David Kasura, the Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Agriculture, all the government officials who are here from the different agencies, the UK business community present here, our business fraternity from Uganda, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. My names are General Wilson Mbadi. I am currently the Minister of State for Trade, Industry and Cooperatives. You can hear I'm a soldier, and the soldiers don't make a lot of noise. The guns make noise for them. But now I'm here to contribute to the UK-Uganda Industrialisation Forum. I am therefore very happy to be here, to be talking to this gathering of policymakers, of business leaders and experts in agriculture and the export sectors. So, because we are gathered here to explore opportunities for collaboration between the UK and Uganda in the agricultural sector, which is a very vital sector that holds immense potential for economic growth and development in Uganda. I therefore want to thank the British High Commissioner for inviting me to come and be with you as we discuss this very important subject. But also, I want to thank the organizers of this forum, which is very important in our partnering with the UK. Ladies and gentlemen, as you heard, Uganda's sector is the backbone of our economy. General Kasura mentioned it, and it is employing over 70% of our workforce and contributing significantly to our GDP. Our fertile soils, the favorable climate, and the hard-working farmers make us an ideal location for agricultural production. But this requires accessibility to markets, appropriate technology, and affordable finance if the full potential of this sector is to be realized. The agro-industrialization program is now a key component of Uganda's National Development Plan, Plan 4. It's key in our tenfold growth strategy and is among the 4 key priority accelerator actions for achieving the tenfold economic growth. Talking of items, the others will be tourism, mineral-based industrialization development, and then science, technology, and innovation, which includes ICT and creative art, commonly now called as ATMs. Don't think it is the ATM of the card, of the money. And the aim of agro-industrialization is to increase commercialization and competitiveness of agricultural production and agro-processing. The program seeks to propel Uganda to reduce its negative trade balances by adding value to agricultural raw materials, promoting export expansion of high-value products, and import substitution. Gentlemen and ladies, Uganda's agricultural sector has a huge potential for growth and currently accounts for 40% of merchandise exports. Depending on where you get the figures from, and I think my figures are from the tenfold growth strategy, and General Kasura went through some of them. He was talking about the $6 billion US, but you know that the tenfold growth strategy is targeting 20 billion by 2040. So by focusing on value addition and export expansion, we can unlock the full potential of our agricultural sector and drive sustainable economic growth. That's why the government, as far as agro-industrialization is concerned, and partnering with countries like the UK, is working to facilitate the process of access to credit for small farmers at affordable costs, increasing long-term capital for SMEs to support agro-industrialization. Secondly, to facilitate vertical and horizontal value addition to support production of high-value input products like nutritional foods, baby foods, which use several products like milk, eggs, maize, vegetables, fruits, etc. The third area in the agro-industrialization that we're focusing on is improving agricultural production, productivity, and profitability, especially through provision of fertilizers, quality seeds, seedlings for better yields per acreage. The other aspect is supporting farmers to access micro-scale irrigation systems. The Permanent Secretary, Minister of Agriculture, talked about them, because if we rely on rain, then we may not achieve this. The other area is implementing the warehouse receipt system to help in sensitization, education, financing, transportation, and aggregation, storage, quality standards, and then linkage to the markets. The other area we are working on is effective enforcement of implementation of the rules and regulations to support exports such as beef, horticulture, and other agricultural products, which the the Permanent Secretary elaborated on. We also are focusing on implementation and mainstreaming of climate change mitigation strategies, diversifying the sources of electricity, and invest in expanding the geographical coverage to support agro-industrialization, and then availing water for crop and animal use. The United Kingdom and Uganda, you are aware, have had a long history of cooperation in the agricultural trade sectors, and I believe that our partnership can be taken to the next level. Uganda's exports to the UK, according to the International Trade Center, now stand at $28 million against the 71. These are figures of 2024. And the Permanent Secretary indicated to you what Uganda's major exports to the UK are: coffee, tea, spices, fruits, vegetables, flowers, among others. And the imports, mostly pharmaceuticals, electricals, beverages, spirits, John Walker, I think, machinery, and others. The UK's expertise in advanced agriculture technologies and services, we think, can help us improve productivity, quality, and competitiveness. And as you already know, Uganda is the leading exporter of coffee now in Africa. And these coffee exports contribute between 16 to 20% of the export revenue for the last 20 years. As of June 2024, exports of coffee reached 7.8 million bags, generating 2.2 billion and employing 12.5 million people. These are figures from the Ministry of Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries raw database of 2025. We hope to continue to drive the coffee exports amidst the ongoing global dynamics on deforestation requirement, and we hope to diversify our export portfolio and brand to tap into the UK market. So moving forward, we think our collaboration can focus on trade policy implementation. And here I want to thank the contribution of the United Kingdom in financing the review of Uganda's national trade policy and the national export strategy. The policy documents have undergone wider stakeholder consultation, and today the technical team will unpack the details of the policy and the strategy. Uganda's revised national trade policy outlines the forward-looking and inclusive framework designed to transform the trade sector into a dynamic engine for sustainable economic growth. And in line with the vision of a competitive Ugandan trade sector that is fully integrated into the regional and global markets, the policy seeks to effectively respond to evolving domestic priorities and international trade dynamics. This revised national trade policy will reinforce the importance of strengthening Uganda's domestic market while aggressively expanding and diversifying exports, particularly of manufactured goods and services. It recognizes that enhancing trade performance is essential for job creation, poverty eradication, and national resilience in the face of global economic shifts and climate-related challenges. And as you know, Uganda first qualified for UN graduation from at least developed economies in March 2024. We are now currently undergoing assessment for the second review, which will take place in 2027. And during this transition, Uganda needs to demonstrate sustainably our development trajectory in key sectors of trade, health, education, and agriculture. This national trade policy and export strategy, therefore, will prioritize inclusivity, sustainability, and resilience, ensuring that the benefits of trade are equitably distributed across our society. General Kasura was talking about the average acreage being 1.6, 1.7, but there are others with thousands of acres lying idle out there. Maybe we shall introduce it. The URA man is here. I think I saw one. Yes. We should start taxing those who are keeping land idle so that we can release it for production by those who do not have it but need it. I am therefore very confident that through collective effort and strategic implementation, we can unlock Uganda's potential and drive sustainable economic growth. So as Uganda continues to enjoy the UK scheme for least developed countries that allows zero tariffs on everything but arms and ammunition, we hope to have simpler or generous rules of origin package that allows our products integrate into regional and global value chains. This will facilitate market access for our exports and assist us have a smooth transition period following our graduation process. And that is if we work on the three areas that impact on this, which the Ministry of Agriculture Permanent Secretary talked about. The second area of collaboration with the UK would be value chain development. Here we think we can work together to develop efficient value chains that benefit both our countries. UK companies can invest in Uganda's agriculture sector, and we can work together to improve access to markets both domestically and internationally. Again, the PS elaborated the key priority value chain centers around coffee, maize, beef, cotton, tea, fish, cocoa, cassava, palm oil, among others. And so these targeted investments in manufacturing would help Uganda, and Uganda offers opportunity investing in export processing zones and agro-industrial parks, which as key production corridors alongside supporting value addition facilities for coffee, fish, maize, cocoa, and other manufactured goods or products in order to boost competitiveness in regional and global markets. The other area is technology transfer. As you are aware, the UK's advanced agricultural technologies can help us improve productivity and quality. Increasing investment in research and development will harness Uganda's potential for productivity and resilience across agriculture value chains. We can work together to transfer knowledge and technologies that can benefit our farmers and agro-businesses. We look forward to strategic investments in combined abattoirs and beef processing facilities, packaging facilities. I was told if the packaging is good, the market becomes great. And cleaning equipment, advanced technologies for beauty products, and compliance technologies for dairy products, among others. Obviously, Her Excellency talked about the Uganda Airlines direct flights to the UK. We think that these flights have and will continue to facilitate the swift movement of people, goods, and services to the UK market. More importantly, on the cargo transport, the airline will ease the export of Uganda products like fish, coffee, fruits, and those sweet bananas you said that they have a lot of sugar and so they get easily damaged. And this will further facilitate UK investors and tourists to Uganda, thus easing logistical barriers and promoting economic growth. Obviously, the other area is capacity building. We think we can collaborate on capacity building programs that can help our farmers, extension workers, exporters, processors, and policymakers develop the skills they need to compete in the global market. Our collaboration, therefore, can benefit both our countries in increasing trade values, creating new opportunities for businesses and farmers. And in the agro-industrialization agenda will create jobs and income opportunities for our citizens, contributing to shared economic growth and poverty reduction. Here again, I want to thank the UK for continuously working for Uganda to reduce trade barriers in order to strengthen economic ties. For example, they have been helping us in trade facilitation by supporting the Trademark Africa. I don't know whether they are here. Trademark Africa, which has helped us reduce the cost and the time of trading across the borders. General Kasura said he's not a diplomat. You know who put the borders there. So it is very good that they remember that borders contribute to trade barriers, and therefore working through Trademark Africa, it's good that we deal with them. Trademark Africa, for example, has set up about 15 one-stop border posts across East Africa, and of these, Uganda has 6 of them, or probably now 7 if you add SWAM. And we are constructing a very good border market in Elegu, again thanks to Trademark Africa. And we think that this has reduced border crossing times by an average of 70%. So we are 8 East African community countries, and if from the 15 you have 6, I think this is something that the UK is doing for us, and we need to clap for them. The other area, we are working together with the UK, is in the digitalization. The UK has supported the development of digital trade systems such as the Uganda Electronic Single Window, which streamlines import and export processes, thus reducing time and transactional costs. Customs modernization, where the UK has been assisting in modernizing Uganda's customs systems, including the implementation of the ASCUDA world system, which enhances the ease of doing business. The URA guy who is the beneficiary of this ASCUDA system is here. He can attest to that. Investment promotion. We have the British Chamber of Commerce in Uganda, which was launched to promote trade and investment links between the UK and Uganda. So, and they aim to reduce barriers to entry and increase trade and investment. And for Uganda, I mentioned we have established the direct flights to London. This is expected to boost trade, tourism, and investment between the two countries, thus easing logistical barriers and promoting economic growth. And therefore, on the development partnership, the UK's development partnership with Uganda needs to focus or continue focusing on driving clean, green, inclusive growth and mutual prosperity. So far, UK has invested £800 million in Uganda through the British Investment Partnership portfolio. Don't you think you need to clap for them? And we think that these initiatives demonstrate the UK's commitment to supporting Uganda's economic growth and development and strengthening trade ties between the two countries. And as I conclude, I believe that the UK-Uganda Agro-Industrialisation Forum is a significant step towards strengthening our economic ties and promoting growth and development in Uganda's agricultural sectors. As you know, I think this is the first forum. The first forum. So I look forward to working with our UK partners to explore opportunities for collaboration and to develop a roadmap for partnership. And I think together we can unlock Uganda's agricultural potential, break the barriers and create a brighter future for our two countries. Thank you very much for listening to me. For God and my country. I think for me, I have nobody to invite. I will hand over the microphone to the owner. Thank you.
Can we appreciate General at least a bit better? Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, the High Commissioner is my boss this morning and the rest of the day. So I have been given instructions that you've been seated quite too long, and that some coffee is available. I have seen coffee on the other side. If you joined us a short while ago, you found your neighbors look better. They've had some coffee and tea, so please make your way to the serving center and allow the technical team run a couple of videos for us as we just take a small networking break. It's a 5-minute break. It's not a coffee break. It's really for us to reset because we're going into our very first session. And I want to report, since we're already doing accountability today, that it's a full house. We have 110% attendance for the forum. That tells you how important and critical the agro-industrialization conversation is. What's exciting, our very first conversation, the context has been set for us by the Honourable Minister, and that will be looking at doing business with the UK. And we have not just the presentations, but case studies of people who are already doing business. And so I will invite our team, the Serena team, if we can have some coffee for our people. It's also an opportunity for you to make a quick dash to the washroom. And then I'll run a couple of videos, and then in 5 we should be back. But in case you have a colleague who's meant to join us and couldn't make it, we have a live stream that's available. So the live stream is already running on YouTube and on Teams. If you want access, the team, the technical team at the entrance will give you access. Share with a friend, a colleague who would want to know what's happening here in the forum, and then they can join us. But also for some of our delegates, you may be picked for an interview during the breaks. Please do not shy away. That's because we are running a live stream that allows for interactions to continue throughout the day. So welcome to the coffee. I see the coffee is being brought in, so maybe give it 1 or 2 minutes. The fruits are still available. I'll allow for 2-3 minutes, and we will return after these very short messages. speakers to be mindful of the time so that we can ask as many questions in the Q&A session immediately after this. Honorable Minister, Trademark Africa is there. As you were talking about trademark, I think she had taken a call. So we appreciate all of you. I have seen Pasid here. Thanks, Pasid, for joining us. And the team lead at Pasid will be speaking to us later this afternoon. So welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Our very first session is doing business with the UK. And this session will look at the ongoing collaboration between the UK and Ugandan businesses that has been happening over time. We are talking about agricultural production, we are talking about processing, and we are talking about trade. And indeed, our very first presenter in this session mentioned that some of her work was done for her by the PS Agriculture. And so I am hopeful that she will use less time than I had initially provided for her. So this session will be exactly about 55 minutes, and then we'll take a transition into our second session. So I would like to invite Liz Boal, our trade advisor at the UK Department for Business and Trade, who will come and make her very first presentation. And then I'll invite Liz to invite Isaac Kahara. And then I'll let Isaac know who he will be inviting from ABSA. And then I will return with Perry and Bezika. And later we will, of course, be joined by all the three presenters above for a quick Q&A session with you, our invited guests. So, ladies and gentlemen, can we welcome Elizabeth Aboal? Can we appreciate her?
Thank you, Maurice. I'm glad to be speaking after the coffee break because I know the concentration is very high. Honorable State Minister for Trade, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed, welcome to the UK-Uganda Agro-Industrialisation Forum. So my name is Elizabeth Aboal. I'm a senior trade advisor on agriculture at the British High Commission here in Kampala. So when people hear about the UK, the first thing that comes to mind is the royal family, Buckingham Palace, the London Bridge, and the Premier League. But today, ladies and gentlemen, I'm here to talk about a topic that is core to both the UK and Uganda, and that is agriculture. To put it in context, in Uganda, approximately 70% of the population is in agriculture, while in the UK, 70% of the land is being used for agriculture, making today's topic very important to both countries. So today we are discussing agro-industrialization and how the UK can work with Uganda. I would like to delve into the UK strategy to agro-industrialization. As you're aware, the UK is already advanced in agriculture. But before they got to this point, the UK government deployed two strategies to achieve agro-industrialization. The first strategy focused on using a multi-sectoral approach. The multi-sectoral approach was bringing together the academia, the private sector, and government to work together to transform business ideas, to transform research into business proposals so as to advance the sector. And this worked brilliantly. The second strategy that the government used was to set up centers of excellence. These centers of excellence are spread across the UK. As you can see, we have in Dorset, Telford, Northern Hampshire, Norfolk. So the centers are spread across, and in total we have about 55 centers of excellence. Some are international, some are UK focused. And they are they have membership from a number of companies that are subscribing to support the government to carry out research. Now, to delve into the centers of excellence, we have CHAP, which is the Center for Crop and Health Protection. This is to transform how farmers manage crop threats, e.g. pests and diseases, both in the UK and overseas. The Center for Innovation and Excellence in Livestock, the CL, is aimed at creating new technologies to boost the productivity and profitability of livestock farming. The Agri-AP, which is the Agricultural Engineering Precision Center, focuses on developing technologies that will increase productivity and sustainability in agriculture. Now, having looked at those two strategies, this membership of private sector, government, and academia identified 4 major areas where the UK has competitive advantage. And these areas are plant science, animal science, precision agriculture, and aquaculture. I feel like the PS Agriculture delved more into my presentation with his speech, but let's go. So I'll go straight away into looking at plant science. So the UK is the #1 world leader in plant science. And plant science, we are looking at the scientific study of plants, including their growth, structure, physiology, reproduction, ecology, pathology. So everything to do with plant science, the UK is #1. And the UK has achieved expertise in gene editing, seed treatment, plant nutrition, novel disease, weed and pest management. So there are also a number of international companies like Syngenta who have set up shop in the UK. Talking of plant science, I would like to give you an example of what the UK has done. The UK has, having received feedback from the private sector, from sector players like Sainsbury's, Tesco, Morrison's, that the vegetables they are receiving from UK farmers were infected with foreign bodies and microbes. They gave feedback that they cannot sell these vegetables to UK consumers because of the high standards they have to adhere to. So research was done in partnership with the private sector, and they came up with a new method which was trialed and turned out very successful. So this new method, they used hydroponic systems to carry out vertical farming. So vertical farming is whereby you grow the crops going upwards and out of the soil. So they were able to address the issue of microbes and foreign bodies in the crops. If you look, so there's a slogan in the UK that says that when it comes to salads and vegetables, the only way is up. It came from this research when they discovered this new technology. Now, the PS mentioned the average acreage per household in Uganda, looking at about 1 to 2 acres. If we are to increase volumes of production of crops for export and consumption, Uganda needs to be looking at such techniques, growing vertically. How do we use small spaces to increase the amount being produced in Uganda? I'll now move on to animal science. So the UK ranks #2 in animal science in the world. There are more international animal disease reference centers in the UK. Edinburgh has the largest concentration of animal health researchers. If you look at the slide to the right, there are about 22,000 vets practicing in the UK, around 7,000 qualified animal health advisors, 13,000 registered veterinary nurses. This is how important animal science and animal health is to the UK. We have a number of universities. Remember, I've told you there's a partnership between academia, government, and the private sector. So we have a number of universities that are focusing on veterinary or plant science. For instance, Glasgow, Bristol, Cambridge, the list is endless. Now, because of this focus on plant science, we've seen development of new species, of new breeds in the sector. I'll give an example which is close to home, is cattle farming or dairy. A breed was developed in the UK called the New Jersey breed, the Holstein breeds. So those are the common ones, and I can see the people nodding because these are common also in East Africa. So the UK, besides developing new breeds, has a stock of about 250 native breeds that can survive across the globe and also in the UK. So while they are developing new breeds, they are also preserving the native breeds. So they are not diluting breeds, they are preserving the natives and also developing new breeds to increase productivity of the sector. So there was a project in Rwanda that led to the movement of the breed, the Jersey breed to Rwanda under Send a Cow initiative. And the project was called Jersey Inkaziza, meaning the beautiful Jersey cow. Now, when research was carried out, they found out that this Jersey cow breed fared very well in the Rwanda climate. And when it is mated with the Ankole cow here in Uganda, milk production increases. So that can tell you that the UK is developing breeds that are supposed to improve the sector, improve productivity, and help the farmers. To put it in context, by 2022, as the permanent secretary mentioned, there were about 14 million heads of cattle in Uganda. Milk production increased to 3.2 billion liters. But ladies and gentlemen, this can be tripled if we transfer the right breeds, if we focus on doing the right practices in plant science and animal science. So the UK, sorry. So the UK is an island nation with a history of aquaculture. Again, the PS mentioned a lot of potential here in Uganda. But when I listened to his figures, I was comparing them mentally to the UK. And when we look at the UK exports of the salmon, the UK exported salmon worth 1.8 billion about 4 years ago. This is huge if you compare the figures that the PS was talking about for aquaculture in Uganda. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a lot to learn from the UK. So if you look at the right of the slide, in 2010, world catch production was 75%. Aquaculture production was 25%. In 2015, these two performed at the same percentage, in 2015 at 50%. But it's envisaged, but by 2030, world catch production would have gone up to 32%, declined to 32%, and aquaculture would be at 68%. This is global statistics. How does Uganda tap into this? How do we be part of that value chain of supplying this demand of farmed of aquaculture in Uganda, in the global markets? So the UK has achieved expertise in breeding, looking at traits, fast growth. We have achieved expertise in making aqua feeds, expertise in health, that is vaccine and disease surveillance, infrastructure. The UK are experts at setting up infrastructure in aquaculture, equipment, cage, building cages, creating circulation systems for whatever site is set up. I would like to look at Uganda. A few weeks ago, NEMA carried out a study on the risks of cage farming in Lake Victoria. And they are concerned about what they discovered. If you remember, there was a time when there were so many dead fish floating on Lake Victoria. I don't know if it's a months back or weeks back, but they did carry out research following this, and they found out that one of the causes is the cage farming in Lake Victoria. And what they discovered was that the fish waste and fecal matter is being released into the water. When it's released into water, this increases nitrogen and phosphorus in the water, which increases the growth of algae. When it increases the growth of algae, there's less concentration of oxygen in the water, leading to death of the fish. So there's a problem with the cages being established in the water. How do we build strong cages whereby we're able to set up a circulation system that can mitigate this kind of concerns? The other worry for NEMA is that some of the farmed fish, which are exotic breeds, are escaping into the water body. There's a risk of them breeding with our tilapia and causing extinction of a native breed. How do we stop this? Ladies and gentlemen, work with the UK. We shall help you mitigate this. So the other expertise of the UK is precision agriculture, which accelerates agro-industrialization. So the PS called this smart agriculture, but it's the same. Using ICTs to manage your farming processes. This eases agriculture in a very smart way, actually. So farmers are able to make informed decisions. They're able to use the right ingredients. So there are devices that can tell you when to irrigate, devices that can tell you that the soil is now depleted of fertilizers. Please add. For large-scale farmers in the room, there are devices, satellite devices, that can actually tell you this section of your plantation needs water, this one does not. So do not waste your water source. This section needs fertilizers, this one does not. So you only fertilize this one until a month or 30 days from now. So smart agriculture can accelerate agro-industrialization. So the other expertise, I will not take so much time on this because there are panelists who are going to talk about this, but the UK are experts at agriculture technology engineering. So agriculture technology engineering focuses on the design and manufacture of machinery that eases agriculture processes. For example, tractors, post-harvest handling equipment like dryers, sorters, silos, irrigation kits, robotic milking systems. So the machinery designed in the UK is usually targeted at addressing a specific challenge in the sector. For instance, dryers ensure that grain is dried to the required moisture levels. Those who are into produce and grain, you know the issue of moisture when you're selling to buyers. It's a big problem. The dryers ensure that your grain is dried to the right moisture levels. Irrigation systems address challenges of rain-fed agriculture. We have heard this from the Honorable Minister, from the Permanent Secretary, so I will not go so much into that. But to interest you, in the UK, at the CL Center I mentioned, I did see a system that impressed me. The cows have been trained to know when to go in to be milked, and this is all robotic. They know at this time it's my turn to go in. So that's why I put that picture. They line up and they wait. They just give them little incentives of feed, and they are milked and they go back to their crowd. Milked and they go back. It's quite interesting if we had this technology here in Uganda, where if you own a farm, you just wait for the machine to milk, you collect and go sell. What a wonderful world. So we are here today to talk about Uganda's path to agro-industrialization. My discussion with the team at Agriculture, I asked them, where are we on this journey? They said, as everyone knows, the sector is contributing 24% to GDP. I asked them, what would success look like? They said we'd want to achieve 32% in the year 2930, according to the NDP4. And how do we get there? While discussing them, I realized that they are looking at increased production, certification, seed stocking, seed treatment, pest and disease control, mechanization and irrigation, farmer mobilization, partnership with big commercial farmers, partnership with the private sector. So I realized that Uganda is on the right track. They have already put in place strategies that can actually lead to agro-industrialization. Now, ladies and gentlemen, what is the role of the UK? What I'm here to say is that the UK are your trusted trading partners. And we are saying we are here to walk this journey with you. From seed to growth of the crop, to irrigation, to fertilizers, to processing, to harvesting, to the logistics, to shelf. We want to work with you the entire journey, from farm to fork, industry to shelf. We are your partners. Let us work together. I know the PS said we're already doing partnerships. I am aware that University of Pabbright has collaborated with NARO in analysis of livestock vaccines, capacity building of NARO researchers. I'm aware that the University of Aberystwyth has partnered with NARO on research of breeding, forage and animal nutrition, but a lot more can be done. Let us tap into the UK potential. Let us tap into the UK offer. They have made the offer. Let's take advantage of it as Uganda. So what are the benefits of trading with the UK? I've already said this. With the UK, you are assured of high quality and durable products. I keep hearing a myth, UK products are expensive. UK products are expensive. Ladies and gentlemen, quality, durability. If you buy a processing kit today at $500,000, you will be happy because it's cheap. You can afford it as a processor. But it's going to break down every year, 2 years. Every year you have to look for maintenance, for engineers to come in. With the UK, I can guarantee you, you buy the equipment today, 10 years, it will not break down. Quality, durability, I can guarantee you that. Access to advanced research and development, access to commercial support to customers. We have a catalog. If you scan here, you'll find access to all. We have it at the entrance of the door. You will find access to all information on the private sector and the UK, suppliers, centers you can contact. So it's full of good information for everyone in the room. Access to UK export finance, that is financing for the private sector. There's another panelist going to expound on that. Access to various trade shows, cereals. There's a cereals trade show in the UK. We can support you to get there. There's the Lama for equipment, UK Dairy, the Royal Highland Show, the British Pig and Poultry Fair. So there's everything in the UK, and we can work with you to get there. So ladies and gentlemen, I would like to conclude by saying the UK is open for business. Tubalinze, muje tuteese. Thank you. I've been told to invite the next speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to invite Mr. Isaac Kahara. He's the regional head of UK Export Finance based in Nairobi, here to talk to us about financing. Isaac, you're welcome.
Thank you, Lisa. And as the moderator recommended, allow me to ride on the, because already observed. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. As mentioned, my name is Isaac Kahara, and I'm the country head for UK Export Finance, based out of the British High Commission in Nairobi, but working very closely with colleagues here in Kampala. Could I have my slides on the screen, please? Thank you. Good. I'll start with a brief introduction of who we are and what we do. So UK Export Finance is the official UK's export credit agency. And in addition to being an export credit agency, we are also a UK government department. So working very closely with our colleagues from the Department of Business and Trade, where Louis is heading, and Elizabeth is also a member, and I think also Trust is somewhere in the room. And our main mission is to ensure that no viable export from the UK fails for lack of insurance or financing. And we do so at no net cost to the UK taxpayer. So I would say what we do is twofold. We provide support to UK exporters in two ways. On the top part of the presentation is the support we provide to UK companies, and I know there's a few of them in the room. However, for today's discussion, I will not dwell so much on that part of the support that we provide, and I will focus on the lower part of the presentation. I'm not sure whether it's visible with the chairs. Is the support we provide to overseas buyers of UK goods and services. What does this mean? It means that as long as you're buying from the UK goods or services, then you are eligible to access competitive financing from UK Export Finance. And we have a range of products depending on the complexity of your project, the complexity of your transaction, or the simplicity of it as well. But for the purpose of today's discussion, I will focus on a product that is more suited for the agriculture and the agri-tech sector, which is what we call our standard buyer loan guarantee product. Good. So the standard buyer loan guarantee product is I would say, is a mid to long-term financing facility where we provide financing to buyers for a period of between 2 to 5 years. We can go longer, but the demand we have seen in the market is mostly a 5-year tenor of financing. And what happens is that for whatever project you have or whatever contract that you have with a UK supplier, we look at the value of it, and then we are able to bring in financing of up to 85% of that contract or project. So if I would give a very simple example, if you have a $10 million project, as long as you are sourcing a percentage of that from the UK, we are able to finance up to 85% of that contract. So in my example, that will be about 8.5 million. And the way it works is that typically we'll be paying rather your suppliers, so you don't have to I would say to contribute the payments at the onset. So we'll take care of the payment to the suppliers, and then you will remain with a balance of 85%. Okay, you do have to put in a 15% down payment. However, the balance of 85% is financed from a facility, and then you have a period of between 2 to 5 years, sometimes even longer, to repay back on this facility. So this structure is ideal for what we call CapEx investments or semi-CapEx investments. So if you're buying equipment, you're building, I would say, a factory, or you're building a value addition facility, where for instance you are in the grain sector, you're drying your grains, you are also storing them, etc., where you need silos, you need dryers, you need packaging equipment, you need laboratories, this kind of stuff. This type of project we're able to would be quite ideal for UKEF financing. And so how does it work? Oops. There we go. So we typically provide, as UKEF, we typically provide a guarantee to a bank. And what our guarantee does is that it de-risks the transaction. So meaning that it improves the credit worthiness of you as the buyer or you as the borrower. So we bring in the UK government's sovereign rating into the transaction, so you are able to access financing at a lower rate, because now the bank that is providing liquidity or the funds is looking at UK government risk rather than looking at the risk of you as a company. So basically what we are doing is that we are squeezing the risks of the transaction, and because we are guaranteeing the bank, what in essence it means is that whatever risks that they are taking on the transaction, we are covering that. So in terms of transactions, so we do charge a premium for this guarantee, which is purely risk-based. It depends on a number of things. It depends on the country. Some countries are more risky than others. It depends on the transaction itself. The structure of the some transactions are more, I would say, more straightforward. Others are a bit more complex. So this premium is purely calculated based on the transaction itself. And it also depends on the tenor, obviously, because the longer the tenor, the higher the risk. And then what the lender charges is the interest rate, which again I say is significantly compressed, because we have taken away the risk element of that. So basically we are bringing it close to the what we call the base rates that normally the markets will charge. And this is mostly in hard currencies, so euro, dollar, British pounds, some of the major currencies. We are able to provide financing in those different currencies, which also means that we work very closely with banks. But for this particular product, we work with specialized lenders. These are lenders who have appetite for emerging markets like Uganda, and also have appetite for the smaller transactions. I forgot to mention that in terms of the ticket sizes, in terms of the minimum thresholds, we can look at anything from £500,000 onwards. Obviously, the maximum will depend on the strength of your balance sheet. Oops. So what are the conditions? Let's start with the first one and the main one, which is UK content. So there has to be a minimum of 20% of UK content. These are goods or services that are sourced from the UK. In my previous example of $10 million project, it means that if you're sourcing at least 2 million of that from the UK, then you are eligible to up to 85% of the financing. Meaning that the remaining 80% can be sourced from elsewhere, including locally, because not everything can be sourced from the UK. As Lisa mentioned, the UK has very good quality products, but we're also conscious that there are things that will need to be sourced locally when you're building a project, things like civil works and like that, and such. These can only be sourced locally. So this 20% minimum content allows there to be a good mix of local content, but also UK content, as well as content from other countries. Other countries could be countries in Europe, or other countries just across the border, or even in Asia, etc. Then for corporates, because this is what we are focusing on today, we look at the credit worthiness of the buyer, which in most cases is also the borrower. And for this, typically we asked for audited financial records for the last 3 years. So if you have been in operation for at least 3 years, then we are happy to look at your accounts, and then based on their strength, we can proceed with the evaluation of your eligibility. We cover all sectors of the economy. The only exception is the usual suspects, things like tobacco, gambling. So these are sectors that we do not cover. And very recently, we also updated our policy to no longer support fossil fuels, and this includes oil and gas. So that's the one of the sectors where we are unable to support. But in any case, this is an agro forum, so not too much applicable here. So in terms of the process, the first step is that you can reach out to myself or one of my colleagues in London, where we will request for high-level information, things like what is your project, or what is the transactions that you are looking to be supported, what is it going to achieve, what is the UK content, who is your supplier in the UK. So these are the basic information that we need to know. Then obviously we will look at the credit evaluation, where the financial information you have submitted will go to our risk colleagues, who are going to do an evaluation and see whether you would qualify or not, and how much you would qualify for as well. We also do the usual due diligence, crime and compliance, environmental and social due diligence, as you would expect with any lender. After that is completed and we are satisfied, then we would take your transaction to our credit committee, who then approve or reject your transaction. Hopefully they approve it. And normally this process end to end takes about, I would say, on average 12 weeks. And obviously this is dependent on how quickly we receive additional information we are asking for, and how quickly the exporter is able to prepare for the delivery of the products. And and basically how well prepared you are to progress with the transaction. So if everything is in place, it can go very quickly, like I said, within that period of on average 8 weeks. Good. What does this mean in reality on the ground? I'll walk you through some case studies. But let me first recognize some of the larger sovereign transactions we have supported in Uganda. You may have heard, it was mentioned earlier this morning, we are supporting Nexus Green with the solar irrigation project. We're supporting government of Uganda on that project, which is providing solar irrigation to over 600 sites across Uganda. Very large transaction, approximately 100 million euros worth of project. And currently we are working on an enhancement of agricultural production project, specifically to address some of the issues that our PS of Agriculture, General Kasura, mentioned this morning, which is post-harvest management, improving standards, aggregation, storage, laboratories for quality control. So that's a project that we are working on with the Ministry of Agriculture, and which will help on the quality of the agricultural products that are coming from Uganda, to make them, I would say, marketable to the international markets. So it's basically a project that will significantly improve the quality of agriculture products that are being exported out of Uganda. What about in the private sector? Let me start with a disclaimer. The examples I have for you this morning are not in agriculture or agri-tech, but you can very easily interpolate them into the agricultural sector, because the concept is really the same. I'll start with one example we have just recently closed here in Uganda with IBB International, which is an infrastructure company, where we have supported them with quarry equipment coming out of the UK. Just giving high-level details of the transaction, and I noticed there's a bit of an error on the slides. The contract size for this one was about around $6.7 million, for which we provided 85% of the financing. So those numbers are wrong. It should be around 5.5, 5.6 loan value. So that's what we provided. The exporter in this case is Rainbow Supplies, a UK company that was able to aggregate different suppliers from the UK to provide provide quarry equipment. So some of them include Packer Plant. This is a manufacturers of things like crushers and so on for the graphite, etc. Some of the big names that are well known in Uganda, like JCB as well, they were able to supply that. Unitrack is the official distributor of Caterpillar equipment. They were also part of the equipment that was sourced in this transaction. And in terms of UK content, in this case, it was 46%. So relatively high, I would say. Our minimum is 20%, but obviously we are usually very happy if this can be maximized as much as possible. And our credit committee will always push us to maximize on the UK content. Another example just across the border I can share is with Atlantis Technologies, which is an IT company that does cloud computing. So they do data centers, but based in the cloud. What is worth noting about this transaction is that, if my slides can move, is the size of the transaction. In this case, it was slightly below 1 million pounds, proving that even the lower transaction, even the smaller size transactions, as long as there is credit worthiness of the buyer or the borrower, we are able to support those as well. And yeah, I will stop there for now. I'm here all day in case you have any questions, and I'll just put my contacts on the screen in case you need to follow up with any questions. Yeah, feel free to come and speak to me on this one. Thank you very much. And should I introduce the next speaker? Yeah. And I hope I get it right. Still on the financing space, on the topic of financing, it's my absolute pleasure to introduce the next speaker, which is Albert Byahanga. Did I get it right, or did I butcher it? From Absa Bank, who's gonna walk us through his presentation. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's still good morning. Good morning to you all. So as my presentation comes up on the screens, Maurice did me a favor on the protocols, but it reminded me of a lesson that I learned going to visit, one of my clients in government recently. And the first question that he asked, we moved into his office, the three of us, and he said, who of you is most senior on this team? And then we said, no, we are all colleagues, it's okay. He said, no. Here we seat you according to protocol. So he insisted who is the most senior, and we quickly had to organize ourselves. So I decided to put that to test this morning by looking at the table where the minister, the High Commissioner, and the PS were seated. And it did pass the test, because apparently, from right to left, you follow, seniority. So General Wilson Mbadi was seated right next to the High Commissioner, and then the PS, to the left. I wouldn't have struggled with protocol. So thank you very much. And to the rest of you, I will say all protocol observed, because you're not seated according to that order. I will try to make it very brief. My colleagues have already done justice, especially, to the financing side. Now, coming here, for this engagement, what we decided to do, or what I decided to do from the bank side, was to first engage our clients. A few of our clients within, the broad sectors that are represented in here. And we asked a key question. What keeps you awake at night? What keeps you awake at night? And a couple of other questions, but mostly to really try and do a deep stick of those things that a business would worry about, from morning to evening, at night when you wake up, how you want to transform your business. And there are a couple of themes that came up. I'll first share with you like 1, 2, or 3. Number 1, normally what gets topical in such discussions, you will hear things like access to finance. Now that has been addressed by a couple of speakers here. But when I look around the room, access to finance does not seem to be one of those things, in my opinion. And most of this feedback did come through. Access to finance, yes, was a part, but not significantly one of those things that most businesses had on their head. Pricing on the interest rates. When I looked at one of the tables, there's one of my clients, I will not say your name, so you're safe. Recently, we were having a discussion about a financing proposal, and I gave them a term sheet. So this term sheet had pricing. It was about 17.5% on shillings. Guess what? I believe most of you would think that is good pricing. So he said, give me the term sheet. And he went and came back about 1 week later, and he had 4 term sheets and said, you're giving me 17.5. This one is giving me 17. This is giving me 16. This is giving me 16.5. So bring it down again. And I asked myself, for how long can we have a discussion about pricing? So pricing, there are 24 banks in the market. So you businesses, I do believe you have got options when it comes to pricing. And besides, partners like Bank of Uganda have given us an opportunity to even significantly bring that lower under the agriculture credit facility and some of the other options that they talked about. So 3 themes emerged from the kind of discussion that we're having or the feedback from our clients. Number 1, most of our clients are asking us every single day, how do we have a discussion beyond your normal working capital, plain vanilla, I will give you an OD, I will give you an OD, I will give you a term loan and all that. Beyond capital or working capital, what more can you do for us from a strategic partnership point of view, from a going beyond the borders point of view? What can you do for us? The second theme that came through was beyond basic banking. Again, like I said, there are 24 banks in this market. And guess what? Some of the telcos right now are even bigger than commercial banks. So you cannot continue to talk about, basic banking. So it was more about what can you do beyond your basic banking. So today I just want to share about 3 broad themes, in some of the feedback that we saw through coming from our clients. Number 1, if you could please just, I don't know how this clicker works. Let me give it a shot. Just move me to the next slide. Next, and next, and next, next, and next. Thank you. So this is beyond working capital, beyond basic banking. There are things that we are doing around strategic partnerships. And in this room, the High Commission has stepped out. But I really want to appreciate and recognize the High Commission for the partnership that we signed recently. And this is why we did it. So on the 12th of September, there is a UK-Africa Trade Conference that is happening. I want to see by show of hands who will be attending that in the UK. And Elizabeth did a good job telling you, there are good things happening in the UK. So by show of hands, no one in the room? So we have got 2 out of, Maurice said we're about 115 or 120 in this room. So this that you're seeing on the screen is happening just 2 weeks from now. Now, Absa Bank is taking about 30 of our clients to this conference. And most of these clients, obviously, without the partnership of, with the High Commission trade desk, we wouldn't have done any such thing. And the benefits, Elizabeth again has talked about them, so I do not want to waste anyone's time talking about what you would gain from this. As I talk, I think for the last 3 to 4 weeks, there have been side discussions happening with some of our clients. And they have been in those rooms making linkages with businesses on the UK side, already putting them, in different sectors and categories to basically know when you get there how you are going to benefit from this summit. Now, this is not a one-time thing. So Absa is going to be running this as a flagship, flagship business summit every single year. So if you are seated in this room and you have missed this opportunity, by the way, we still have got 2 weeks. So if you are a client of Absa and you are still interested in going, I have seen, with the recommendation of Absa and in partnership with, with Louis' team, visas can almost be processed probably in 1 week. So you have got just about 15 days within which this can be done. So you're seated here, you're a client of Absa, come talk to me and we see how to make this happen. But this is going to be a flagship conference that will be running jointly with the High Commission every single year, so that you get an opportunity to go sit, interact, benchmark, and learn a lot more on how you can improve your businesses. The second is around, basic banking and what we can do beyond that. I just wanted to share with you a few examples. And these will be around trade risk management. Now, from a trade risk management point of view, I will share with you 2 examples. One of my clients, and I had a privilege of working with this client, I see him in the room, I will not say his name. So recently, he's into the coffee business, and they were importing a color sorter, for one of the coffee processing machines. So we sat and had a discussion about what they needed to do and how they needed to protect themselves in the engagement they were having with the supplier. And he told me, look, Albert or Absa, I have had a relationship with this client for a very long time. So just allow me to do it my way. So they went ahead and paid out about $200,000 to the supplier. And when the color sorter came, I kid you not, it could not do the job that it was meant to do. So having a discussion recently about it, I even went to the factory and found the color sorter just seated as he was going through engagements and negotiations with the suppliers to say, look what you guys have done for me. So almost 6 months wasted trying to get that problem sorted. Now, as a bank, we have got relationships with most of these suppliers, but most importantly, we have got trade finance instruments that you can use to try and de-risk some of these, risks that businesses face when you're trying to, expand your businesses. It ranges from your export letters of credit to the normal letters of credit to supplier, anything. So don't go it alone. Let's have a discussion and we see how we can protect your business. I have seen a couple of other, businessmen in this, in this room, and I will use another example of a coffee supplier. So if you have got a contract and you are supplying someone, in the UK or, somewhere in the world, and you're getting $1 million, 500,000, you have got a constant cash flow that is coming into your business. So I receive $1 million today. I convert it into Uganda shillings. I go to buy produce. I process it. I supply. I get dollars again. the dollar rate is like a yo-yo. Today it is down, tomorrow it is up. When you get $1 million today, it is different from $1 million tomorrow. We have come up with instruments. We have got solutions, risk management solutions for your foreign exchange exposure. Right now within the coffee business, most of the exporters, ranging from par forwards to your normal standard forwards, anything, we try as much as possible to make sure that when you get your $1 million today, it gives you the same value, at least a slight fluctuation in the rate, for you to be able to go out there and get the same tonnage of coffee that you would have obtained, to again process, supply, and continue getting pretty much the same amount of money. So we stabilize your cash flows and we take away that risk of exposure to foreign currency. I will talk about probably, because we are having a discussion around agro-industrialization, I don't want to wrap it up without talking about asset financing. Now, earlier on, the PS did justice to this topic, talking about, what you need to do. In fact, what shocked me is the example that he shared when he said that it takes 4 men 7 days to cultivate 1 acre. I didn't know about that. And in most cases, when we talk about agro-industrialization, we tend to forget about, that primary farmer who has got 1 or 2 acres that needs to optimize their production. So on the ABSA side, we provide asset financing solutions. And this asset financing, you look at your primary farmer, farming implements. So we have got partnerships with different suppliers. You come and get your tractor. If it is not a tractor, then it will be storage facilities. Because at the end of the day, for that primary farmer, they want to increase their production, they want to improve their yields, and they need to save on the costs of production. So we'll give you whatever asset financing solutions you're looking for. And this primary farmer is the same farmer that will now need to supply to the agro-processor. What does the agro-processor need? You need to expand your capacity. You need storage facilities, whether it is from silos, whether it is cold storage, whether it is expanding your warehousing, anything. And then from that, once you've expanded your capacity, obviously, you now need to be able to logistically move this from your factory up to the final consumer. So your trucks or anything, all this sits within what we are able to do from an asset financing point of view. So let's have a conversation about that. But most importantly and finally, when we talk about going beyond borders, I just want to share one example recently. And this was an agro-processor who decided to move into Zambia. They were setting up a processing facility. And because we already have a relationship here in Uganda, we were able to connect this client to our Zambia business. And they managed to get $4 million based on the collateral that they are holding here in Uganda. So you are in Zambia, you do not have any record of business at all. You're just getting a license, you've been allocated land, you're going to start construction and all that. That initial capital, we were able to provide based on the record that we have this side and the collateral that we are holding. Now, as ABSA, we are present in 10 African countries. We have got representative offices in about six countries across the world, UK, China, name it. So it means that it is very easy for you when we're having a discussion about how do I move from Uganda and expand into the region. This is a discussion that we can sit and have with you. Because at the end of the day, like we say, your story does matter. And as ABSA, we really want to write that story with you. So I see Maurice is standing right next to me here. I decided to leave out the presentations about, product, services, this and that, but share with you some of the stories that we have written with our clients so that you know that we can equally touch your own business and write that story with you if you're interested in expanding your business, especially within the area of agro-processing. Thank you very much. happy to chat with you later. My name is Albert Biaruhanga, and I'm the Business Banking Director at Absa Bank Uganda. Happy to chat with you later. Thank you.
Can we appreciate all our three presenters, Liz, Isaac, and Albert? So very quickly, because we've lost time, I will try and get you to lunch at 1 p.m., but we have another session. So allow me to invite quickly Perry and Bezika to the stage. You'll take to the seats, and then I'll ask a question, and then we'll open this up. We'll have a few minutes. So Perry Engineering, and of course Bezika Enterprises. Please come, please feel free. Take a seat, then we'll use the other microphones. So the reason we've moved into this is that, there's been a lot of English spoken by the last three presenters. Now we move into the real business. This is now the real business. So we have case studies. Anyway, in the middle, feel free. So these are the real case studies, and I want to begin with Perry Engineering, and feel free to introduce yourself. So what we got was the context to this conversation this morning and early part of this afternoon, shortly. What we want is you giving us the practical position of Perry Engineering, the fact that you've already been established here in Uganda, and you're supplying equipment to Ugandan companies. So you want to share your experience. Maybe I'll turn this mic so you can face us. The other side looks like you're only speaking to the other people. Yeah.
Good morning. Good morning to the Minister of State for Trade, Industry and Cooperatives, Your Excellency, the High Commissioner, Permanent Secretary and distinguished guests. My name is David Perry. I'm Managing Director of Perry Engineering. I have been working in the grain processing and storage industry for over 35 years. During this time, I have built Perry's export trade to be equal to half of its turnover, and a large part of that work is in Africa. During this time, I've been involved in the design of many grain processing and feed milling systems and value addition plants. In addition to working in the grain trade, value addition and farming sectors personally in Uganda. Perry's is a 78-year-old third-generation family business established in 1947 by my grandfather, Tom Perry. We have over 80 staff in 5 countries, and all Perry equipment is designed and manufactured at our base in the west of England. We operate in a variety of sectors, from small on-farm and cooperative systems with lower capacity machines to large capacity port projects with elevators and conveyors capable of 1,200 tons per hour. We also work in the brewery, distillery and recycling businesses. Our main export markets are Uganda, South Africa, Mozambique and DRC, Australia, New Zealand, Eastern Europe, Ukraine and the Middle East. Our range includes grain dryers from 5 to 130 tons per hour, drying maize with the latest PLC controls, energy-saving features and fully automatic options. Smaller mobile grain dryers, flat bottom silos with capacities up to 20,000 tons, hopper bottom bins with capacities up to 3,000 tons. Quite importantly, grain monitoring equipment for while the grain is in those silos, measuring CO2, moisture, temperature, and then using this information to automatically control the aeration fans. We have a full range of grain intake conveyors, elevators, screw conveyors and augers to make a complete system. Grain cleaners for pre-cleaning, aspirator cleaners for removing dust from grain, and fine cleaning reciprocating sieve cleaners. We also have a range of biomass belt conveyors suitable for drying grass, cassava, herbs, and recyclables. We offer maize milling systems from entry-level capacities up to 900 to 1800 kilos per hour, as well as more sophisticated plants. Animal feed milling systems from starter level up to 10 tons per hour. Colour sorters, I do hasten to add that's not one of our colour sorters being talked about just earlier. Weighers and bagging systems, weigh bridges and laboratory equipment. We're basically a one-stop shop for post-harvest equipment for the grain industry. Now, the services we can provide is anything from single machine supply, so maybe a conveyor, colour sorter, a silo, to a complete design, manufacture, build, and install and commission a project based on a customer's requirements, or anything in between those two scales. Our structure in Africa, we have two separate businesses. Peri Africa Pty, which is based in Johannesburg, and this office provides sales and technical support and spare parts to our South African customers and those in neighbouring countries. The second, and most importantly for today, is Peri East Africa Limited, which is a Ugandan business registered here in Kampala. The business has its own team of engineers who are skilled in both electrical and mechanical engineering. We're trained to set up and commission weigh bridges and all types of post-harvest and value addition equipment. We have our own telehandlers and lift equipment and everything you would expect a company like this to possess. Peri East Africa can carry out work on all types of projects and is not just limited to working on Peri supplied projects. Peri East Africa is now also part Ugandan owned, thanks to our newest director, Mr. Francis Mugambe, a gentleman with much experience in the Ugandan business environment, who is here with us today. And he is going to help raise Peri East Africa to another level here in Uganda. To give you a taste of the work we've carried out in Uganda, I'll now run through a few of our key projects. In Kasese, for Kabako/Renzori Millers, has been a grain storage and drying plant with a 16 ton per hour continuous flow grain dryer and 6,000 ton of silo storage with cleaning and weighing facilities. The storage comprised of two 3,000 ton flat bottom silos with sweep augers, and the entire plant was controlled by custom made PLC control panel programmed by ourselves. One of the key things I like to say to our export customers wherever in the world is when you're buying one of our products, we offer the support either locally with a good solid spare parts package or direct, being manufacturers from the UK. So we encourage the use of internet connectivity and the latest technology so we can stay in touch with our products in the field. In Mbarara, for Birria United Agencies, a similar plant with a 9 ton per hour grain dryer and two 1,500 ton silos with cleaning, weighing and bagging facilities. For Nagrick in Kamuli, we supplied and supervised the installation of a feed mill. This plant has a capacity of 3,000 kilos per hour for mash and 2,000 kilos per hour for poultry pellets. There is an automated ration selection and weighing of products using a pre-programmed PLC designed by ourselves. Additionally, the plant has premixer, weighing bins and 4 ingredient loading hoppers. Our most recent projects have been drying, cleaning and storage facilities for Ugandan prison service, for the prisons farm of Ibuga near Kasese and the prisons farm near Lagore. Working as part of a JV, Perry successfully designed, manufactured, supplied and supervised the installation and commissioning of these plants. Both of these plants have just recently been commissioned and are currently operating drying grain. These plants have a model S215 continuous flow dryer with two 90-ton capacity wet bins with aeration fans and two 14-meter diameter 1,500-ton flat bottom silos with sweep augers and grain monitoring equipment to measure CO2, moisture and temperature. The aeration fans are automatically controlled and there is 30 ton per hour cleaning and weighing facilities. In Soroti, Pella Commodities has a 28 ton per hour dryer, 60 ton an hour handling and cleaning facilities, destoning, weighbridge and hopper bin storage, as well as a warehouse for 3,000 ton of bag storage. This entire project was completed by ourselves. Recently, we've added a 900 to 1,800 kilo per hour maize mill, and the equipment comprises of cleaning, water addition, 55 kilowatt degerminator, aspirator cleaners, two 45 kilowatt hammer mills, and flour bagging bins. Thanks to inverter control and various screen sizes, the mills can produce outputs from first class, 1.5 and second class flour, as well as coarse grits for the brewing process, with a typical extraction rate of 65%. We also have on site there a development model of the first aflatoxin treatment system in Uganda, a plant that operates at 6 tons per hour to help reduce the concentration of aflatoxins in grain. We are also currently working with the OWC on the cashew nut value chain with a view of processing, value addition and ultimately exporting to the UK and other markets. All of the equipment at Pella Commodities has been manufactured or supplied by Perry's, and we also use this facility for training potential new customers' staff. Now, Pella Commodities is majority owned by myself, with other shareholders being Isaiah Langer, our Perry sales manager, and Amos Wakesa. Isaiah and myself also farm at Capella Beyond. Because of these two enterprises and Perry East Africa and our length of experience in Uganda, I believe it gives Perry's an advantage in the marketplace when speaking about projects with potential customers and ministries, because we have and do continue to have the experience of the challenges and pitfalls and a few successes that are experienced in the Ugandan farming, post-harvest and value addition sector. This experience should help provide private investors with security and peace of mind when speaking to us, and also NGOs and funders to be safe in the knowledge that projects they fund have been designed making use of the experience we've gathered over the years, and that they can be maintained by Perry East Africa in the country. We look forward to working in the agro-industrialisation of Uganda with the government and private individuals, and thank you for your time this morning.
Thank you very much. Bezika, the difference should be extremely clear. This is a business that has been around over 70 years. So Bezika, you will not use the same time, please. All right, over to you.
Don't worry. Just like all of you, I hope for this speech to be over soon so we can get to the food. But yes, my name is Isaac Mukasa. I am a director with Bezika Enterprises. And Bezika, like he mentioned, It's a poultry producing company founded by Mr. Samuel Mukasa. It's a family-owned business, and we are in the production of day-old chicks, everything to do with poultry, from day-old chicks, broilers and layers, production of animal feed. We are also in the production of edible vegetable oil, and also most recently into avocado farming. Perhaps to talk about our history with the UK, I would have to go through the history of the company because the UK has been a very pivotal partner in our journey over the last 35 years. The beginnings of Bezika are actually quite humble. It began as a backyard project for Mr. and Mrs. Mukasa. In fact, the first 100 chicks were donated to them to basically substantiate the household income, provide a protein source for like the family. But from that, the company of Bezika was founded. Those first 100 birds, at the time, 1986, the country was just reeling from a civil war. So there were no structures to provide day-old chicks at the time. So once those initial 100 birds ended up maturing, they were unable to find any source of chicks anywhere in the country. They tried through the Ministry of Agriculture, Fisheries in Entebbe, but at the time it was impossible to find chicks. And from that gap in the market, they slowly realized that the demand was overwhelming for the poultry. So as a company, we began importing day-old chicks from Zimbabwe, selling them on to the local market until in the early 90s, we realized rather than be an importer, we can become poultry breeders. Now that's where our relationship with the UK begins, because in the early 90s, we made our first purchase for incubators from the UK, a company called Western Incubators. If you can change the slide. Western Incubators was the supplier of the very first machine that we used. It was assembled in the garage of a house. It's the one on the left, extreme left. It was a small machine, but like Elizabeth said, quality will always beat over price. And from that machine, the company was birthed because it was able to provide very good hatchabilities, very high productivities, and we ended up importing our very first flock from Scotland in the UK, Aviagen, poultry breeding. And to this day, we still have a close relationship with Aviagen, and we've been happy with the results of Aviagen as a poultry breed. And we envision to continue that partnership because within the market, Bezika has stood out as because our biggest motivation or biggest strength has always been quality of the chick, quality of the feed. But to get to that quality, it requires quality in the manufacturing. Now, the UK has always been our go-to source for all equipment, from incubators to silos, and even the parent stock that we continue to utilize to this day. So moving forward, we do envision UK to remain a strong partner of ours because they've been reliable. The technology, the breeding has been monumental for us throughout this journey. And yeah, I would like to thank the organizers for this event. At the time we began, there was no forum like this to facilitate trade between the UK and Uganda. So this shows the willingness of the UK to do business, to trade, and to expand. So we are definitely, and we were truly humbled to be invited to speak to this event.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Can we appreciate our speakers? And very quickly, I really need to transition to the last session before lunch. And unfortunately, we'll delay your lunch quite a bit. Quick, 2 questions. I'll be very quick. If there is, and these can go to any of the speakers. So I'll be happy to invite them if you have any questions for Albert, Isaac, or even Liz. Quick 2 questions. And I'm gender sensitive, so it can't be 2 men. Okay, excellent. They're there. So I'll bring the microphones to you. There's a lady there. Can you do it in 30 seconds? Please stand so the cameras can capture you. We have a live audience on YouTube and on Teams. We need them to see you, all right?
Okay. Good afternoon. Thank you very much to the engineer. In the districts.
All right. How can the smallholder farmers tap into where your infrastructure is across the country? If you can identify where there is existing infrastructure you've set up, whether by yourselves, because now you mentioned you're already in business too, or any other agency you've supplied your equipment to. Even that is working now. Yeah. Just switch it on. Just speak.
Yes, I would think what we do at Pella Commodities is we're working with the local cooperatives and small aggregators. So you would be able to bring your product to those centres, and then it can be moved in greater quantity then to the more centralised processing arrangements. What is important is trying to bring particularly the maize crop in early when it's particularly wet, 21%, 22% early in harvest, such that it can be dried quickly and then easily stored. So we manage the problem of aflatoxins.
All right. Do you have specific areas where these collections areas can be and then the grain transported? Specific areas, because I know you're established in Soroti now, but yes.
So in Soroti, yes. I mean, Isaiah, my colleague over there, he might be able to help answer the question a little bit better.
Okay, second question as I get to Isaiah. There, gentleman there, yes.
Once again, good afternoon. I'm Collins Tugume from Outspan Agric Exports. We have been in the export industry for 20 years, and we have had the challenge of microbiology, aflatoxins, and all the stuff we export to Europe. But the biggest challenge we have had is the contamination once the product reaches, especially dealing with sim and chia. I would like to inquire from Perry if there is any system in place of maybe like a UV disinfection table, something like that, something of the sort that can be installed. We have seen some companies like around in Uganda having them, but it will push us to import from Europe. But if it can be available like with you here in Uganda, and it can be very easy for me to install at my warehouse. Thank you so much.
Thank you. So I think what you're talking about is maybe increasing the bulk density, so products like gravity tables and finer cleaning systems. So yes, there is a range of products available to help improve that. So then you're exporting the quality that's going to be accepted where you're sending it. So we have information on the entrance table, and if you come and see myself or Isaiah, then we'll be able to discuss it further.
Quickly, Isaiah, on the centers where they can work with smallholder farmers.
Thank you very much, Maurice. My name is Isaiah Langa. I'm one of the directors at Pella Commodities, also sales representative for Perry Engineering. We have got various collection centers in and around Soroti. If you look at North Teso, we have collection centers around Amuria, Kachakwi. South Teso, we have collection centers in Ngora, down in Kumi. But we also work with different cooperatives along Lango sub-region. So, Lango cooperatives and various others, we have a network of them. So if you are within those catchment areas, we go all the way to Moroto and come all the way down to Bugiri. So all those areas actually supply us in Soroti. And we have a network of G-hubs as well, which do that.
All right. Thank you very much. I mean, I really have lost time. I want the conversation to continue over lunch. 30 seconds, but I'll direct your question to someone over lunch. Please, 30 seconds. Switch on, I think. At the bottom. I am hoping she can. All right. All right, as we get someone, please, quickly. Yes, start from there. The cold food supply chain. Yes.
That is, as you all have alluded, Uganda is endowed with fruits and vegetables. This is one of the major equipments we need in the food supply chain. And I would like to know how we can work together. Let me quote Musharaka and Mulabaha under Microfinance Support Center. Can UK initiate such a system where we can benefit sharing by investing together in partnership, so that we put your finance managers in the UK, we are based in Uganda, we share proceeds of business by storing the expensive equipment Bazilike may not install. And then the business we're able to supply the bulk of the product in the UK, and we'll make a benefit sharing mechanism and enhance export in bulk. I'm saying this because
quickly,
for the last 15 years we've been in the US until last year when that bill was signed, but I know to go. But under administration of US, they have allowed us again to resume. We have held the US Food and Drug Administration since 2010, and we pay taxes of US. So we can pay the taxes of UK also and work together. So what I'm saying, in machinery, kindly help us to establish cold storage, cold food supply chain mechanism. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Perry, it's not for now. We can always have this conversation. Louis, that is some homework for you and the team at the High Commission. I want to appreciate all our speakers. Can we allow our speakers to take their seats as we appreciate them? Thank you, Perry Engineering UK and Bezika. I'll quickly invite Jamal, because Jamal is going to handle this session. We are talking increasing exports to the UK, and maybe partly the question being raised here, Jamal, you may in your session handle. But Jamal will kickstart this conversation on exporting to the UK, our developing countries trading schemes, DCTS. And Jamal is the Trade and Development Advisor at the UK Foreign Commonwealth and Development Office. So ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Jamal. Jamal and team have exactly 45 minutes. I don't know how that will happen, but let's see.
Good afternoon, everyone. Yes, as mentioned, my name is Jamal Hussain, and I'm the UK's Regional Trade for Development Advisor for East Africa. I'm acutely aware that I stand between you and lunch, so me and my co-panelists and speakers will do our very best to get you there. If the slides could be loaded, please. I'll kick off nevertheless. So, as mentioned, I'll be talking about the UK's flagship Developing Countries Trading Scheme offer. In terms of the agenda, we'll quickly run through an overview of the scheme. We'll then talk a little bit about the rules of origin, which are central to supporting you as exports to create value, including through inputs from African partners. We'll then speak to UK-Uganda trade and the opportunities for utilization of the DCTS scheme, and then finally end with some tips around how to make sure you're benefiting from the preferences by completing the necessary customs processes forms. To begin, I'll continue when the slides can catch up. So the UK Developing Countries Trading Scheme is one of the most generous trade preference schemes in the world. It was launched over 2 years ago. It covers 65 countries, 30 of those within Africa. It is designed to, of course, boost trade with our developing countries. And in doing so, it supports development, it creates jobs, and it builds stronger economic and commercial ties between the UK and, of course, Uganda. At its simplest, it cuts tariffs. It simplifies the trade regime that we have, and importantly, it is there to remove the conditionality around trade. Our analysis, in fact, shows that it results in savings of roughly £770 million a year for exporters around the world who are using the scheme. The DCTS scheme, much like the EU scheme, is built around 3 tiers. So we have the comprehensive tier, we have the enhanced tier, and then we have the standard tier. The comprehensive tier, if you leave with any bit of information today, it is that Uganda is within the comprehensive tier. And what does that mean? It means that 99.8% of Ugandan exports to the UK are tariff-free, duty-free. So if you're not getting, provided you meet the necessary rules of origin and documentation, if you're not receiving those tariff savings, we'd like to know about it. I'll move on to the next slide. So I've already mentioned the signature benefit of our flagship scheme is that reduced the tariff savings to you. We also have more flexible rules of origin, which support you to ensure that you are able to use inputs from across the region, and in fact all DCTS countries and Economic Partnership Agreement countries, we have 8 in total across the globe, and use those as inputs into your product. And as I mentioned, that supports, as per the theme of this conference, value addition in the exports that you're selling to the UK. In terms of impact, what does this mean? It means that Uganda is well positioned to supply the UK due to the UK's increasing demand for sustainable, healthier, and competitive products. And of course, the scheme, as I mentioned, it's based around 3 tiers. Uganda's at the comprehensive tier, but it also is future-proofed. So in time, when Uganda is at the opportunity, based on its development criteria, to move into the next level of economic development, it is able to progress to the next tier of the scheme, which is the enhanced preference tier. And that will mean that rather than having 99.8% of its tariffs being duty-free, quota-free, a substantial 92% of tariffs will remain duty-free, quota-free. And the minister referred to that earlier in his speech. I'll very quickly speak to the rules of origin that I mentioned. For those who don't know about rules of origin, they're essentially the passport for the good that is needed in order to when you trade with the UK or in fact any other country. So it provides that nationality to the good that you're exporting. So what essentially the rules of origin do is, particularly where that good involves multiple inputs, it allows for that good to be categorized as a good of Uganda and therefore benefit from the tariff rate duty-free tariff offer that I've mentioned. More specifically, DCTS exporters can export and process up to this is quite a large number, so up to 75% of their product can come from non-Uganda sources. So that means that provided you meet the necessary terms and conditions, your good can have inputs from multiple countries, do the processing, and still be exported to the UK. And the big benefit of that is, of course, that there is that potential for real value addition and support of intra-Africa trade, which we know is a priority for the Ugandan government. The screen would have had a case study on cocoa exports. So I'll try my best to very quickly to give you a picture of what that study looks like. But essentially it is, as an example, what you could do is obviously export chocolate, which is a processed good with inputs from Uganda in terms of the excellent cocoa beans that we have here, alongside sugar, for example, from the Ivory Coast. Both of those are either DCTS or EPA beneficiaries, and because of that, you can choose the quantity at which those inputs are provided at. So it could, for example, be 90% sugar if you like a very sugary chocolate. You could have 10% cocoa beans from Uganda, and provided that processing is done, once you export to the UK, you can still benefit from the tariff offer because the rules of origin would dictate that we recognize that good to be a product of Uganda. I'm going to go on to the quick overview of, I'm just having a look at the time. Okay, I'm going to go do a quick overview of UK-Uganda trade. So this was our wonderful example of cocoa. Okay, so as you can see, current UK-Uganda trade stands at £578 million. That's 2.7 trillion shillings. So that's an enormous amount. We've already spoken, the Minister and the Permanent Secretary already spoke to the massive gains that we've already been making in terms of progress around this trade. And I thought I'd just pick out the example of coffee. So in 2024, roughly just less than £2 million worth of coffee was exported to the UK. As of July of 2025, that's already been superseded at 3 million. So we can expect, based on the excellent potential of coffee already in this season and in this year, for that margin to be even further surpassed, which is a testament to the productivity of the coffee industry, which the Minister already made reference to. So that's just an example of the progress being made around UK-Uganda trade that we can all be very proud of. So if the first thing I asked you to remember was that Ugandan exports can benefit from duty-free, quota-free trade to the UK, the second thing I'd ask you to remember is that it's really, really important that in order to get these preferences, they must be applied for. They are not automatic, so it has to be a part of that customs documentation. And the next slide will speak to that. As you can see from this slide, as you can see from this slide, we have on the right-hand side, for the 5 top products that are being currently exported from Uganda that utilize the DCTS scheme, the majority of those are getting the preferences they should. So that's a good story. It means the exporters, the traders, the producers are all benefiting from that comparative advantage. When we looked at the data, what we did see is that for 2 sectors, one being cut flowers and one being vanilla within the spices sector, we didn't necessarily see that same level of preferences being provided to the exporter. So in the break, if you are within those sectors, come and talk to me. I'd be really keen to understand why that might be happening, because as I mentioned, it's really important that we see you getting the benefit of the DCTS scheme. Okay, so I'm going to quickly finish up, and this section is just to help you to make sure that you're able to understand the customs processes as they exist in order to make sure that you're getting the tariff on the duty-free tariff on offer. So the first thing to do is to make sure your goods are classified correctly. So you can go onto the gov.uk page /trade tariff, provide an example, provide a little bit of a description of your product, or if you know the HS code, even better, and just make sure that that HS code is the correct one for the documentation, for the customs documentation that you'll need to provide. Secondly, you'll need to make sure that you meet the rules of origin that we spoke about just earlier. And in order to do that, we have various bits of guidance to make sure that for the specific product that you are exporting, you're meeting the product-specific rules on sufficient processing. So that's the amount of processing that needs to take place to make sure you get the tariff, assuming that the good you're sending to the UK is a mixture of inputs rather than a wholly obtained good, so a single good that hasn't had any processing. And then finally, what we really need you to do is make sure that you maintain that documentation, because it's likely not needed at the point of, it will be needed at the point of entry, but it won't necessarily need to be verified. But our customs authority in the future may seek to look at that to confirm. So try to keep that, keep that documentation for up to 4 years. In terms of what you need to show that verification at the customs entry point, you can have either one of two things. You can have a origin declaration to demonstrate that you've met the proof of origin regulations, or you can use the Form A. They're essentially very similar bits of paper that provide all the same bits of information, but in a different format. And given time, I'd be happy to discuss with any of you if you have any confusion about those particular documents. But there's no real difference between them. You won't be disadvantaged if you're using one or the other. And then finally, we have a lot of resources to help you on your export journey, regardless if you're new to that or you're just starting out. So number one, of course, I'm here to speak with you all today, and I'm also contactable via our colleagues at the British High Commission. Secondly, we have a dedicated website called the Growth Gateway campaign, and that's reachable at Growth Gateway on our gov.uk website, which will provide further detail around all of the things that I've mentioned, including the customs processes, as well as case study examples, so you can visualize what it might mean for a particular sector or product. And finally, we have a visualization tool on our gov.uk page, /trading with developing countries, which again can show you a number of things. It can show you per product what the exports are currently looking like to the UK, so you can determine whether that's an area that you might want to get involved in, depending on whether you see a comparative advantage. And then per product and sector, you can also click on to find out the specific rules of origin that I mentioned before, to help you understand what the requirements are to export to the UK. That concludes my presentation. As I said, I'm available during the break, but if you remember anything from this presentation, please let it be that we have an excellent offer to support your exports to the UK, and they are tariff-free. I'm just going to ask my colleagues at the back whether we're able to get the next speaker on the screen who is joining us virtually. I'm seeing thumbs up, so it looks promising. Okay, so our next speaker is the UK's Food and Drink Attaché, based in our Department for Food, Environment and Rural Affairs. She in fact joins us from Nairobi. No, correct me. She joins us from South Africa, where she's just moved to. And we're very, very grateful to have her and her expertise. So hopefully she'll be pulling up on the screen any moment. And she'll speak to UK food standards requirements.
Good afternoon. Can you all hear me?
We can.
Excellent. While we will have some slides coming up, I'll just begin presenting now. It is such a pleasure to be with you today. My name is Rebecca Schneider, and I'm the UK's Agriculture, Food and drink attaché for Africa, covering all of sub-Saharan Africa from Pretoria, South Africa. And today I just want to really talk about some of the top tips for how to export agricultural goods and some of the UK's approach to sanitary and phytosanitary processes, otherwise known as SPS. And as many of you know, this can be an absolute minefield when it comes to exporting food and drink. And I'm really here to try to help make that process much simpler. So to begin, the top tip that I can give everyone is to just understand and know the UK rules, particularly since we have left the European Union. We've now had changes to our legislation and rules, and it's really important that exporters understand those. And all of those can be found currently on gov.uk. The biggest tip that we can also give is to first check if your product needs approval or certification. If your product does not have market access, it won't matter whether you have, tariff-free access, because you won't be allowed to bring that product into the country. So particularly with agricultural products, know whether that product can be brought in. And really proud to say that, two of the good exports from Uganda that we see exported are, cut flowers. We're seeing fruits and vegetables coming in. We're seeing aquaculture and fisheries, and we're seeing honey. So we know that products are coming into the UK. It's just making sure that that product is allowed. The one thing that we should also make sure to mention to all exporters is getting ready for the future. And in this case particularly, I want to make everyone aware that the UK has announced an intention to sign an agreement and negotiate an agreement with the European Union on sanitary and phytosanitary standards. Essentially what this would do is all the standards and changes and check rates that were then changed with the UK leaving the European Union, it would actually bring us back into alignment to simplified processes with the EU. Now, we are still negotiating what that agreement would look like. We don't know what it will include, but for future reference, that is what the intended outcome would be. So please do make sure that you're following closely to understand how that negotiation is developing, as well as what the future UK rules will look like, especially when it comes to possible alignment with the EU. When it comes to importing goods, please do coordinate with your importer. They will need to be registered for the first time when they're deciding to import into the UK, and make sure that you're meeting all paperwork and testing requirements. And ensure that you are also ensuring accurate labeling and documentation for that product. Please, always use the Latin names when it comes to products, especially when you're filling out the paperwork, because sometimes local names might not then be correct, and we might not know what that product is. Of course, you can find all guidance on gov.uk, and please also note that there is a pre-notification process for all products, which is called the IPAFS system, and that's the border control software, and you might need health certificates and associated other commercial documentation. So here you see that we have also noted that you just need to make sure that also some products might be prohibited. So for example, you might want to just check because certain rooted plants or other products might be banned, and that is just to do with health and diseases. We will also have some controlled goods, and those might meet some certain specific conditions. For example, if you're bringing in a rooted plant, or if you're bringing in a certain plant, it might have to be, power washed, or it might need to meet certain conditions. And then we've also broken it up into high, medium, and low risk categories. Anything in the high and medium risk category will need to have a pre-notification, as well as it will need to have a phytosanitary certificate with it. When it comes to low risk, you don't have to do that phytosanitary certificate, and you will not have to pre-notify. So that's really great. And then when it comes to phytosanitary certificates, those will be needed for many vegetables and cut flowers. and it also might meet some certain health requirements. I think there's some really good news story here when it comes to Uganda. Recently, Uganda has met all conditions for false codling moth. This was most primarily affecting cut flowers on cut roses. And it just shows that Uganda's plant health system is really robust in meeting the conditions that we'll need to export to the United Kingdom. And then lastly, just please make sure that your packaging meets the UK, approvals, because some things like unprocessed wood and wood packaging might actually need a phytosanitary certificate for itself. But now on to some really great news, which is that the UK has eased import rules for many products that are grown and shown in Uganda, and that you are already exporting to the UK. So, for example, pineapple, coconut, citrus, durian, curry leaves, bananas, plantains, mangoes, passion fruits, guavas, all of those are grown in Uganda and exported to the world, and they all do not need a phytosanitary certificate or pre-notification when entering the UK. And we're so excited to have so many of those products from Uganda enter the UK market. Lastly, I think when it comes to exporting products of animal origin, please just note that this is, the category that does need most kind of approvals. And so you must have approval to export any product of animal origin, and that includes products that you might not normally think of, such as honey, bees, obviously animals, so product of animal origin. Countries have to be approved before you are allowed to export those products of animal origin, and you must meet compliance with all UK requirements. And of course, just going back to that point I made around the EU, eventually, if we do sign that agreement with the EU, we would be looking to comply with EU regulations. So if you already hadn't had approval by the UK, at that point, we would switch to using EU approvals and requirements. A great news story here is that Uganda is certified to send both honey and aquaculture products to the UK. And these, you just want to check the check rates. You want to check to make sure that everything is up to date before sending those, and make sure that you have all documents for those in place. But we're so excited to have those products. And then just the last top tip is, don't lose your market access. Once you have achieved market access for a product, let's not lose it. Every year, the UK asks competent authorities, meaning the Department for Agriculture in Uganda, to please submit residue control plans. And you can see that that's everything from milk, eggs, honey, aquaculture, poultry, etc. And the two products that we get residue control plans from Uganda are on honey and aquaculture. And these have to be certified annually. And if we don't receive those from the Ugandan government, then you could actually lose market access. So to really encourage the continued sending of those products, I would always say, just please, please do make sure that everything and the information is getting to the UK government. And then just to finish off, I have had a handy tip there of how to reach the UK's agricultural departments, including the Animal and Plant Health Agency, the Food Standards Agency, and the UK's Department for Environment, Food and Rural Affairs. There are specific inboxes for both plant products and animal products that you should feel free to write your request in and ask for help, as well as please do utilize my own information that has been provided. And today the conference organizers have provided you a handout that has all of this information, including the email addresses and phone numbers, as well as a specific guide on exporting vegetables and fruit into the United Kingdom. And I do hope that you utilize those resources alongside the Growth Gateway, which the speaker Jamal had mentioned in the last session, to be able to export your goods. And now I will conclude, and thank you so much for your time.
couldn't be here, so he sends his apologies. So very quickly, Clark Farm will be 10 years old next month. So it was started in 2015. And we have several projects on the farm, but our main project of discussion is coffee. We do high quality single origin washed Robusta. And then we also have a smallholder scheme with about 2,000 farmers, and it's in the Rwenzori region. So from the farmers, we source Arabica coffee, which we buy as cherry and then process it on Clark Farm and then send it out to export. We also do agro-tourism, where you can visit the farm and learn from us, and we can show you what we do for some coffee farmers, those who intend to get into coffee. We are open to sharing a few tips. We also have a nursery where we do seedling production. It's licensed by UCDA, which is now under Ministry of Agriculture. So our aim is to make sure that we can provide quality planting material, because as someone was saying, you know, the quality of the product starts from the quality of the planting material, how you handle the product, post-harvest handling, and all of that. So I will briefly read you our mission. Our mission is to be a model farm that demonstrates exceptional farming practices, producing high-quality coffee with outstanding yields. We're dedicated to adding value to our coffee and that of local farmers through careful processing, ensuring it meets the highest standards for export. By doing so, we support smallholder farmers, enhance local livelihoods, and showcase Uganda's coffee excellence to the world. I have a few more.
Yeah, sure.
So Clark Farm is also part of the Large-Scale Farmers Association, and this is a group that brings together large-scale coffee farmers. It's in the name. And the aim of the group is to share knowledge, experiences, expertise, and market access. We don't believe in winning as an individual organization. We believe we should all work together. We are also a beneficiary of the UKTP program, which is the UK Trade Partnerships Program. I say we are because we're continuously benefiting. The program is implemented by ITC and sponsored by FCDO. So through these programs, we've been able to take on some trainings in marketing, branding, and we were also recently at the London Coffee Festival, which was extremely eye-opening for us. So for that, we're very, very grateful. I'd like to say thank you to the British High Commission and the team that put the program together and implemented it. Thank you.
Thank you. Patricia, yeah, please. No, a really excellent mission that you're clearly doing a number of things to achieve, including sharing your expertise, as well as working across different aspects of the coffee sector. So I'd love to hone in on why you chose the UK as an export market, because I know that I think you're actually exporting to a few markets. And what did you see as sort of the main opportunities in making that decision?
So the UK, initially, we've been exporting coffee to the UAE, and through the different trade forums like the London Coffee Festival, I think there was one last year and there was one this year as well, we were able to identify a UK buyer. So initially, they were interested in Arabica coffee, which is what we source from farmers, but because we're primarily Robusta producers, we sent them some samples and they were actually really impressed. So now we also supply Robusta coffee to them. In terms of opportunities in the UK, having gone to the London Coffee Festival, there is so much out there. If you get an opportunity to go to some of these festivals, so many people to learn from, as well as Her Excellency mentioned, Uganda is only taking 1% of a 6 billion market. Really, like there is so much potential there. So also, if you have a quality product, which, you know, when you say the UK, it goes with quality, then you can you can command a good price. So the prices in the UK are very competitive in comparison to some of the other places that we've been supplying.
Yeah, I'm hearing the UK is a good market. It's price competitive. You have the tariff offer, and you're willing to share your expertise. So it's brilliant.
Yes.
I guess it'd be remiss. We've asked about the opportunities, but it's good to find out a little bit more about the challenges to share that learning. So if you could share any challenges that you found, particularly, and perhaps how the UK-TP program has helped you overcome those.
So at Clark Farm, based on our contractual agreements with our current buyer, we haven't really had that many challenges, but from attending the London Coffee Festival, sorry, I'll keep referencing it. So there's a few challenges. So first of all, consumer preference. So a lot of people look at Robusta coffee as an inferior coffee. So everyone, not everyone, but most people seem to prefer Arabica. So having to try and change that mindset to say, you know, we have washed Robusta, it's good quality, it's really good, it's from Uganda. That's a bit of a challenge. Then some of the challenges I think have also been spoken about. The consistency of supply. You'll start out doing one good container, two good containers, and then it becomes a bit difficult to sustain that supply. Sometimes it's due to production issues, sometimes it's due to finance, sometimes it's also due to quality. So that also poses another challenge. Then I think the big one at the moment is traceability. And I would like to speak on the EUDR. So because some people supply coffee to distributors, which means that the distributor will receive the coffee and is likely to send it out to different countries. So the distributor then wants to know, where is this coffee, especially when you're dealing with smallholder farmers, where is it coming from? You know, was it in a deforested area? So the ability to be able to harness that data and make sure that you pass that particular certification is also a bit of a challenge.
Brilliant. And I know that one of the solutions that you've also looked at is that aggregation to support that cost efficiency when you're exporting to the UK.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Sorry, I'll like to speak on that. So yeah, to the aggregation. So courtesy of the UK-TP again, before the London Coffee Festival, we did a dry run where they sponsored a container of coffee from here to the UK, and the container had coffee from 9 producers. So we had Wash Robusta, Natural, Honey Arabica, Natural Arabica, and all 9 producers were able to put into that container, and we were able to export it as 9 people, which in the long run, if we had to do that, we would be able to share those costs. But it's also an opportunity for small producers to be able to aggregate coffee and send it as a consolidation.
Brilliant. And just to end, I guess for time, on the final question, which, given the conference is about agro-processing,
yeah,
have you been thinking about value addition as part of your export journey? Is that to come?
Previously, like the Honorable Minister said, when they talk about value addition, people automatically think roasted coffee, ground coffee. However, there's other forms of value addition. That is one of them, but there's other forms as well. So previously, when people would, when farmers would harvest their coffee, then they would sun dry it and then eventually hull that. But as we've progressed, we now can do washed Robusta, we can do fermentation methods, all of which is value addition. Essentially, you're taking the natural product and improving it into a form that can be consumed and enjoyed.
Thank you. I'm sure there are plenty of questions in the audience. I certainly have many more, but we're rushed for time. So thank you, Patricia, for that really, really insightful journey to understand how you're exporting to the UK. And hopefully you'll be around at lunch, etc., for questions.
Yes.
Brilliant.
Thank you so much for having me and for organizing this event. Enjoy your lunch.
So yes, I think we want to leave for lunch. Morris will correct me around 1:15. So yeah, time is of the essence. So I will quickly introduce our next speaker. So we have Maurice Ongwech, who's from Ugandan Airlines. He is their manager for cargo and logistics. So without further ado, Maurice, please, if I could invite you to give your presentation. Thank you. Yeah.
Good afternoon, and I stand on all protocols set previously. My name is Maurice Ongwech, and I'm a manager cargo and logistics services at Uganda National Airlines Company Limited, and I'm happy and wish to say thank you for the invitation to be part of this event. I'm here to talk about Uganda Airlines and what we do in terms of support to our dear exporters, to the UK and the other destinations that we serve on the network. I'll try to stay specific to the UK, and hopefully I can use under 5 minutes. So basically, Uganda Airlines, we are the national carrier, and the airline started operations in 2019. We started cargo operations in 2021. Our flights to the UK started on 18th May, so we are now talking a little over 3 months of operations. A lot to learn as we go along. We are grateful for the support we've had from the different stakeholders that enabled us commence this route. We've looked forward to it for quite a long time, and we are very pleased with the successes that we've so far registered. I did mention we are owned by the government. 50% shares are Ministry of Finance and 50% Ministry of Works and Transport. We operate a fleet of 6 aircrafts. Currently, we have 7, the 7th being an Airbus A320 with 3 tons cargo capacity, does regional flights for us. The Sierra J, we have 4 aircrafts. They do regional flights as well. The Airbus has a 3-ton capacity. The Sierra J is a 1-ton capacity. But I would like to point at that bird there, the Airbus A330 800 Neo. It's the equipment we operate to the UK, London Gatwick specifically, 4 times a week. We offer an average cargo capacity of about 20 tons. One thing to note about that aircraft, it is a passenger aircraft. So it's passenger and cargo, but we refer to it as a passenger aircraft. Why? Because it mainly carries passengers. We share the cargo hold space with baggage. So the volume and weight of cargo that you can carry is subject to passenger numbers. I use 20 as the average, but when we started operations to London, flights were fairly light, so we were carrying up to 29.8. That is the largest we have carried on that aircraft. Actually, we had the guys from Airbus call us, and they were amazed at how we'd managed to do that. And technically, it means we move dense cargo. Without dense cargo, you can't achieve those loads. So it's an 8-hour flight, 20 tons. We offer that 4 times a week. We mostly carry products of plant and animal origin, so it's mostly fruits and vegetables that we take from Uganda to the UK. On the return sector, we bring manufactured goods, electronics, and pharmaceuticals. So that is it in terms of the fleet we operate. We have 17 destinations. Yes, we have 17 destinations. Gatwick in the UK is where we go to. And yeah, I said 4 times a week. So all our flights are morning flights. If you come to look at the advantages that we bring to the table, we bring you a very convenient schedule. We operate early mornings, if you notice. The Sunday flight goes at 9 in the morning. For cargo operations, it means we get to receive cargo in the night when temperatures are cool. Okay? And even the positioning on the tarmac. I know a couple of us have been to the airports and we've seen cargo placed on the tarmac in the afternoon heat just prior to loading on the aircraft. Of course, this exposes the cargo to extreme weather, but our schedule to the UK has been specifically structured in such a way that All our departures are early morning, temperatures are still cool. So even the offloading and loading operations happen without adverse effect to your cargo. We offer unitized cargo. When I say unitized, you load in containers and pallets. And so this means we provide, there's minimal handling. Your cargo is not, there's not too much handling as in terms of offloading, loading a unit, then go load at the aircraft at destination, then it's removed, it's offloaded piece by piece. So because we provide bulk loading in units, there's minimal handling, and at destination, the clearance process is faster. The entire unit is given to the importer and they're able to take their goods quickly. We offer very competitive rates. I know we've been, there's been several requests to reduce prices further. However, there is a level below which we cannot go. But when we started operations, I know we expected prices in the region of $2. We came out at less than that. We had between $1.6 and $1.7. I say this publicly because our rates are all out there in the open. We don't hide our rates. We are at between 1.6 and 1.7. We offer volume discounts. So if you ship larger volumes, like we have clients who give us over 5 tons, we are able to give you certain price preferences. Now I need to also clarify that we do not block space. This has come up severally. We've been on social media for blocking space. I put that in quotes, but we don't block space. We don't offer special preferences to particular exporters. We don't do that. We are open, and we welcome all clients on first come, first served basis. What do I mean? I have 20 tons. I have customers who can ship 20 tons in one lot, as in take up the entire space. But we restrict them so we can serve as many customers as possible. Of course, having one customer take all the space means less logistics on your own part as an airline. It's also cost saving. However, because we are national in nature, we try to appeal to everybody as much as possible rather than blocking space with specific exporters. I needed to clarify on that. What else do we do? Advisory services. We have people who've started exporting. We are proud to say we have exporters who have come to start exporting green, as in never exported anything before, been dealing in the local markets, and we've guided accordingly for them to go and do the registrations with the different agencies within the country, provided requirements for both origin and destination, and then of course helped guide on pricing and how to attain competitive pricing from the different airlines. That is what we offer. I'll stick to cargo. I'll not mention passenger and charters and the others. So we have, in terms of handling practices, a lot of airlines, you'll deliver your cargo to the airport, and a container will be picked from the yard and your cargo loaded in the container. I'm not trying to be specific and point fingers, but I'm saying at Uganda Airlines, one, we clean our containers, we pre-cool them before we load cargo in them. So even when cargo gets delivered by on open back trucks and at higher temperatures, immediately upon reception at the airport, we already start the process of lowering temperature to make it conducive. Finally, I'll still get back to the aircraft. Our aircraft has very good temperature control functionality. I will say one of the best. We offer up to 4 degrees Celsius with it en route to the UK. So different products require different types of temperature ranges in terms of cool chain requirements. So our forward hold, we can go up to 4 degrees. In the aft hold, which is the back hold of the aircraft, we go up to 12 degrees low, but we have air circulation and temperature control in hold 5. So technically, we provide temperature control from point of acceptance to final destination. That is also another key factor I needed to mention. I'll not comment still about others. I like to stick to Uganda Airlines as us and the service we provide. Thank you. Looking at our routes here, we've gone there, but let me stay specific to London Gatwick. Now, I know I also need to mention 2 things. One is the quality of packaging. It's unfortunate that we don't compete favorably with our neighbors when you look at the quality of packaging of our products. I'll use Kenya as an example. when they ship their perishable products, these products go straight to supermarket shelves in the UK. I'm not trying to in any way downplay what we have. I'm so proud of what we have as Ugandans, but we need to improve on the quality of, one, the products we move, and two, the quality of the packaging of the products we move. We've come up to speed with documentation, and I'm very happy to say that when we started the UK route, we expected a lot of queries in terms of documentation requirements. We have not had any challenges with documentation and are happily operating into the UK market from Uganda. I thank you. I beg to stop at this point.
Let's appreciate Maurice, ladies and gentlemen. We were very honored, and I'm glad to share this as we head to lunch. So we had the British High Commissioner on the same flight to London with my brother Maurice. So every time they came, okay, she was in business class. For us, we were in economy. Yeah. So every time she wanted to say hello to us, she came and asked any of the air hostesses, "Can I speak to Maurice?" And they said, "Well, there's two Maurices on the plane. Which one? The cargo guy or the TV guy?" So, so that's the cargo guy. I thought I would share something funny. Anyway, we've run out of time. I really would like questions to come, but we don't have time for that. So what we'll do, Jamal and his team, not necessarily the fact that they will sit on the same table, but if you have questions for his team, feel free to sit with them over lunch. Maurice is around. Maurice, please stay for over lunch. We have a lot of people interested in getting to use the airline here in the room. But also we have, and I'm glad you mentioned the issue of standards. We have UNBS in the room. And so Patricia, the Deputy Executive Director at UNBS, is here. She will be with us through the afternoon. Again, if you have any concerns on standards, please do sit with her over lunch so you can have more conversations on certification and any other business. I will invite you to lunch. Lunch will be in the gallery, which is just straight forward in front of us. When you get there, you will be told what to do. I am hoping we can do this in under an hour. And at exactly 2:15 East African time. All right? Not any other time. Some of you may be on some other time. Please, let's return to the room. The very next session, our third session, will be starting. And mine is to encourage all of you to stay with us. We have two exciting sessions after lunch. So the next session, which hopefully we will have as many of you with us, will be how, first of all, we can, how reducing barriers to trade and the facilitation for that. But also, the session that will come last before our cocktail is unlocking agricultural potential through the media. And I'm happy today, I've seen a lot of my colleagues, people who've been with us in the media for over 20 years plus, and they're here with us to share with us their experience. But also another exciting session for me will be the walk through the climate smart jobs that the British High Commission and all partners are supporting. We have a beautiful set we've done for you on this side. That will happen in the last session. So please do stay with us. That should open up a lot of conversations about today and what we're doing. We're using the hashtag UK-Uganda Forum. If you're on social media, we have a lot of pictures there. If you want to see yourself, that would be the perfect place to go and see. And if you're sharing any of our pictures today, please do use the hashtag UK-Uganda Forum. And if you can, ask the Secretariat for access to the pictures. Our online audience will break for lunch. Please do stay with us in the afternoon. And thank you all. Bon appetit.
PASID and what we do. PASID is focused to grow Uganda's exports by 6 billion by 2028. This is quite a target. For those of you who are in exports, you know what it takes. And we do this in 4 key areas. We look at the markets and how we approach the markets. We also look at funding of exports, and we are focused on supporting companies with orders to try and make sure that they complete their orders. The other pillar is on standards. A lot has been said on that. I won't say much, but we look at trying to ensure that all our products that get into the market meet the standards. And finally, we look at export infrastructure. And today's discussion speaks a lot on agro-industrialization, and the value add are some of the key infrastructures that we need, especially to do with the labs, the warehouses, and the pack houses. These are some of the interventions that we are trying to address as PASID. So there'll be a lot more in Chairman's video, so you'll be able to know a lot more in terms of what we are doing in that space. Thank you.
Sorry for that, Brenda, but I thought instead of having a quiet room, I would use the next 2 minutes because the video should be available in the next 2 minutes. All right. So there's a couple of things I wanted to speak to. One was just checking again that URA is in the room before. Yeah, URA, you're in the room, right? URA, yeah. So when you're talking to your friends about how much money you have, don't go that side. You come this side, all right? Yeah, I just wanted to identify where they are. But in case you really have an issue with URA or you need some guidance, there you are. Your Excellency, I don't know how much conversation you've had with Uganda Airlines. Again, just to let you know, and Maurice was sharing with me, it's now difficult to get a seat on Uganda Airlines in this month. Yeah, it means that the airline is doing extremely very well. So if you're trying to get into London now, you may have to go through Nairobi, unfortunately, because we are full and because we've done a great job marketing the airline. But I also need to say this, for those of you who may not be aware, and the reason facilitating and the British High Commission is doing an excellent job doing this. For those of you who are not aware, we've done a lot of activations with different Ugandan agencies, including the airline, with different high commissions. But when Lisa joined us, Her Excellency, she was the very first ambassador or high commissioner to launch a route into her country as a high commission. That was unique. It had never happened before. So clearly the strategy worked. Yes, please appreciate the British High Commission. Please note that that included the members of the British Chamber of Commerce in Uganda, who were part of the inaugural flight, but also that there was a Uganda Airlines business forum facilitated by the British High Commission and stakeholders here in Kampala that ramped up the support for the airline. And so that has done very well. We want to appreciate including the negative publicity on the cargo that you said the cargo was pre-booked, and because that worked in our favor, everyone went again to check, and they found that wasn't factual, and it meant that there was more space for the airline. But we have in this room the Free Zones Authority, and now they are Free Zones and Export Promotions Agency, again handling the free zones and also export promotion agenda for Uganda. They are here in the room. If you're not aware, there is an expo that is ongoing. I'm not allowed. I've not been paid to mention which country the expo is, and so we will not mention. But they are facilitating that and the conversation to drive our export promotions agenda, working, of course, with the chair and PASID. Also here in the room is the different. I had mentioned UNBS, and Patricia is here representing our Standards Bureau. But more importantly is the different agribusinesses that are present here that are part of this conversation we're having. Later, and the High Commissioner will lead us through this, we will be looking at the climate smart jobs that are being showcased by the Media Challenge Initiative's Sustainable Development Goals van, which I'm sure you've seen outside. And some of you have had interviews over lunch in the van with the Media Challenge Initiative. We'll also have a walkthrough in the community exhibition, which the High Commissioner will lead us through. It's been beautifully done here to show you what's been done, and we've provided quite a bit of literature by CSJ in your folder, so please look at that. Tim, are we good? I was buying you time for the video. We good? Almost. Okay, that's JK, clearly. Then I also needed to mention the fact that later this evening, the High Commissioner will grace us during the cocktail and speak to media and sustainability, because the media clearly plays a critical role in climate action, and we want the media to continue doing that. The Ministry of Trade, who will be speaking shortly after this presentation, digital presentation, will be speaking to the Africa Continental Free Trade Area, the implementation thus far. But if you've done the numbers, you clearly know that as a continent, we're doing terribly with intra-Africa trade. And we have a lot to do, but it also involves what already the British High Commission is supporting through Trademark Africa, which is opening up our borders and being able to facilitate the conversations between the regional bodies, but also regional trade with the Trademark Africa agenda to try and facilitate one-stop border trade. So that is a conversation that is already ongoing. And Tim, we are good? All right. I could jumpstart this by inviting, maybe let's do this. Let me invite Richard Okot, our Assistant Commissioner, External Trade, Minister of Trade. Brenda, please stay with us. Let him drive us on the conversation I was sharing. And the data he will share is the latest data. Okot, I may have old data. So please come and share with us new data. Okot will be speaking to the review of the AFCFTA and any other business that the Ministry of Trade is facilitating. Is our Assistant Commissioner External Trade at the Ministry of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives. Let's warmly welcome Mr. Richard Okot.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, colleagues. Let me first start by thanking Maurice Mugisha for his in-depth knowledge about the trade sector. That is wonderful. I think you've been there for a long time. It's not the first time we are interfacing on trade issues, particularly the FCFTA. Thank you very much. Our colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, I'm reliably informed that we have had some changes in the program, and therefore have been allocated limited time than the one originally been given to me. And that therefore means I have to readjust my presentation also. Now, I don't know where the screen is, but I submitted a presentation, but I want to request that I start from why the FCFTA is very important for Uganda as a country. And I want to anchor it on the 10-fold growth strategy, because that is where we are. And starting July, we have started with the National Development Plan 4, which effectively kickstarts the implementation of the 10-fold growth strategy. So what is it that we have in the AFCFTA? Colleagues, I think you're all aware, if I give you statistics, that regional trade is very, very important for Uganda for two specific reasons. When you look at our export structure, over 90% of our manufactured products go to the regional markets. 90% without a lie. That is Kenya, South Sudan, DR Congo, Rwanda, and other COMESA states. Now, if we are talking about export of powdered milk to the Algerian market, secured, and the first consignment was already even flagged off by His Excellency about a month or so ago, destined to Algerian market. That is huge. Now, we are looking at Algeria, we are looking at Tunisia and Morocco in the North African axis. Now, in the West African states, we have already made steps, I think Brenda is aware about that, with Nigeria to secure export of certain products into Algeria within the framework, the broader framework of the African Continental Free Trade Area. Then in West Africa, the second country we are targeting is Ghana. Ghana at the moment appears to be overstepping Nigeria in terms of its role as a trade hub within the West African region. Then outside the North African region, we are looking at down south. That is South Africa, Zimbabwe, Namibia, Lesotho, Zimbabwe, and those countries are within the SADC region. And what are the products that we're looking at in terms of specificity? Coffee certainly is one. We already have a reasonable amount of coffee going into the new emerging markets of Tunisia, Morocco, and Algeria. We are looking at tea. We are looking at powder milk. We are looking at spices, pharmaceuticals, and those products that are small value but volume but high value. Why am I saying this? I'm saying this because of the logistical challenges that we have. Now, it doesn't make sense you thinking of exporting maize to Ghana. It doesn't make economic sense at the moment because of the logistical issues. Now, for you to take those bulky products to North Africa or West Africa, you need to first go to Mombasa by road, get onto the ship, go to Singapore, turn from Singapore, then turn round the western side of, the western side of the continent in order for you to connect to North or West Africa. That's a big challenge. Although there are already solutions under the FCFTA being worked out to have a permanent ship that will be going around the coast of the continent, but that is yet to take some time. So at the moment, the only product that we can beneficially export to West Africa and North Africa are those low volume, high volume products that I mentioned earlier on. Certainly, when it comes to challenges, I must confess, I'll give you the experience of Algeria. Leave alone logistics, the issue of standards. You know, the interesting thing about the African continent is that we have the Sahel section, which is Arabic, and they've got their own peculiar requirements in terms of market. First and foremost, our manufacturers, those in the dairy sector, had to undertake adjustment of their processing systems, the language aspect, because they have to label the products in Arabic, something they'd not done before. They had to introduce the LAL standard for that specific market. And of course, there is what they call the performance a guarantee, which is about 10% of any value of export that you take there. And that means it introduces another financial requirements that they never had before. And because of the time requirements, they had to process their bids looking for that money became a challenge. So we have issues to do with logistics, which is a challenge. We have the issue of standard requirements that we have to meet and adjust. Then you have the issue of labeling and all that. That comes with huge adjustment costs that we have to take into consideration. Like I stated earlier on, I think majority of our export, as it is at the moment, when you look at the value chain analysis, we stop at about 1 or 2% of value addition. Even coffee. Coffee we grow, clean, wash, and leave it at green. That is about 90% of our export of coffee. Stop at that stage. We don't do much about even roasting. And we don't go beyond the roasting. That is to come up with soluble and high quality coffee. And majority of the products that we export falls within that range in terms of value addition. So for us to be able to go further, first and foremost, we must ensure that we do a lot in terms of adding value to our products in order to be able to get the premium price that we deserve. That cut across all the products that we export. Now, for us to be able to trade as it is at the moment, we need to address and urgently address the issue of trade logistics. 90% of our exporters are small and medium. They have challenges in terms of aggregating products that are worth export. Leave alone that those products have problems in terms of sorting, cleaning, and bagging, packaging and labeling. Individually, they can't do that. So as a country, I must inform this meeting that we have a process in place of setting up a company that will be doing aggregation for the products that we have lined up for export purposes, and have what we call regional export aggregation hubs that can help us realize the quantities that we need for export purposes. At the moment, individually, we can't. In terms of logistics, we also have problems. In terms of packaging, there are problems. In terms of sorting, cleaning and grading and certification, it's also still a challenge. In terms of raising the required financing for export, it's still also a challenge. So I think I like this conversation because I see it brings quite a lot of stakeholders, those in the logistics, those in the financial sector, those in the, the media in terms of dissemination of information that is necessary to have us take advantage of this very, very important market. I'm talking this offhand because I have most of the information, but I've shared the presentation for ease of reference in case you may need it. So the issue of value chain, the issue of logistics, financing, awareness creation, the infrastructure that we need for export purposes, we still have challenges there. But we are doing quite a lot of work. We already have the strategy in place. We have the National Implementation Committee also in place as required by the agreement. We have done quite a number of training of different private sectors to understand what is in the agreement, the challenges that are there, the opportunities that they need to take advantage of. We have also been able to put in place some of the critical things that we need. At the moment, we are embarking on doing profiling of those key markets that we have identified, and also ensuring that we do the product and enterprise profiling so that we know which products we are ready to trade in and which product will go to which particular market after doing completing the market analysis, which we are currently doing. So I don't want to take so much of your time. I want to request that I end here. If there are any other questions, clarifications, I'm around to respond to them. Thank you very much.
Can we appreciate Richard Okot one more time, ladies and gentlemen? Thanks, Richard. As he mentioned, the presentation is available for those of you who would like the detail. That should also be shared. But I want the technical team now to share with us the video from the chair of PASID. And then Brenda will summarize this conversation, and then I'll invite Georgina. Please.
High Commissioner, Your Excellency Eliza Chesney, Uganda government officials who are attending this important event, and you members of the private sector, our friends who we work with regularly. When you take a young country like Uganda, where all the three levels of production are a work in progress, so from primary production, where you do raw materials, and you think of the quantity and the quality and the consistent aggregation needed at that level. And you move to the secondary level, which is processing level, where you're looking for longer shelf life, where you're dealing with transportation, logistics, packaging, infrastructure, technology, power, broadband, and things like that. And then to the third level, which is tertiary, where you brand, you design, you market, and you provide services as needed to make your product distribution easier. When you think of these three levels, for a young country like Uganda, you have to work so hard, to work with haste, and work with all allies, and combine all the three levels so that you are able to make a difference in the agro-industrialization process. We don't have the luxury of time of doing 1, 2, 3. They are all combined now for us to make a quick difference. Now, Uganda needs this combination of efforts. And this is why our Exports Advisory Committee combines hard work on market incentives, things like market research, things like local communication on media, on the markets where we trade. The initiative we take, like improving product standards to negotiate infrastructure costs for farms and provide a quick turnaround, low-cost funding regime for farms that secure export orders. This sounds a lot on our hands, but we have no choice because we are trading, we are underselling ourselves as a country. Farms cannot compete, let alone drive agro-industrial growth if we don't combine all these elements. This morning I was just thinking, remembering your wartime Prime Minister, the late Winston Churchill, who in 1941, at the time of your nation's peril, told the House of Commons that the British strength lay in uniting sea power, air power, industry, and resolve. And that when all these elements are very well combined, this is what makes a nation remain strong and win the war. Uganda is at war because we are underselling ourselves. If you look at at the numbers of our sales. When we began this effort, it was like $18 million worth of exports. We've now kind of more than doubled it, almost $30 million, but still too small. Too small if you remove the tourism arrivals, you remove the diaspora people who send resources back, the remittances, this is too small. That is why Uganda, for me, and the greater Africa, should be at war against poverty. Poverty that is driven by low-value agriculture, where very little is extracted at home, and a lot of the raw form is shipped out of the country. That's why I use Winston Churchill's quote to combine all our efforts to make sure that we can win this war. This war can only be won if we combine good thinking and actions at primary, secondary, and tertiary production. Only then can we deliver victory for the farmer and the exporting company and end poverty. So very quickly, there are three things we are doing to lessen entry barriers to the UK and other markets, especially in Europe. First is to stop blind trade by studying markets much better than we've done in the past and getting the right tastes and preferences of the consumers so that Ugandans produce that which the market really takes and asks for, not just producing for whoever can buy. Ugandan companies that we support must receive orders from buyers who understand the markets they sell in. As an example, we've been talking to large off-takers from the UK market to look at our 60 companies which we have on our supplier database and see what we have done in Southeastern Europe and use it as an example. In Southeastern Europe, we took 120 tests of coffee to get the best 4 in terms of test profiles on one product. Now, this product is doing very well in Southeastern Europe because of this work that went in terms of stopping blind trade. It is this work that we're doing in other parts of the world that gives the UK off-takers confidence that we can do the same for the large markets of London. For example, the Smithfield market that I visited about 2 years ago. Almost 150 tons annually of beef and poultry meats, where I found very few African countries are selling their meats there, and Uganda not there at all. The new Covent Garden market, the Spitalfield markets, these combined sell 40% of all fresh vegetables in London and beyond. Uganda is selling some very limited amount of aubergines, capsicum, a few which really don't amount to very good monies we are looking for. We are working harder to increase these amounts given the infrastructure reforms we are now making at the cargo section at Entebbe Airport. Our exports committee has worked very hard with the Ministry of Agriculture and the Ministry of Trade to find a way to do central aggregation at the free zones location in Entebbe so that you allow for fresh produce to get on the plane easier, quicker, pre-checked for conformity standards. For us to be effective with this, now as Uganda we have had to appoint a trade representative in the City of London and broadly the UK. We are working on setting up a trade location in Haggerston. Haggerston, I think, is in central London. This location will provide education and awareness about Ugandan products and Ugandan farms trying to make market entry into the UK. It will also help UK farms and individuals wanting to make inquiries on how to trade in goods and services with Uganda. That's number one. The second reform, the second action we are taking as an intervention to lessen barriers is a food safety ombudsman to work on our food safety standards that have often been used against Ugandan products in the UK and the EU. A Ugandan Food Safety Authority, ladies and gentlemen, is in the making, and it will allow us to get a better handle on all the chemicals against pests and diseases for crops, for animals, for plant health, and this authority will also work on animal feeds. This authority will work with our National Environment Authority to ensure better traceability of our products. My assumption is that this should make certification faster, more modernized, and easier for Ugandan or African farms operating from here, selling it to the UK. The only thing now I ask for the UK is to support us on labs, on equipment, on skills, to improve this trade environment between us and the United Kingdom. I ask you not to hike standards as a trade barrier, because today, if we are able to get you fruits and vegetables in better high quality paper bags, please do not demand glass jars. For now, because we are not yet building a glass industry. We just began a small tin industry emerging in Uganda, but we're not yet there. This is not a request to lower standards, not at all. It is a call on you to allow us to grow our capacity organically to supply these high-value markets. Because growing organically is the only way you can sustain growth and each generation of companies doing better than the last. The third and final reform we're working on and has taken root is, first of all, a joint air bridge called Uganda Airlines landing in the UK. But I want to tell you that this is not enough. It's not even cost effective for us. Yes, we get in, but I want better. The best way to work with you is supporting us on a multimodal transport infrastructure strategy and how to execute it, so that we're on land, in the air, and on the water. It helps us to get our products to you by sea, because now technology exists to keep fruits along with meats, keep them longer, keep them fresh for more than a month at sea. Now I ask that in this area, in this session, both you, the High Commission and Trademark Africa and other partners, you can do a good job to get Ugandan exporters better negotiation capacity for logistics charge to the UK market by helping us on this multimodal transport strategy and how to execute it. We are willing and ready to work with you to find a low-cost solution to the sea transport, because this is where we're uncompetitive as a hinterland country. But we're working on that. As you notice, these few things we're working on, they won't end trade barriers, even in a generation, but they give us a foothold to get to each of these markets, including you, the UK, and they give us a better handle on agro-industrialization with your support. You can see that there's some minimal increase in sales, very minimal in terms of products, coffee, fruits and veg, from 18 to $30 million. How much more can we do if we work together on services and more products? I thank you, and God bless you for all your efforts to support our exports and industrial growth as a country.
Too many notes, because Audrey had many asks, and I'm glad. You are not the only one taking notes. Anne at Trademark Africa was taking notes because the many asks. So while this was happening, our dear friend Sarah Kajingo joined us from the Private Sector Foundation of Uganda, our Vice Chair. Please appreciate her. So we will dive into the very last presentation before the Q&A session, and time allowing, we'll take as many questions as we can. But I wanted to introduce, because we're having both the virtual audience and also a physical audience, but working with the Media Challenge Initiative, we are developing content that is currently being shared. So our dear Patricia Maganda, who's at the back here, will be coming to some of you. She's identified some people she will come to. And when she saw Sarah, she said, Sarah is on my list. And then she said, of course, she'll engage peri-engineering, and we know trademark is on the list, and several of the other presenters, including Uganda Airlines. So when Patricia comes to you, please just grant her 5-6 minutes of your time. The interview is done in a mobile van, which is parked right at the front. So when she asks you, please do avail yourself. We will now turn to Georgina. Georgina, please come. She is also from the Ministry of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives, and she will be speaking to the National Trade Policy and Export Strategy. She's the Acting Assistant Commissioner, External Trade, Ministry of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives. Let's welcome Georgina, ladies and gentlemen.
Good afternoon, Your Excellency, all protocol observed. I'll be very brief, and first of all, I want to thank you for giving us this platform. As a Minister of Trade, from the beginning, we've been here with the Honorable Minister of State for Trade, the Commissioner, and some of us, our colleagues are also in the room. And I think we love the collaboration with the United Kingdom. Mine is a brief presentation on the review of the national trade policy and the export strategy, which we've harnessed with the support from the UK government and Trademark Africa. And I'll just present some of the key highlights following wide stakeholder consultations that we have had in the past, and we hope to have the final validation in October and send the document to Cabinet for approval. So I'll pick up from the discussion that we had in the morning, and before I start, just 1 minute, let me appreciate the designer for the conference. I think this is more of agro-tourism. I think we need to give credit where it deserves. From the entrance throughout the room, I think there's a lot of intellectual property that was put in this whole design. I want to really appreciate that. Most of you who have been here in the morning, you heard that Uganda is going through the process of graduating from a least developed economy. And this process started last year in March, and it will be a journey up to 2027 when we'll have the final verdict, whether we are now graduating from the UN list. So what does that entail for us? Coming from the Ministry of Trade, it's a journey for us to assess ourselves, because being a least developed economy, it implies that you may have to forego some of the preferences that you may be enjoying under the different negotiations in terms of the general preferences that we're receiving under the UK, under European Union, and under the World Trade Organization, and some preferences that we are enjoying as a least developed economy under the regional framework. However, we shouldn't also be worried. Having shown some progress in 2024, it gave us an opportunity to see that as a country we are enjoying some bit of sustainability in terms of our development trajectory, so which gives us an opportunity to keep up this pace and ensure that we maintain our economic growth at 6%, as has been seen over the 3 years, and look at other economic indicators and ensure that we do not backtrack from our progress, and also ensure that our human assets as well as other indices that are looked at during this analysis are kept in check. We do hope that as we move forward, we improve our competitiveness. Whether we graduate or we don't graduate, I think it's a journey that we have chosen to take. So there's need for us to enjoy the benefits that come in improving our competitiveness of our products, and ensure that now we also look into innovation, value addition, green trade, and harnessing value chains. Looking at our trade performance currently right now, the merchandise exports are around 8.5 US billion from 1.7 in 2007. In 2007 is when we had our trade policy, the first trade policy that we had. So there's a journey that we have taken, and it shows that we're making some bit of progress in terms of our market access for our exports. However, when you look at that in performance in respect to our imports, we are not doing well. There's need for us to close the gap and look at our trade deficit. And as the Minister and the PS of MAIF highlighted in the morning, most of our agricultural products are coffee, tea, fish, cotton, and gold, which are still dominating our export basket. And they're accounting to almost 75% of our export value. So in terms of our direction for the next 5 years, the next actually 10 years of the policy, we do expect that we will be having a policy that will be able to drive the economic aspirations of the country, that will look around regional integration commitments and trade opportunities that we have enjoyed within the regional framework and the global markets. It has also been framed around the 4th National Development Plan, the 10-fold growth strategy, as well as the diagnostic trade integration study that we undertook in 2022. So what are the aspirations within the national trade policy? Our vision, I think the vision, yeah. A transformed, competitive Ugandan trade sector that can fully get integrated in the region and global markets. If we can access these markets, we're able to impact on our targets under the 10-fold, but at the same time, we'll be able to harness incomes for our people and also improve on our economic development. So what are the objectives that have been earmarked in the policy? We are talking about strengthening the domestic market and promoting an inclusive, resilient trade sector. Diversifying our exports, which has been our core fundamental objective even in the past. Enhancing trade facilitation. We've been talking about the support that has been coming from Trademark Africa in this venture, and also building our infrastructure. Promoting digital trade. I think we cannot run away from the digital era. Looking at that, most of the farms during COVID and post-COVID have gone digital, and some of them have retained their presence in the digital economy. So it is one of those areas that we want to pursue and foster inclusivity in relation to the roles played by the women, the youth, and SMEs. The policy earmarked that in order for us as a country to harness the opportunities that come with trade, there's need for us to look at our domestic trade. There's no economy that can improve on their export potentials when they have not harnessed the domestic trade. We need to put a lot of emphasis on streamlining our business registrations, having trade order in place, expanding access to affordable finance, building the infrastructure in terms of storage and warehousing, organizing our farmers, because we've been talking about, and we've always talked about this in the past, there is an issue of the capacity for us to meet the demand in the global markets. So we need to organize our cooperators, we need to organize the processors and others in the value chain to be able to meet the demands. Promote Buy Uganda, Build Uganda, which is a key policy document that is supporting our players, and of course improving the infrastructure, the standards infrastructure. On the regional trade, like the Commissioner Richard has said, there is need for us to harness and align the regional agenda to ensure that we're now talking about agro-industrialization. You cannot talk about improving your agro produce as well as penetrating the African market when you're not aligning them to take advantage of the value chains. So there's need for us to have interventions that ensure that Uganda can focus where they have niche within the value chain and be able to export and also process their products. We've emphasized the need to invest in SPS and TBT infrastructure to ensure compliance before our products are exported within the domestic market, and ensure that we also have a national trade information system which will help farmers and agribusiness track prices, demand, and export requirements. Very important for us to have trade information. Specifically on trade facilitation and logistics for agriculture, we are talking about digitalizing our broader procedures. I know we have done a lot in terms of building OSBPs. We have some border export markets, but there's need for us to now enter into digitalizing them, building the cold chains and dry ports and inland depots, which will lower the post-harvest losses and costs for perishables. The need for customs to help us clear our goods and increase the shelf life of our exports is critical for us moving forward under this agenda. This will help our products to be more competitive and attract premium in the UK and EU markets. When it comes to digital trade and e-commerce in agriculture, we are saying, can we have a strategy that creates space for farmers to sell products online? Can we have improved digital payment systems and a broadband expansion that will connect rural farmers to markets directly and reducing middlemen in the process? So we need a unified e-commerce portal for MSMEs that could be a game changer for branding Ugandan agro products globally. So we hope to move into this direction. And in respect to inclusiveness of our key players in the export and in the trade, in businesses, women and youth, we are proposing that more interventions be done in respect to affordable finance and simplified export procedures. We need to demystify the information for them to appreciate it and also take advantage of the global markets. We need to have preferential programs and reduced barriers for women-led cooperatives to scale up their agribusiness. And of course, we don't forget issues of packaging, which the airlines has been talking about, issues of improving our products as they move to the UK market, quite important. And we do hope that we shall have a national value chain strategy that will be guiding these interventions. And we do also hope that the focus, for instance, would be, when you look at the 10-fold growth strategy, there's a focus on coffee, processing, roasting, drying, and grain milling, fruit drying, meat processing for higher income earnings. The direction was already provided and the product lines were already earmarked. On research and innovation hubs, we are thinking that for us to improve on the production, we expect that Ministry of Agriculture will be able to mobilize and ensure that our farmers have improved seed varieties, have irrigation technologies and storage solutions. This morning we are talking about smart technologies that are able to help us in this process. And the UK has already the expertise to lead us in that process. I think we should take advantage of that. Then on green trade and climate smart technologies, just to emphasize also, is that there's need for us to embrace agricultural practices, adoption of climate smart technologies, and farmers exporting to the EU and other green sensitive markets. A proposal to have a trade contingency fund that will cushion farmers from global shocks. I think that can also be harnessed if we can secure it under the Ministry of Finance. Now, discussions went into the National Export Development Strategy. Now, the strategy will be able to implement the policy. Those were the key interventions that were highlighted. Moving to the strategy and how we are going to implement the policy in the next 5 years, we needed to now take a robust look at where we are and where we want to go, and also be guided by the 10-fold as well as NDP4. In taking this assessment, looking at the interventions that are indicated there, we realize that in the tenfold growth strategy, they are looking at 9 product lines. But you remember, PS Agriculture indicated that we've been able to, I think, profile 17. If I got him right. We already have 17 product lines that are ready for export, and that they are already working on the value chains under those product lines. So there's need for us to increase and align what we want to do within the tenfold growth strategy and ensure that we use agriculture as an anchor for export. And as we know, within the program, the agro-industrialization program, you find that 94% is more of agro produce, and then the 7% is for industry. So we expect a lot to be done within the value chain under production, productivity, as well as processing. And where are we in terms of export performance and trends? We know that coffee remains our single largest agricultural export, with global demand driving growth. However, like the Commissioner said, most of it is still unprocessed. And there's need for us to harness the other areas within the value chain. But we know that most of our coffee goes to Europe. Around 80% of our coffee goes to Europe. And I think since we are leading the African market, there's need for us to harness that opportunity beyond the African market and ensure that we even go beyond. We can secure other potential markets within the Middle East as well as in Asia. When it comes to maize and legumes, there's need for us to harness the regional food security and trade. And opportunities, of course, are still there for us under South Sudan, DRC, and Kenya. But still, we need to address issues of aflatoxin and contamination to ensure that we don't have barriers to our trade. I can't re-emphasize what the PS Agriculture said on the issue of cocoa. Potential for us to move cocoa, to have it processed, ensure that I know we are making chocolate as Uganda. I'm sure you are aware that Uganda makes chocolate. If some of you don't know, you should know. We're already producing and exporting chocolate, but there is need to harness and improve our export values. When it comes to fish exports, we are taking our fish to EU, COMESA region. COMESA has 21 countries, and the Middle East. But we still face infrastructure issues when it comes to cold chain certification and expansion. And aquaculture is one of those areas we've earmarked, as the PS said, very critical for us. There's a lot that we can harness there. Horticulture, flowers, fruits, and vegetables, it's a niche for us in the sector. It's a very high potential for us, even within the UK market, but it's still underdeveloped. We hope that within the support that we have with the UK under the NMS infrastructure and the Ministry of Agriculture, we'll be able to also unlock our potential for the export of horticultural products. And then for tea and tobacco, we are hoping that we can also move into Pakistan, the Middle East, and the EU beyond the African market. So you skip that slide. It still emphasizes the issue of market opportunities for markets, which are massive. Maybe just to go to the issue of aligning our strategy with the tenfold. Next slide, please. No, on alignment with the tenfold. Yes. We are guided. We want our strategy not to be out of the NDP4 as well as the tenfold. So in the tenfold, as you're aware, the 9 products have been earmarked, and a lot of research has gone into these value chains and what needs to be done. So what we need are transformative technologies to harness that potential. So the strategy is kind of reaffirming what is in there, and we hope that we can attract investment, infrastructure investment in those product lines. Importantly, stakeholders have spoken. They want flagship programs within the export strategy. And what are they saying? Could we have an export development fund that is speaking to MSMEs, that is speaking to new startups that want to take advantage of the export, as well as those that want to be active in the sector? Could we have a fund that is able to speak to the needs of the people? So we could have that fund either under the ADB, or we can use the funds under capitalization of SACCOs. So there are proposals that are in there on the Export Development Fund. Secondly, we are talking about having a national digital export platform to offer visibility for our exporters, our producers, and also to ensure that we are able to also regulate those who are in the market and ensure that we take advantage of the digital platform, ensure traceability for our products using the digital export platform. That is another flagship program under the export development strategy. We are talking about trade corridors for Africa. There's also a proposal to have agro-logistical infrastructure that speak to dry ports, cold chain terminals, harmonized customs. And this program should be able to ideally guide government on where to put the right infrastructure. Let me talk about trade infrastructure, which is well articulated and looks at the different corridors within Africa. Then lastly, we are talking about agro-export industrial hubs. I know we do have a number of hubs in Uganda, but the proposal here is to ensure that our hubs are established in places where we have raw materials, cluster them to the cooperatives agenda, and ensure that we have export processing zones in those industrial hubs. And looking at the different regions, for instance, we have maize growing in the eastern region of Uganda. Can we have an export processing zone looking at maize, well organized with all the infrastructure? Can we have, for instance, milk in the western region? Could we also look at sesame in the northern region, livestock in the northern region? We look at different product lines and look at the different trade corridors where we can have this infrastructure well articulated and also with the relevant systems that can help us to harness that potential. So lastly, we are looking at the financing strategy. In the next 5 years, we are talking of 12.5 trillion, which is an indicative cost that involves both government and private sector. And we are hoping that we can anchor the hubs and EPZs under the national budget. And then we can look at export financing and guarantees under UDB. And then we look at the African Continental Free Trade Area Adjustment Facility, which is a fund that is supporting members of the African Continental Free Trade Area to harness potentials within the trade regime. And we can look at our budget under corridors and trade facilitation. And I know Trademark Africa has gone Africa, right? We moved beyond East Africa. So could we use the facility to push for our interventions in that area? Look at development partners under the different fields. And I think we've had the discussion with the UK on areas where we can have this potential harnessed. And then the private sector, the PPPs, and co-investment in agro-processing, and harnessing the circles and representatives on the same. So ideally, briefly, this is what we are proposing within our review of the trade policy and the strategies that we are planning to undertake. It's still open to discussion. It's not a closed session. We hope that if there are any comments that will come on the floor, we shall humbly take them on board as you guide us. Thank you so much.
I was just asking Georgina to take a seat quickly in case there is a specific question for her, and I'll invite Richard. Is he still in the room? Wherever he is, someone near Richard should make sure he comes back. And Brenda, just come and take a seat in case there's a question for Pasid. I wanted to see where the microphones are, and I know one microphone is here. If it's on, it would be nice, first of all, to start with Patricia, UNBS. I noticed in everyone's presentation, every single person, whether it was Audrey or Richard or Georgina, everyone talked about standards. So how far have we gone? Patricia is done with gray hair. Yeah, that one, that one. Yeah, I know she was looking for Patricia. Patricia is that one with gray hair. So we'll start with Patricia. Yes.
Thank you very much. Very quickly. Thank you very much, and good afternoon, everybody. Your Excellency, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, when it comes to standards, what we have done to facilitate this is the issues of harmonization. As you're aware, we have harmonized a lot of standards in the regional and international sector. The EAC is by far the only, not the only, but the best African regional group that has done a lot on standards harmonization. So ASO, which is the African Regional Standardization Organization, is using the EAC standards as ground documents. So if you're meeting the standard being nationalized, a harmonized East African standard that is being used in Uganda, it means you will most likely be meeting the requirements at the African region. And a lot of those standards are with reference to not just the product as it is grown, but value-added products. So the standards that would be needed within the African region are already available. On the international scene, we are representing Uganda at Codex, where all food standards, international food standards, more or less come to some level of agreement. At ISO, at IEC, at the international level, we have also collaborative agreements with, or arrangements with standards bodies like British Standards Institute that we've worked together with very much. The issue is to establish equivalence when you have a bilateral arrangement. What are the standards that prevail in UK and how do they relate to ours? Remember, when we develop standards, we don't start from zero. We use what is available and adapt it to our situation. So we very much know that as far as standards are concerned, we're not in a bad place. We also have the management system standards, which help exporters very much. You don't wait for the exit point to establish quality and compliance. You've got to make sure that you're doing this from the very beginning. So management system standards, simple ones like good hygiene and good manufacturing practices, the HACCP, and the ones that we have accreditation for, ISO 9001 and 22000, which is food safety. It's just your baseline information to make sure that your process is consistent, so that every time you're going, you're at least guaranteed by the time they test your product, it's meeting requirements because you have ingrained that practice, which includes these days the issue of traceability. Where is your raw material coming from? Is it coming from deforested places? Where is it coming from? Who's doing what and how are you handling it? So management systems really, really help. But I would like to end by just making a quick comment, as was mentioned by Mr. Rabogo, the issue of coming together. If we don't organize these markets, it's going to be very hard for us. And our neighbors have done so, we can learn from them. We need to meet the standards and then come together so that we reduce the burden on individual exporters. When you have these arranged areas, then the value chain can benefit, because as you go up the value chain, it's all leading to this organized way of exiting the country, and everybody will be able to gain something. Thank you.
Thank you, Patricia. Again, managing you after lunch is difficult. So my humble request is, can we stand? Because I looked around, the people who needed to ask questions, they are dozing, and I noticed they may not ask a question. So let's stand, with the exception of my panel here. Just stretch a bit. If you feel like you've, that question, is that a question or a stretch? I was wondering whether. My brother from Cashew Nuts has the mic, so yes, I'm coming to you, sir, in a sec. Just stretch, just make sure you protect your neighbor. ensure your neighbor is not, and be careful. I wouldn't want to get a protest note with the British High Commission. So please protect your neighbor. All right, please take your seats. Thank you so much. Yes, you have the mic, so I'll allow you to speak first. Yes, very quickly. And Sarah, please prepare. I'll come to you, the role of the private sector in this conversation. But yes.
Thank you very much, Maurice. My name is Dixon Tukamusi Machawaseta. I lead the Uganda cashew nut value chain. We implement a presidential directive on cashew nuts. Unfortunately, I'm not hearing people talk about it, but we are serious.
We have started. We have come from coffee. We are coming to cashew nuts.
Cashew nuts is about 40 times the value of coffee.
We are coming. We are coming to cashew nuts.
No problem. Yeah. So I am really grateful for the High Commissioner. I look at this as a new wave. I don't know where you've been. I think this last happened so many
she's
years.
just made 1 year. She's just starting. So
I know. So there is a claim. I mean, it's Uganda Agro-Industrialisation. I think you're opening a way. I can see fresh things coming forward. There is a claim in general. I struggle definitely with farmers in cashew nuts. I am happy that Perry talked about the cashew nut industrialization agenda he has for us. I'm very happy because I had everything about him. So there is a claim that Africa remains trapped in this post-colonial stuff. As you heard the Assistant Commissioner talking, he says 90% of our SMEs are the ones actually SMEs exporting, meaning there is nothing where they are disorganized. SMEs cannot do much. And there is a 1% of 6 billion market that we are not utilizing in the UK. And we are here trying to do all this much. Of course, you know, now this calls us to have partnerships which break this dependency cycle. So I'm thinking, this lady who has just finished talking, you see the whole good proposals she's giving, very good here. Now I'm wondering that if we live here with this new wave from the UK government, which is really looking at us, I have women who are struggling to do cashew nuts. And I mean, we spend the message, we give them the message, and they are willing, really seriously willing. I'm thinking we need to really approach them because, you know, SMEs, as you heard, they are very disorganized. It's very difficult, by the way. For us, we are trying as much. So she suggests these funds. Our presidential directive, of course, is recommending development partners, the private sector, you know, and all this stuff. So I'm thinking after here, isn't it better we really come up with something, maybe a written documentation, because it's hard to talk to people who do not even believe that what we are doing here is actually for them.
All right.
I'm thinking we really need to come up with something, and then we depend on you, because, I mean, you need food. Look, food is great, United Kingdom. Food, and we really feed you. So what do you think? What can we come up from here?
All right.
Thank you very much.
Good question. I think it's an open question. Your neighbor, because I gave you an opportunity last time and we didn't pick your answer. Go ahead, please.
Thank you very much, Maurice. Again, Professor Bazrake. I'm concerned, and I've been alluding to zonal farming, zonal industries.
Yes.
Which Georgina alluded to. There is a land division problem in Uganda under the policy. When we talk of zonal farming, zonal industries, we should be having a mechanism of, in part, sensitizing the Ugandans that together we can produce adequate materials for industrialization.
All right.
With the current fragmentation, we still remain peasant farmers. When you ask where are the farmers, I'm one of them, but my plantation is 2 acres. I don't call myself a farmer. To be a farmer, I lived in Europe. You know what it means. We are peasants, scratching, because we have limited land. I come from Kigezi. Nobody owns more than 10 acres. The potatoes, I was there in the swamp areas. Everybody's like Chinese rice fields. 50 by 100, you don't go beyond that. Now, when others decide to grow, others decide not to grow, you can't get that consistency, that bulk supply of raw materials. I've had even government officers saying, I have a plantation, can you come and process a fresh mushroom seed for export? When I reach there, I say, you need to be 20 of you to be able to produce a batch I want. So my question to the policymakers, which mechanisms do you have in place to sensitize Ugandans?
Yes.
That together we can create zonal farming, zonal industries that can produce adequate raw materials for a particular value chain. And together we can make better money. Thank you very much.
Excellent. All right. I'll come here. I just wanted to, yes, Haji here. And then I need to be gender sensitive. The High Commissioner is looking at me and wondering where the ladies in the room. I need to be extremely gender sensitive. Go ahead.
Yes, good afternoon, everyone. I am Juma from Agrinet, a company that's largely exporting to the UK. But I would request to shift a bit to a question I want to direct to Persuade, Madame Beatrice.
Brenda. Yes.
Madame Brenda.
Yes.
So now, personally, I've been living in the MENA region for close to 10 years. I studied there, then started doing some work there. My question is very simple. How open and willing is the government, the Ministry of Trade, Persuade, and other initiatives that are government-owned, how willing are you to work with individuals and private companies to achieve your goals? Because from my experience, these individuals here who are on the ground and the private companies have more access to knowledge, have more access to the culture, and let me say the barriers and what needs to be done practically. The government has maybe a lot of resources, has more access at the government levels, but the real work that will produce results, I believe, largely comes from the individuals and the private companies. So my question basically is, how willing are you to work with the private players to achieve those goals? Thank you.
All right, excellent. The gentleman there. Keep it short. I only have about another 5 minutes and wrap this up. Yes.
Yes, good afternoon, members. All protocol observed. My name is Daniel. I work with Hatters Coffee Uganda Limited. And my concern is everyone talking about coffee here is talking about export. And the challenge to the Ministry of Trade is we have a population of young people that we need to take advantage of in consumption of coffee. Our company is looking at how best can we encourage these young people to consume coffee as a beverage, but also for the safety of the farmers, because once the foreign market is closed, that means the farmers remain in a very funny position. So I want to encourage the ministry to look at promotion of local consumption of coffee. You can work with people like us who are really focusing on promotion of local consumption, because we have a very big market given the young people. If we can do very good marketing and work on the stereotypes around coffee, how it affects so many things. So looking forward to have a conversation with you and see how best we can be involved in this business of promoting local consumption. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. Before Sarah will come here, then Sarah will have the last word. Yes, quickly.
Thank you very much, Maurice. My name is Grace Musimami, and I'm from the Agriculture Sector Network. Was to Brenda, because we know that there has been a lot of information running around on EU bans, on new policies, and to me, when I look around the ecosystem here, I think there is a group that is missing. We have people in the value chain that are participating actively, but then the farmers and the grassroots people are not actually well represented at such a forum. And in the long run, we need to look at them through the value chain. So my issue is, my question is about how you are trying to help smallholder farmers who actually supply on large scale and the awareness bit. And then the issue on, Isaac made a presentation on UK export finance in the morning, and it was a very good discussion. But while we are looking at the opening from UK, where is the agriculture credit facility that has a revolving fund of 1.2 trillion million? Can we look at local financing for export markets? How have we brought them in, and where are these other financial institutions? Thanks to ABSA, I think he is out, but where are these other local financing opportunities for export? Thank you.
Can we? Yes, I'm glad you delivered to our chair. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Maurice, a fantastic host always, Your Excellency, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Sarah Kajingo, and privileged to lead the private sector as Vice Chair of the Board. Certainly, as one with a combined experience of PSFU for 30 years, I'll not be asking questions, but maybe just to tickle our minds. This session being one for reducing barriers and increasing market access, we need to interrogate the purchasing power of the African people and the Ugandan people for that matter. Often when we are speaking the AFCFTA, we speak about the numbers, the population, which is over 1 billion people, but what can they purchase? What's their purchasing power? Commendation to the government of the Republic of Uganda for capitalizing production at the lowest administrative unit of Uganda, which is the parish, with about $30,000. I think that is fantastic. Recently, we held an East African Agro-Industrialisation Conference, but also previously last year, Private Sector Foundation commissioned a study to understand the cost drivers, understand the operating capacity of manufacturing farms, and especially those in agro-industrialization. The results were very interesting, that Ugandan farms, and if we can take Ugandan agro-processing farms as a microcosm of the East African region, they operate at 54%. And why? Fluctuation of power. 2, ineffective demand, which means our purchasing power is still low. 3, trade barriers, and often Uganda is at the receiving end. Often our trucks are blocked, our products are blocked from access of the rest of the East African market. We have had these discussions, and we are happy that government has afforded the private sector, especially agro-industrialization, an open door policy, and we are engaging at a bilateral level with Kenya and the rest of the countries. And because our leadership as a country is very focused on integration of markets, we have had the opportunity to co-organize, convene several business summits. Our frustration is that there are so many summits every day in Kampala, in capitals of East Africa. Everybody is speaking. It is about time that we decide to do. In respect to standards, I think from the perspective of a business person, again, the issue is with delays. And we have had this engagement with the UNBS. I think it's about time to explore partnerships with the private sector, where you, for example, set the standards, and the private sector is happy to, with partners, development partners, and we are lucky that the British High Commission is very supportive of trade and agro-industrialization, to ensure that, because now the drive for industrialization has really woken up young people. And for me, what frustrates me always is that time and again, we refer to young people, women, and farmers as contributors to the labor force in agriculture. Our experience at PSFU, and I would like to share this approach, is that we take a step back. We do not consider young people and women as contributors to labor force, but as valued partners who come to the table with brilliant ideas. So you need to take a step back, co-create, listen, as opposed to lecturing. Lastly, again, speaking to market access, we are looking out for risks that really dent Uganda's image across the world. Negative media coverage. I think we really have to have that discussion. There are people who are ethical around the world, and their decision to invest, to buy, is determined by how we are perceived. The other risk is climate change. And ladies and gentlemen, business people in this room, no partner, no investor around the world will need your permission to look into your organization. Yet ESG is fast becoming global standards around the world,
Yes.
on which investors, partners, funders peg their investment decision. Lastly,
yes,
are we going to be to government, the leaders, private sector, business executives, the people, the Africans, the Ugandans, who look on as technological advancements take root elsewhere in the world?
yes.
Are we going to lead adoption of AI, generative artificial intelligence for business growth? Or are we going to be the business people, the government leaders, private sector leaders who succumb to the fear-mongering that AI is simply here to take jobs?
All right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Sarah. And I have seen two gentlemen I'll come to. I promise before we wrap this up, I'll come to you because I've seen the media saying, it's now 3:45. This is our time. And I will request the media team just grant me 5 minutes to allow my experts here to say something and speak to some of the questions. I'll start with Brenda. You had a couple of questions. I don't know how you'll do that in 1 minute. You have 60 seconds starting now.
Thank you. I think I had two questions, one from Juma and one from somebody from Agriculture Sectorial Network. I'll start with Juma. How open are you? Juma, we are very open to work with the private sector. Companies and individuals. Currently, we have a database of about 250 companies. We have profiled them. We understand their issues. We are working with them on a daily to try and make sure that we resolve, because we know that that's where we start to be able to get to the market. So you're very welcome. I'll share my contact and we can always have this discussion. We need that information because that's the way we can do better into the market. Awareness for smallholder farmers. We are also in that space. We are working with 13 sectors currently. And of these 13 sectors, we are really looking at all the value chain players. So because with agriculture exports, you need right from the garden into the the market. So we are working with all the players. Maurice, I think those were my two questions.
All right. So if we speak about policy and looking at the policy that has been shared with us, the snippets of the policy, how do we facilitate today's conversation so that we benefit from the open market that we are now getting with the British government? How do we facilitate the players in the room, the agri-businesses that are here in the room, to get into the UK market? I don't know how you can answer that in a minute, but feel free to speak to whatever data you can.
So I wanted to first add on what Brenda stated on the question of capacity building and how the policy addresses it, especially for smallholder farmers. So the policy, one of the key prescription is capacity building, and the policy looks at harnessing and promoting cooperatives, circles, and various agricultural clusters to solve the problem of fragmentation and lead to aggregation and also access to finance through UDB and programs under UDC. And also the policy looks at working with local governments so as to get to the grassroots farmers and producers. I'll let him add so that I don't take up most of the time.
Thank you, Okot. Oh, Alex, sorry, my bad.
Okay, thanks. I want to respond to one question by Sarah about the SFTA on us interrogating the purchasing power. I want to submit on two issues. One, what we are doing is to profile the markets and the products, because the strategy is not to be able to look at all the 54 countries in the SFTA at once. That's why the commissioner said we are looking at initially about 5 markets. So we want to see in these 5 markets, what are the things we can get there, what are the things we can obtain from there, because there are 2 other things which have come up in the FTA. One, we are looking at regional value chains. The way the rules of origin have been designed is that the agreement should promote development of regional value chains, where you get an input here, process it from here, and sell this product as that country, which would initially not succeed in other markets. And actually, if you look at our statistics, if I would interest you to look at 2023-2024 trade statistics, you'd be surprised that we imported worth $400 million from Mali. That's something which would naturally not come through. There are a number of countries. Why are we importing there? One, when you look at the details, the gold value chain is taking shape. Uganda now is importing gold from many African countries, doing the refinery here and exporting it. This is already intra-Africa trade, which would not happen years before, because previously it was all exporting raw materials. So as we develop the regional value chains, and this is going to extend to textiles, we are going to expand this to automobiles, and very many other products, such that we get African products in the African markets within the SFTA, supported by the rules of origin. So it's something we are looking at. So you'll not find us saying now, let's tomorrow go to Chad, let's go to Cote d'Ivoire, but everything is being taken, and we are taking very, very good cognizance of that. Secondly, if you look at the trade statistics, again, they speak volumes. You'd be surprised, Cameroon importing millions of, okay, let me take the example, Commissioner talked of Algeria. Algeria has been importing a lot of milk from Europe, because we're maintaining high barriers among ourselves while opening our markets more openly to the developed world. So what is happening within the SFTA is that as the tariffs break, as we harmonize the custom procedures, as we remove the trade barriers and so on, markets are going to open. Things which were initially easier to import from outside the continent are becoming more easier to source from within the continent, and this is going to open up a lot of opportunities. So we are taking cognizance of that. Thank you.
Thanks, Alex. Georgina?
Thank you so much for the questions, and maybe to just allay the fears of the gentleman on cashew nut. The PS Agriculture in the morning told us that they have looked at, I think, above 17 product lines. So maybe you are looking at the 9 covered under 10-fold and there's no cashew nuts. Please do not get worried. We can have the conversation with you and move forward on that process and support the women in the value chains. It's not a closed discussion. And then on the bit of zoning and frameworks, I think that is a flagship project that we have embarked on in the strategy, and we will develop a program around it, and we can have further discussion on it moving forward. We can unpack it. And for the youth and the people in the coffee industry, and I think the best way now to look at domestic consumption of coffee, we have the Buy Uganda, Build Uganda framework. We can work with you with the Department of Domestic Trade in the ministry and see whether we can have strategic interventions in that moving forward, with support also from Ministry of Agriculture. We can still have that conversation with you. And it's something that we thank you for raising, and we can work with you on that. So, and lastly, maybe on the the bit of appreciating the purchasing power for our economy, I think those are things that we need to discuss in detail, unpack it for us, so that we can analyze the entire economic dynamics related to the purchasing power and the productive capacities for our industries to be able to produce beyond the 54% that you're talking about, and ensuring that we address issues of NTBs. In fact, the minister today he was here in the morning. They have a bilateral with Kenya on NTBs. Last week we had a meeting on the technical team. Now it is going at the ministerial level. So we are looking at strategic bilateral meetings addressing specific issues. I know these are systemic issues that have happened in the region, and it kind of gives us a setback, but I think we should not lose hope. We should continue our engagements and see that we secure and maintain our market access within the different forums. And we appreciate your comments on looking at the women and the youth as core actors in the process, not as vulnerable people. I think let's take that on board. In most cases, we all look at women as vulnerable. We always look at the youth as vulnerable. And it's the trajectory everywhere. So maybe we need to change the narrative, and the women can spearhead this discussion. Because recently they are talking about now the men and the boys being vulnerable, because we have empowered the women. So it's a kind of a balance that we need to create over time. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Georgina. Can we appreciate the team, ladies and gentlemen? Brenda, Mabel, Alex, and Georgina, you can now take your seats. I promise the two gentlemen I'll come to you. I'll find time for those questions, and we'll ask whoever you're asking or your intervention to be spoken to. I want to transition to what is going to be a bit more exciting. This is different, and the only person that might speak to this is towards the end would be Matthew, but that's for the Q&A session, and maybe time allowing those other questions to come through. So stay with me, please. Your huge reward is the cocktail at the end of all this, right? So let's start, and this is us going into the fourth session. So let's start with the conversation on unlocking the agriculture potential through the media. I want to appreciate all the media partners who are in this room. A lot of the editors, as has been our character from the time we joined the newsroom, is we sit at the back. Are seated at the back, but these are media editors. These are very important people, and we want to appreciate you. The stories we read, we hear, and watch, as Sarah said, shape the narrative and our understanding of the world and how we respond to it. Allow me quickly ask you to turn to the screen, and the technical team, I hope you're ready with our taking the stories back to the community video that is shared for us from InfoNile. So, technical team, please.
For this particular project, the Climate Smart Agriculture Reporting Project, we partnered with Climate Smart Jobs to do capacity building of journalists in northern Uganda and different media houses that are in northern Uganda and West Nile, in order for them to report on climate change and climate smart agriculture. We later had to choose these stories in order for them to be taken back to the exact communities where these stories were told. We do these exhibitions so as to follow up on the stories that have previously been done, to get to understand from the farmers, do they feel like they are well represented? Do they feel like, have there been any changes from when the stories were done? We engage all the stakeholders. In this case, we engage the farmers, we engage the private sector organizations, we engage the community members, the local leaders, the experts in the agricultural sector, mainly to get their commitments, to get their learnings, even their own solutions, in contributing to in the adaptation to climate change.
Journalists are putting things into newspapers, they are putting things into radio, but it's important that we know these stories, do they make sense to farmers? Do they make sense to communities? Do they show the problems they have and the solutions? So it's been really interesting today to see the journalists coming to the communities and showing their work to say, we have done this, what do you think? Is this your life? Does this help you to respond to climate change? So this has been really positive.
The refugees, they are using optimized land model approach to maximize production.
What the practice normally is collect data, go and write the stories, and that is where it ends. So the community doesn't get to appreciate what the information we collect actually, but then this is a different approach. The stories are collected, taken somewhere, we process them, and also brought back to the community to say, this is actually the picture right here. Fair to say, not every story can depict the exact picture of the community. So they're also able to give us feedback and say, no, look, we're actually doing better or we're doing worse than the story that is.
This time around, I had to reach to the farmers, and I have learned that very many farmers are really struggling and doing it for them.
I think my own opinion is that this opportunity is for journalists to reconnect with the community. A journalist may have spoken to one farmer, but when we get back to the community, we have more farmers seeing the stories. This, for us, will be a learning experience. That, oh, I think there's another way that's beyond the listening to on the radio. What if we have an expo and we showcase many of our works we have done with farmers to interact and bring other stakeholders to interact with our communities.
You say she planted tomatoes as flowers, and this has helped her to use a small land and get much.
One of the constant feedbacks that we continue to receive, but also that we received very loudly during our inception period for climate smart jobs, was a resounding voice from these smallholder farmers saying that they would really love to hear back what we do with this information that we collect from them. So partnering with Info Now on this, taking stories back to the community, it allows us the ability to actually come back and close that loop in terms of information.
This partnership has benefited us in so many ways. First of all, we've been able to partner with it has broadened our scope of the networks we have of journalists in northern Uganda, that is Lira, Arua, and Gulu and its environs. We've also been able to work with the private sector organizations, one arm that we previously did not have. From the reporting of these stories, we've also benefited from the Climate Change Reporting Award by ACME, where we were first runners up. We've also been able to get a climate change reporting grant that is rolling out soon.
I've been in multiple platforms where smallholder farmers are engaged at scale. I've never seen it done by media. I've never seen it done in the format that it is being done. That is something that we need to find ways of preserving.
Journalism should not just end in the media houses. The stories they write should not just end on the newspapers, on the radio, or on the TV screens that they share. It is important for them to go back to these communities and get back their feedback, get back their solutions, get back their thought processes, any new developments, and even their recommendations for what can be done.
Having more media houses go out to farmers, go out to readers, go out to listeners of their radio shows and say, these are our stories. Does this reflect your life? Does this help you? I think that's good. So I think doing more things like this would be really positive.
Thank you very much. As I ask Matthew to make his way closer to the High Commissioner, there is a QR code. Please put back the QR code. It would be nice you had already done that. So there's a QR code we want your survey on. Feel free, because we'll move you a bit in batches. We want you to see part of the exhibition before the next part of our session. So the exhibition teams, please make your way there. The microphones will come. We need 2 microphones there, just in case some of our exhibitors have questions for each of the exhibitors. The QR code is for your survey. You can do this throughout the next session. You could do this even after, but we want you to scan it so you have it in your search engine. Matthew, please do pick Her Excellency with Sarah and the team from the Ministry of Trade to be the very first people to see the exhibition. The rest of us are allowed, but let's allow the High Commissioner to make her way first and get a bit of explanation at the first stand. And then in about 2-3 minutes, we can all start moving in because you will be allowed. We only have about 15 minutes to do this. So in 15 minutes, I'll get you back into the room for us to complete our session. But we can only understand this session better if we see what the team at CSJ has done. And please allow for all the other stakeholders to join them. So scan the QR code, share with us your survey. Brenda, you could join. It's easier for you to move with the team than wait for the next team, because everyone else will get a moment to engage with the exhibitors. It's not a long tour, it's quite a bit of a short tour, 5-6 minutes. You should be done and move around. We'll allow for a live feed in case Her Excellency is asking questions, or any of the people visiting the exhibition. If you have a question, you can ask on the mic so that everyone else sees what's happening. We'll allow for the live feed. At least there should be a camera in there. So, cameraman, yingira muri. So that we see what is happening. People don't say, it's private. No.
Appropriate and is moving with the requirements of what is required, not just for local consumption, but for markets like the UK, which we are prioritizing in the work that we are doing. So please, I invite you to take a walk, see what these stories are, and engage with them as effectively as you can. Thank you. Yes.
Post-harvest handling. It is a big problem for farmers, majority of them in the rural areas, where they grow crops, but at the end of it all, most of it gets spoiled because of the poor post-harvest handling. So particularly for this farmer, these two farmers here especially, the other one is called Kasura Jamal. He started fabricating machines that threshes maize, soybeans, and then rice. Because most of the farmers in the rural communities, they thresh their food crops on the ground. So there is high chance of, most of the food, getting wasted. But when he started bringing out that innovation, following some training that he got in partnership with the Climate Smart Job, so they started fabricating the machines. One is started by a single thresher, and then he upgraded to, a multi threshing machine. So it works on about 3 crops. So you can put there soybeans, you can put there rice, and then you can put also maize. So he started moving with it to the community, especially in Noya, where majority farmers, are large scale, and then also the small scale farmers. So he hires them out at a very small rate, and it has worked out for the farmers. So as you can also see here, this is what the challenges we found on the ground. That is how they are drying out some of the harvest. And because we are talking about, contamination with the grounds, so these crops here, they start building molds, and you end up that, they are damaging people's health, or even you don't have a good market for it. So such kind of innovation, this particular gentleman has been providing, training for these farmers. So now when they have harvested their crops, instead of threshing it on the ground, now they hire this machine at a very affordable rate, and now they have a very good market. The quality of the food is also good. So which means you fetch a lot of money when you're taking it to the field. So yeah, and also they have adopted good farming practices. This particular gentleman is about 20 kilometers away from Gulu town. So he used to broadcast his crops. But after gaining knowledge in good farming practices, he started growing them in lines. So this helps a lot to bring out the quality and also gain much more harvest. All these ways that they are trying to gain the quantity, but also the quality of the food.
Stories, doesn't it? And also just seeing how different parts of the community can work together.
too. So I talked to a few farmers where they are off that if production continues as they expect, perhaps they will be getting 50 million every season from each acre of cocoa field that they have. The only thing we realized that initially in northern Uganda, people used the product from beans they burn to make ash to make local salt. But as we talk now, some of these cocoa farmers, they are decomposing it to become manure so that they reduce on demands on using the industrial fertilizers to local manure to improve production, as you see from Jue. And this is something promising, and from my look, the farmers are doing much. Maybe the government have to support in 4 things. 1, access, roads, because when you go to Labuorumo, where Wilfred Jue is doing his farming, it's about 4 kilometers from the highway, but accessibility is a challenge. 2, extension services. We got one farmer, she had challenge of how to control termites in our field. So she was using unscrupulous ways, but I think extension services is needed much in this. And the last one, market, because most of them are getting the pods when it's ready, they eat as fruits. The seeds, which of high value, they have limited skills in making it, processing until it reach market.
And done. Very well done. And I know him. He does not only tell stories, but he actually does the work. Thank you very much. Commendation.
So I think as we move to the next group, what we wanted to contextualize with this work that we're doing with the media is that.
Thank you very much. My name.
Oh, sorry, just one. In as much way as it is important that we are doing this work with individual farmers, but also farmer groups and aggregated farmers, it is important that to widen the reach of what is happening with other smallholder farmers, that we partner with media. So the UK has invested into building the capacity of our media houses. So maybe one of the questions you can talk to these journalists about is that a number of them were actually doing like religion reporting or political reporting, but after having gone through significant training, they've gained the confidence to talk about climate change, to talk with smallholder farmers about climate change and its impact on their farming, and to also engage with their local leadership around climate change and how it's affecting their agricultural practices. So it'll be good to sort of hear some of those stories.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Tracy. I'm a journalist with Radio Mega in Gulu, Northern Uganda. So I did that story. This is one of the farmers group found in Northern Uganda. It's called BINAP's Business Solution. This farmers group, it's a group of 9 people. Like the eight of them are women, and then the others are the men. So this group, for quite some years, they have been into agriculture, but you know the land in Northern Uganda, some parts of the land for quite so long, people have been doing agriculture and farming, so the land doesn't yield, like give them much harvest. So the land is not so much fertile, but every year the farmers could use a lot of money to do farming. So this BINAP's Business Solution, it's a group, they are here, these are the group members. I decided to take back the story to the community. So I went to the community themselves. They are doing goats breeding as another alternative of getting income besides farming. So they said they decided to do goats breeding because for years they have been using a lot of money, but they were not reaping so much. So they decided to do goats breeding, and they were supported by one of the group called Palladium. They supported them with some 8 million, and one of the agricultural group that supports farmer. It's called Palladium. Gave them 8 million shillings, and then 52 goats. It is a crossbreed. 52 goats. 50 of them are the females, and then 2 are males. So they said this time we should try goats breeding. So they started in April this year. They started, after the group gave them the money, they constructed the goats' house. These are the shade for the goats.
To publish these stories?
The one I did was for radio. I went and talked to the people, the challenges they are facing, the challenges they have been facing before, and then why they think goats breeding will help them to change their challenges. So I talked to them. After when the story came out, I took back the story to them, and they were so happy. Like seeing their stories like this and then being broadcast on air, they were like, that was so great. And they said this is going to change their life, like as a group, because they're doing it as a group. So they were so happy. They said they didn't know that they could do two, both goats breeding and then farming at the same time. Yeah, since they were being disturbed so much by climate change, they said at least doing 2 things at a go will help them a lot as farmers, as smallholder farmers.
Thank you. I think that's really inspiring.
You're welcome.
The next one, yeah, exactly. Is there another? Go to the next one. Yeah. So we're going to.
Hello. Yes, you're most welcome.
Does this one really describe this one?
Yes, you're most welcome. My name is Rosemary Anena, a journalist based in Gulu. Yeah, I did these stories from Nuaya district and Gulu district. Normally when I'm asked, I tend to start with this story. Why? Because this gentleman is called Arthur. He's an extension worker. But then, being extension worker, you have that opportunity of reaching out to farmers. But then, after 2 or 3 years, during their evaluation, he realized that those farmers whom he was educating and training, their lives have really improved. But him, the extension worker, he has remained the same. So in 2018, he made a decision to relocate from Western Uganda to Nuoya. And he bought 80 acres of land. For us in Northern Uganda, we have land. So he bought 80 acres of land, and he planted pineapples in 14 acres, chili in 14 acres, plantain in 7 acres, and then the rest of the acres he was using for goat rearing. It's also what I've learned. Most people think that pineapple don't grow in northern Uganda. That is not true. This gentleman has really proved us wrong. Another person who also proved us wrong is this. He's called David Lukung. He's based in the Gulu district, Omelu sub-county in Gulu district. And this is matoke. Yeah, most people think that matoke don't grow in northern Uganda, but our farmers in Gulu, actually, they are doing wonders. Yeah, so this gentleman is doing the 4 acres model, the one that President Museveni is always emphasizing about. So as a journalist, what have I learned? I learned that interacting with these farmers not only gave me a chance to learn, but also it has really inspired me. Yeah, I've never done farming in my life, but I want to give it a try next year. Why? Because I believe, being a journalist, I have access to these farmers. I have access to service provider and those whom I think can be of help in terms of giving me advice, when to plant, how to plant the spacing. That's why I'm really so inspired, and I want to take up farming next year.
This is really great, and it's great to hear how it's helped journalists like you, talented journalists, be inspired to report on something. And there's great stories, right?
And then maybe also another thing that I don't really want to forget is the climate smart jobs. We are partnering with the service providers like Sova Seeds to give farmers access to quality seeds. This particular crop you're seeing is soya. For us there in northern Uganda, we normally grow soya, but then the quality matters. Previously, we were doing the Max Soy 3N, but then we realized that those seeds are of low quality. And when you're selling them, a kilo goes for 1,000 to 2,000. But then this particular variety, which is Max Soy 6N, a kilo is going for 4,500 to 6,000. So we also want to appreciate the climate smart jobs because they are changing the lives of our farmers. Yes.
I can see how, as a journalist, you've become expert. We're going to see this journalist become a farmer as well. So tell me, one of the things I'm interested in, so as a journalist, you see that this is an exciting story. Our farmers, our smallholder farmers, they want their story to be told. Communities learn from each other when they hear about these new techniques and approaches. How easy is it to get your stories placed on the radio, in newspapers, and with media houses? Because that sometimes is the challenge. We need the demand from that end too.
Well, earlier on, I introduced myself as Rosemary Anena. I'm a journalist with Radio Ruping. I also write for New Vision. At New Vision, we have every Friday we publish farmer stories under Harvest Money. So it's okay for us at Vision Group. It's easier when we do their stories. It's always out. It's always published. It's always aired, and we always they always get the feedback, or we always get the feedback. And we also at Radio Ruping we have a program for farmers called Acham Kwaka. Literally, if I'm to introduce, if I'm to translate it in English, it's harvest money. Yeah, you eat from, you reap what you sow, right? Yes.
Thank you so much.
Please. Do you keep the seed? Like, do you have the seed when you want to plant again?
Yes, they do have the seeds. No, this lady actually last year when she tried, she got 1.5 sack. The demand was high, so she sold all of it. Then she reached out to this gentleman and bought he bought 9 kgs. which he planted in an acre. Yes, and okay, sometimes they don't keep the seed because of the demand. Yeah.
Just to make sure.
The share story. And the share, okay.
You're welcome. So, Robert, this is shea nut tree on the background. Shea nut is a very interesting tree in northern Uganda and part of Africa. You find that this tree, most of the work to get the oil, the butter, is predominantly done by women, like collecting the beans, the fruit from the fields, to removing the pods, drying, then roasting. After roasting, then you cold press or you pound locally. This is how the women from Pade district are doing. Then after roasting, pounding, you let it cool, then you sieve or you filter before packing it and ready for sale. So these women have changed their lives in this, because at the start, they used to locally do this and sell in the local market. At the roadside, people used to enjoy the butter during traditional ceremonies like marriage. But today it has gone to market outside Uganda. Even they are packing. And they are happy because it has helped them to achieve basic financial ability, because after packing, they bring to Kampala. You may one day buy, I don't know. Okay. Yeah, so all these processes is transforming their lives. The only thing is that the first tree, the traditional species of shea, would take between 10 and 15 years for you to start harvesting. But of late, there has been modification. Of which between 7 and 8 years you can start harvesting. Meaning, for me, I need 7 years to start harvesting this on my farm if I'm to plant. But majorly people had been harvesting from the bush as just bush trees. But of late in Pako sub-county, between Pade and Adilang, there's already a farm of about 2 acres where they are growing shea. And I believe in 5 years, these ladies may start experiencing challenges, because if the trees in the forest are done and you don't have where you've planted, meaning you may not have this. Yeah.
Sorry, if I can quickly supplement to his story, there are a couple of things that are happening with what we are working on shea. First of all, we're trying to protect the shea trees that are there, because a lot of it is being chopped down for charcoal. And so because people see the immediate value that they get out of the charcoal compared to the continuous value they get out of the nuts. So we're trying to promote the nuts in a way, and one of the critical things that CSJ is doing with UK support is to the establishment of the Nilotica Shea Association of Uganda, which is then meant to allow the exportation of shea nuts into Europe with a specific focus, obviously, from our buyers of the UK, but more widely into Europe. So we are very much the beautiful bit about Ugandan shea, whilst the quantities are smaller compared to West Africa, that Nilotica is not common. West Africa does not have it. So it's the the texture, the quality of it, and the oil of it. So when you're talking to exporters or importers, sorry, out of Europe, they'll tell you that they would rather import this Nilotica shea before they import the other. Yeah, so it's quality, and then also this is a more straightforward way of engaging women to directly benefit from the incomes coming out of agriculture, and it's easier to set up women around this and get more women to actually benefit from the incomes that come from their labor.
One of the bits that's come up in conversation, and Sarah, you mentioned about co-creating with women and women as a source of innovation ideas. We're really interested, and we've had some conversations with Aceli Africa and others about unlocking access to agricultural finance, because obviously you hit a stage where you can't grow, and I'd love to see some of these women-led businesses really be able to access capital and grow eventually. So yeah, that's great. Yeah.
And we are working with on that. We are looking at a pipeline that is coming out of the work that we're doing on market development, going and feeding straight into what Aceli is doing in terms of its TA package, and providing that capacity uplift for smaller businesses that need a bit of capacity uplift before they can access finance, because there's always what I call the Mexican standoff between development practitioners like myself, who are saying we've got a lot of small businesses and farmers that need access to finance, and my finance colleagues that are sitting here from UKF and others who are saying we've got a lot of money to give away, but none of these institutions or individuals can access it because exactly, or they're just missing some basic things like basic accounting tools, basic management tools, basic things that allow them to actually just be able to just cross that precipice of getting into access to finance.
If I can give an incentive to everybody here, just on women-led empowerment. So I'm going to post something later, but actually the UN FAO did an estimate about what would it take if you close the gender gap globally, particularly in this type of business. And from a GDP point of view, at a global level, it would make a difference of $6 trillion. Can you imagine that? $6 trillion. So actually, to all the men out there that feel worried about more women going into business, I say unlock the potential for the benefit of Uganda and beyond. And there's so much potential here. But thank you for bringing this story alive, Robert. It's really interesting.
If I can ask a question.
Yes, sir.
Again, Professor Waznak is my name. This is an outright case of zonal farming, zonal industries, or industrial hubs. When you look at this, the women are struggling. This is still rudimentary technology. What arrangements have you made to create, to make a group that can help them acquire machinery and run away from this rudimentary method of processing?
One, this group of women, they have now established themselves into an association, a cooperative group, which brings women dealing in shea nut from Pade district, Kitgum, part of Agago, and Lamour.
Yes.
So they collect all the beans together and they make the butter and they sell. But they feel incapacitated, as you question, because what they have, they cannot afford to buy high quality machine to process their shea.
What they can't afford as individuals can be achieved by making them into a cooperative and helping them to access financing with a legal framework. Yes.
It's okay.
But I think if there's anything you can take away from this engagement is that you are talking to journalists and not extension workers. But these journalists are sounding like extension workers. All these are journalists, and that's the most significant change that we are saying about what we are doing. Yes. Yes.
Sorry. All right. I will request Matthew. Matthew, you have 2 minutes to conclude then. We need to get the High Commissioner back in the room. So Matthew, you have 2 minutes to conclude with that.
initiative on their subject. I would think if they, you know, aside of them almost looking like extension workers, they also look like farmers themselves because they're on top of their facts and their data, which I think is really incredibly exciting. So.
Yeah. So the reason why we did this training is because we realize that journalists write stories, but most of their stories are only focused on current issues, political affairs, etc., etc. But we decided to train them on climate change reporting so that they can be more knowledgeable, like build their capacities on accurate and credible climate change reporting stories. So the benefits, some of the training topics we focused on was we focused on multimedia training. There was photography, use of photos like you have seen, taking the videos. We also trained them on data journalism. A couple of their stories have data. We also trained them on inclusive reporting, that is gender, women, and refugees. Yeah. And then some of the benefits that we have gotten is that among the farmers that we interviewed after, majority of them reported that they have been taken up a couple of the models that were exhibited, a couple of the practices that were shown by other successful farmers, and this has shown increase in their productivity, and that is therefore an increase in their income. Yeah. Fantastic. Thank you so much for coming.
All right, I will invite everyone back into the room. We can take our seats, please. Those who are still at the exhibition, it's available in case you have 10 to 5 minutes, 5 to 10. You can always pass there before we head to the cocktail. So welcome back. I'll ask that we take our seats on the exhibition. Let's ensure the mics are back so the technicians can ensure that all our mics are back. We want to appreciate all of you and all the exhibitors for a great job done. Please note that CSJ has provided a booklet within the pack. You can look at what is being exhibited and all the other works they have put together, supporting sustainable solutions for Ugandan smallholder farmers to respond to climate change. So can we appreciate the exhibitors, ladies and gentlemen? Give them a round of applause. All right, thank you. I'll ask exhibitors, please, if you ask my people to come back. Maybe also getting the exhibitors back into the room will ensure that everyone comes back. We have a set of videos we would like to show you, which is really the innovations by our media partners, the media here in Uganda, who have been able to innovate around climate change innovations. And these innovations are clearly labeled out, and we would like to share with you. We are calling them Climate Smart Jobs Media Innovations. So I want to request all the other guests who are still in the exhibition. I know it's exciting to see something especially you relate to, but please come back into the room. We would like to start, and I would like to run these videos when we are all here, so you don't have to miss out. Exhibitors, if you can come back, I guess the guests will then come back. Matthew, you need to help me with this part, and I think he has gone back. Matthew, please get me back, my people. I left you with my people, you have left them behind. Let's get all the people back into the room, please. The exhibition is available even after we finish this session. The only difference is that there will be a cocktail you might miss, but you can do a 5 to 10 minute as others make their way to the cocktail. So welcome back. Our very first video, or maybe before we run to the video, do we still have the QR code for the survey? Do we still have that? Can we share the QR code? If you had moved out and you didn't scan the QR code, you may need a QR scanner. And please scan the QR code and share with us your feedback. You can do that through this session. We would like to get your feedback on the forum, and we're making a case for why we need another forum. And I know Ralph and the team, you know, I'm wondering, what is he saying? Anyway, so the very first video we want to share with you, and these videos we are sharing are really what we are calling our Climate Smart Jobs Media Innovations. The very first innovation we would like to share, and those of you who've been to the exhibition, you will see some of this, is the climate change desks at the Nation Media Group. Can we have the very first video, please?
It was one of those partnerships that on the one hand was to help us learn a bit more about the science of climate change, how to report about it and its impact, particularly locally, because there's a lot of it impacts from other parts of the world, but not enough from the local. So just to improve the quality of knowledge within the room and then subsequently improve the quality of the reporting that we're putting out. You know, there's a lot of abstract information about climate change, but then the work that CSJ was working with smallholder farmers to try and take this big global thing and try to locate it in the life of a groundnut farmer or a maize farmer in northern Uganda. That was quite interesting.
Now the impact is, of course, there is a climate change desk. It exists, a set of reporters who previously probably were interested in the environment. And they thought they were climate change reporters, but they were not. But at the end of the partnership, we know that we have people who understand climate change. And that became also a result of training that was funded by CSJ. It was a 2-day training. And then we had a session on ideation of stories around climate change. And that forever left everybody who participated more informed. CSJ has given us consultants who have spoken at length on the issue of climate change, and we have got to understand actually the technical parts of climate change deeper than the basic things that we knew. So in a nutshell, I can say that the partnership with CSJ cannot leave us the same. Absolutely not. In as far as appreciating, understanding, and reporting about climate change.
What look like niche subjects, so climate change for instance, the more you report about them, the more you understand the entry-level science, etc., you begin to see connections with other things. You begin to see things with food security, with social justice, with inclusion, with livelihoods, with gender. At the Daily Monitor in particular, have had stories on the cover that maybe 10 years ago would never have had, because it always used to be something political, you know, something from Parliament.
It's an issue that should be taken up not only by national media. We happen to have size and will and now capacity, but imagine that the way you see, for example, Uganda, HIV became an issue not for only one media house. All media houses talk about HIV, and then it became a big deal. And everybody, wherever they are, they knew that was an issue. Climate change will be the same.
The partnership itself, you know, we hope it can continue because it was a bit of a pilot. So lessons have been learned, I'm sure, on the CSG side. We've learned lessons. We would want to kind of lock in a longer term partnership so that we can dedicate people to upscale their knowledge and then have a pipeline, so create permanent products where this material is coming out.
Climate change is a contemporary problem that is affecting us globally, nationally in Uganda, but also the local communities. For communities and the people to address climate change, they require climate information, accurate climate information, and usable climate information that they can be able to understand, interpret, and use to come up with solutions to the challenges that they face. Most of the people and communities access climate information through the media. But the challenge is that what we tend to see in the media, whether on TV, print media, is somehow not accurate. Some information is distorted, some information is incomplete, and some information is very complex and cannot easily be understood by the users at the grassroots. It was an opportunity that the Climate Smart Jobs program funded by the UK was ongoing, and we were able to partner with Paradigm to come up with a training of the media on how to cover and report climate change to the public. We want the journalists to know the science of climate change so that they know what climate change is and what climate change is not. Secondly, we want the journalists to break down the climate change reporting and use a language that is simple to understand for the public to understand. We want to see journalists influencing policy. We would want to see the journalists reporting on actions that have been taken to talk about where the funds are going and whether they are actually bringing about impact on the ground in terms of building climate resilience and improving livelihoods. We have the personnel, well-trained personnel in climate change, in climate science, but we have also a school of communication, of journalism and communication. So we blend the climate change specialists and the communicators so that the trainees get a holistic and integrated training, not only in climate change, but in climate change communication. This is a self-paced course, an online course. It is the first of its kind for the journalists and at the university. So it's an opportunity for the journalists to attend and follow this course at the comfort of their office and their work.
I'm very excited to be here to present the new Climate Change Reporting Award, which has been created with support from the UK government.
For the Climate Change Reporting Award, the winner is Martin Amaiko from Radio Simba.
We believe strongly that recognizing and rewarding good journalism is one of the most significant incentives that you can provide to achieve improved quality in the reporting and coverage of public affairs. The introduction of a dedicated award for climate change in the Uganda National Journalism Awards has had a significant impact in terms of generating interest among journalists and media houses. The entries that are very specific to climate change have increased when we pioneered this category a year ago. And that trend, we really expect that trend to continue. We expect a lot more, even greater attention and interest in terms of actual increase in volume of coverage across media platforms. We have seen, for instance, significant positives, especially around context. Because one of the biggest issues for journalism is that a lot of things get covered, but without context. And context is very important if you really want to improve how public understanding of any issue, if you really give it the proper context. From the evidence we have gathered, the reporting around climate change does very, very well in terms of providing perspectives, and perspectives actually come through sources. A lot of the reporting we have tracked around climate change since we started this program with CSG brings multiple perspectives, and that is a very, very important factor in quality reporting. Partnerships like the one we have with the Climate Smart Jobs program matter because we believe that journalism is a public good. So when we find partners like the CSG program coming on board, by doing that they not only improve how climate change is covered and reported and presented to the public, but also they all help to improve the foundation of journalism. As the African Center for Media Excellence, we are committed, even when the CSJ program leaves, we shall continue with this award, the Climate Change Reporting Award for media institutions and individual journalists. We shall continue because we think it's very important. It's important for journalism, as equally important for Uganda.
At Media Challenge Initiative, we are working
to create a humane and healthy media ecosystem that puts people and the planet first. Climate change is not a distant story because it affects both people and the planet.
Working with CSJ on this project has enabled us to combine technical knowledge on climate change with the power of storytelling and local radio. You find that we've been able to cooperate with different stakeholders. We've worked with different experts under climate change, gender and social inclusion, radio content production, as well as journalists from the different communities in northern Uganda that we are targeting.
I think this will help our people see different ways, smart ways of doing agriculture.
This drama is really so important for Yumbe because it is now a changing point. People had poor farming methods.
The model we are using of radio dramas is anchored on our conviction that journalism and media belongs to the community. And the best way, or one of the best ways to take journalism close to the communities is through radio dramas. A big percentage of Ugandans get their information through radio.
nanyoka byali bikyoli kandi byona birahirire kurungi nibinsinga omulenyi kandi bwokurura binyeebwa byange byona byakibabe kandi birungi
muhogo yange eteyire kurungi n'omugusa gwange ndalala gwona gurayira owayagambire akatega kataito tikaine mugaso ndewe.
To be a good farmer, we are moving to climate smart agriculture. Therefore, we have to go to modern technologies.
Climate smart farming is everyone's role, everyone's responsibility. So it means a lot if I'm participating in creating awareness to the community that I'm serving.
As a farmer representative from Arua, it is going to play a lot of roles in educating people on grassroots.
The feedback has been quite encouraging for the farmers. They have been able to share with us that these stories or this content feels like their own content because then it gets to have the characters that reflect their struggles and hopes. But also, it's not just theory, it feels more practical for them to relate with and also is actionable for them as smallholder farmers. And also, most importantly for us, this positive feedback only confirms that localizing climate change content is very impactful and sustainable for communities in Uganda, especially for northern Uganda.
With creative innovations, and all the key players captured in that video are here. We have, of course, Makerere University, the Nation Media Group, ACME, and I saw the executive director here. MCI, we did see the executive director here. I mean, the head team lead. And we really want to appreciate all of you for what you're doing. And we were calling this the, climate smart jobs media innovations in telling the story differently and championing climate action. All right. So it's really an open mic. I'm happy to ask all the questions, but if you have any questions for Matthew, Matthew is going to take any questions. There's a couple of questions by the Matthew. It's good my elder had already started this conversation. So Matthew, I'll begin with his very first question. Michael asks, because this is really a generic question on innovating new value chains. This is let's go. I'm looking for the one on media because these were many. The others, yes. Maybe I should give you the microphone. That even becomes easier. Microphone there. It becomes easier for you to frame your own question, and it's easier for me to manage you because if I read the whole document, we might slip here. So I'll start with you, Michael.
Thank you very much. Michael Tebere, Director for Government and Partner Relations with Kijani Forestry Limited. We are a private sector company that has been innovating on new value chains and bringing new products or inventing new products from new value chains from old products like charcoal, for instance, biochar for another, and all that. So ideally, I'd wanted to say that this, as part of what we are doing to review the national trade policy and export strategy, would be to look at these reinvented value chains. How can we put sustainably farmed charcoal on the export market? When we trace the charcoal that is being smuggled out of Uganda in trucks that have brought containers and taken them to DRC or South Sudan, they are going back with Ugandan charcoal into Kenya. Where does that charcoal end up? Some of it ends up in the Middle East. Why don't we formalize such trade and we produce a new export product for northern Uganda, which has the comparative advantage in producing biomass? Trees grow very fast in northern Uganda, by the way, thanks to good rains and high temperatures. So we are looking also at new products like biochar, how our farmers are able to begin producing biochar and using it. Okay? The value comes in from not just the usage of the biochar, but the carbon credits it generates.
All right.
This is a 21st century product. How are we going to develop this value chain for reinvented new products, or new value chains for old products, and then a new product like carbon credits?
All right. Thank you very much. There was a gentleman there. It doesn't have to be media related. I'll get someone to answer that, but I still want to focus on Matthew. So go ahead.
Yeah, thank you very much. My name is Amos Moesije. I work with Church of Uganda Family TV. The question or the observation I had is related to what he has just said. Sitting through here since morning, I listened to the PS of agriculture describing an ordinary farmer where 4 men dig a piece of land for 7 days.
He was very categorical. 4 Bachiga men. 4 Bachiga.
4 Bachiga men.
These are not your friends from Central. Yeah, no.
You.
These are Bachiga.
No, thank you very much.
4 days on 1 acre.
Yeah, 4 men, 4 Bachiga men, 7 days opening an acre of land. And then later on he said an average acreage is 1.7. So my first wonder was, is that an issue now? Because if somebody can do this in 1 week, or 4 people in the family can do this in 1 week, is it an issue? That's one observation. Then secondly, having listened through the day, I was wondering, as we discussed agro-industrialization, I was trying to put the people behind agro-industrialization to faces to the people. I didn't seem to see very clearly who these people are. Whereas you are talking about the Ugandan economy, you are talking about peasant farming, you are talking about zero net. I was here taking some notes. Zero net output. Who are we dealing with here? What helped me a great deal was that when we went outside there, I saw shea nut, I see the charcoal value addition. Then I could see sense in talking about Ugandans and an average Ugandan. So I'm happy that the British Council is promoting both ends. But I think what he's talking about as a separate private initiative needs to be mainstream if you are helping Ugandans. It's an observation. I can stop here.
Thank you very much. Matthew, let's probably begin there. It's the unique storytelling. And you know, I know Perry Engineering is working, and I know the cashew nuts people are happy because they're beginning to mobilize cashew nut farmers to be able to know what to do next. Because there was a mobilization to grow cashew nut, and now there's some communities that are stuck with what to do next. And so how can we tell the story differently so that the Muntu Wawansi who he's talking about is captured in our narrative, but also we are able to let them know what to do in the value chain, the entire value chain that we are speaking about. How can we do this? Because you have media editors in this room, you have media owners in this room, and they're clearly going to be your champions.
So I think you'll notice that the value of storytelling is that you are able to take something that sounds very technical and jargony. I was laughing, lightly laughing, not too much, at the experience that we just got with this quick round of tour that we did, which is that a number of people actually lost track of the fact that they're talking to journalists, and they thought they're talking to agriculture extension workers, and they are asking questions to them that are very technical about agriculture, and the journalists are actually answering a lot of the questions and answering them well. Maybe here and there, maybe missing one or so critical points, but getting it, and that is the whole aim and objective of what we're trying to do here. So. With the support that we're getting from the UK government, what we thought was very important and unique about the approach that we're doing in terms of engaging smallholder farmers into what President Museveni calls the cash economy is about making sure that whatever they are doing is able to be scalable. And how do you reach scale? There's no way you can reach scale without engaging with the mass. And how do you engage with the mass? The work that we did in the inception of the project that we're doing on climate smart jobs told us that the bulk of the farmers that we work with in northern Uganda get a lot of their information. Number one source of information was radio. The second source of information was communal leaders and religious leaders. The third source of information then starts to be split up and splintered from extension workers to newspapers to TV to different roadshows and other engagements that happen. So you then realize that if you want to reach smallholder farmers at scale and you want to incorporate them to do agriculture in a way that actually leads to trade and that leads to export and that leads to them actually getting cash for their agriculture, recognizing that of this 70% of the economy that is working in agriculture, there's also another startling statistic which talks about over 70% of that 70% are women who are providing labor and who are participating in agriculture. But then when you then think about this, their stories around their participation in the share of incomes and in the active participation in the actual markets, whether it be input markets, service markets, or off-take markets, you see that percentage significantly drops to below 30%. And so you start to think, how do you tell stories that are able to empower women, smallholder farmers, refugees, with Uganda being the country with the largest population of refugees in Africa? How do you tell stories that start to incorporate and draw on all these sidelined or marginalized groups that make a massive difference to how agriculture is done and bring them into the cash economy? I'll stop there.
Thank you, Matthew. We have editors in the room, so feel free to ask the questions. We have a hand there on the right. Any other here? I need to support you so I know I'm not running out of time. Yes. Keep it short. Yes.
Thank you. My name's Wambi Michael. I'm a veteran journalist. I work with Uganda Radio Network. Her Excellency asked a question out there, and I believe our colleague didn't answer it well. How receptive are the media houses that you are taking these stories to? I think there's still a big challenge, especially upcountry, not just in northern Uganda, because these are privately owned radio stations. They were established partly to make money, but the money is not there. And reporting agriculture or climate change, telling an agriculture or climate change story is expensive. It requires resources, it requires time, which most of the resources are not there. So if we are to tell these stories, Your Excellency, I would suggest that yes, you've given us what we have, but we need more.
All right.
Because of, we need more training. From where I sit, actually, the stories that are still come in
yes.
are still very half-baked.
All right.
And because they are half-baked, you cannot,
you'll not get published or even the mileage.
Lastly, I always I tell positive and the negative stories. And I would have loved that while the journalists went out to tell these stories, they should have told the other stories too, because we should have brought the voices of those farmers also in this room, because the experience of the farmer now is so different from what is being, we are told a positive story. I've been to communities where you find, okay, you are promoting goat farming, but goats are moving with 3 legs. Why are they moving with 3 legs? Because of ticks. Anytime you try to extract a tick from a goat's hoof, that's already a problem. And farmers don't have any solution. There's no extension going on. So journalists need to bring out those stories, because if they are not told, then we are not helping these farmers at all.
All right.
So we need to tell the negative stories too. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was very insightful. The gentleman here. I will ask my executive director at ACME you will have to speak to, he's raised, some critical questions, and you deal with journalists on a day-to-day basis. Before I come to Matthew, it would be good for you to say something. Yes.
Once again, good afternoon. This goes to the media house. Yesterday, I was in a...
Your names, please, and then...
once again, I'm Collins Tugume from Outspan Agri Exports. This goes to the media house. Yesterday, I was in a certain workshop at Enterprise Uganda, and there was something that was brought up that when you're exporting to Europe, let's say any country in Europe or UK or the US, those people have a perception whereby they take Africa to be a country. If something wrong has happened in Nigeria, they will say it's Africa. If something wrong, maybe if there is something wrong like in Uganda, and maybe somebody from Kenya is trying to export something, they will try to take Africa as a country. And we had a discussion whereby they were like, how can we use the media to portray a good picture of maybe a Ugandan product, to make people gain that confidence, whereby when somebody talks about Uganda, somebody is willing to come and invest in Uganda. There was an example that was given that you'll try to count how many American projects have been funded in Uganda, and you'll not get more than 5, because those people are more scared of investing in Uganda. So how can the media try to paint that picture whereby anywhere you go, even if you speak about Uganda, somebody is willing to come and maybe buy a product from Uganda, invest in Uganda, do business with Ugandans.
All right.
Thank you.
Yes, here. Oh, nice. Finally, we have a lady. Yes. Here, the 2 ladies. Then I'll come to you, George, before I come back to Matthew. Yes.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
My name is Michelle Apio. I'm representing Kwezi Coffee Limited, a women-led exporting company. We deal in exportation of coffee in all its varieties. My question is about certification. I was asking how we can easily obtain certification. For example, the organic certification, fair trade, and forest alliance, because we looked into it as our company, and they're a bit costly. So wondering how you guys would come on board and help us. Thank you.
Right. There.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening.
They
are looking forward to the cocktail. You can see where the energy levels are. So apologies on their behalf. Yeah.
Such Joan Nawendi from the agribusiness lead at the Federation of Small and Medium-Sized Enterprises. Mine is not really a question, but an appreciation to the journalists and encouragement. I've liked the stories, and actually, I wish in every workshop, at least for the stakeholders here, in every workshop, at least we try our best and get at least the journalists like Matthew to have such an exhibition, because it communicates a lot to to the SMEs, and I suggest that you bring up stories that are also the photos and stories that are related to the people who are in processing, not really basically the farmers, because recently I had a question and I posed it to the team at the Federation. I told them, what has the private sector, what are our efforts as the private sector to mitigate climate change? I told them that's a pending question, because SMEs do the processing, but they don't mind so much about that area. But the journalists, I suggest you also go into that direction to the processors. You bring out the photos in every workshop, try to access the workshops so that people see the visuals.
All right, and especially their waste management, huh? Yeah, and how they manage their waste. George at the back.
Thank you, Maurice. I'm George Lugalambi, from the African Center for Media Excellence, one of the partners for the CSJ program. I think I just need to emphasize the point that stories really do matter. And I think, Sarah Kajing also mentioned that point, that we actually lately we've seen really some very strong evidence that indicates that even investment decisions, a lot of investment decisions, whether, DFI, global investors, they make decisions on where and when to invest, really depending on the perception they have of a country. And a lot of those perceptions, in global media, are very much informed by the stories that they read about. And so a lot of our work at the African Center for Media Excellence, really, like many of our partners here, is about really telling stories and telling them well. And on subjects like, climate change, we always emphasize, that the journalists that live the story. And it was very interesting what Matthew said, that the journalists that have gone through this program, are beginning to live these stories. When the passion with which they talk about these issues, you even forget, as he said, that they're journalists, and you begin asking them technical questions. And they're becoming competent in answering, those questions as best they could. But I think for us as media is to really, really invest in telling stories, and we know that it costs to do good journalism, to be able to access, the people who are out there, the communities, all the discussion that we've been having here, to be able to connect policy with actually what is happening on the ground, look at those value chains, the decisions that are made, the decision-making process up to a point where these exports really happen. There's a lot of stories that are happening in between, and those stories really need to be told and need to be told well. And the journalist who jumps, and we always tell journalists that be focused. You can't be covering 10 things. Today you are covering, this and that and that. You can't be focused. And this alone, the discussion today alone, is almost an entire discipline for you as a journalist. If you invest your time and effort in understanding these issues and going back and reading up on them and accessing all these experts, and what I think the CSJ program does, and what at ACME would do ultimately, is to look out and recognize and reward those journalists that do a good job in terms of doing really constructive reporting around climate change. So really investing in storytelling for all the partners here, the business or development partners, really investing in good storytelling will make a lot of difference.
Thank you so much. And I like that part, the final part, investment in good storytelling. Let me just say, maybe, for the benefit of our journalists, that UCC is issuing new guidelines for licensed broadcasters. There will be demands for broadcasters to share their book of accounts. There are demands now for the payroll of your staff. There is demands now for them to actually know who you employ and what's their qualification. And so that will answer a lot of the questions we have, because it doesn't make sense for you to keep asking for a license 15 years down the road when you've never broken even. So they're wondering, how are you able to facilitate your staff and do business in this country? So it's an ongoing conversation. It could address a lot of the issues. Over to you, sir. I was trying to help on some of the issues.
Thank you. Thank you, and I appreciate that. Well, and thank you for thinking of me as a journalist. I wish I could claim that honor. Maybe I'll aspire to be a media owner, maybe. I'm much more on the core face of agriculture, so I'm way more on the production side and the marketing side of agriculture than the reporting on it. But I'll tell you a very quick story in 30 seconds that I hope explains why what we are doing here matters. I come from a country which I will not mention, which is not Uganda, obviously. But this country in 2008 went through a reputation of we were going to buy bread with wheelbarrows. I think all of you immediately know. Now we know. Exactly. And from this same country that I come from, we got the reputation that we had kicked and banned out a certain group of people from farms. Anybody knows what that country is? Yes. Okay, good. So I don't need to say what that country is. We all know. That's the impact of journalism in how stories are told and how you get to scale with things. And that's why it's so important. We found I've lived across many countries. I've had the privilege of living across many countries in the world. But one thing that is unique about what we're doing here in Uganda with the British High Commission is having this opportunity to, in the lifetime of the project, not waiting for when there's negative or positive results at the end to then tell a story, but telling a story from beginning to end of that story, being able to experience that journey together with the farmers and with the agribusinesses that are working and supporting those farmers and walking that walk with them and telling their stories as they experience them. And so there's no hiding, there's no manipulation, there's nothing. The stories that the journalists choose to talk about, as far as we are concerned, journalists write about anything that they are seeing in the field about agriculture and about the impacts of climate change on farmers that are working in agriculture, on businesses that are working in agriculture. They are able to aggregate those voices and also highlight and sift through the important issues that need to go to the policymakers, as it were, so that they know what to prioritize that is affecting farmers in an impactful way. There's a question on certification for smallholder farmers. We are doing, away from this, we're doing a project on project designing around carbon markets, specifically for agroforestry and biochar. And with the financial support coming from the UK government, we are expecting to launch and certify 6 carbon projects, which is a massive investment. So that's already a contribution towards certification. We are also in discussions with a local UK company because for exporting to the UK, the most common trade certification that you need is Global GAP. And the company that we are talking to, so please grab me during the cocktail if you can, and we can talk. But if farmers can be aggregated into groups and can be in large enough groups, this company is willing to pay for the certification of these farmers on Global GAP. So please, let's talk. And I'm sure there's multiple other companies here that I'm not talking about that are doing similar work that might open up space to go into markets, especially the UK market. And thank you again for the comment on stories on processing, stories that move away just from smallholder farmers, but are able to incorporate and draw in processors and are able to draw in that one step removed from the core phase of production. Thank you very much for that suggestion, incorporating it, talking to our media houses that are here to, I'm hoping they're getting the feedback. We've got media owners, we've got editors here, we've got journalists that are in this room. We're hoping you're taking the message home. You are hearing that, please, whilst the stories on farmers are good and important and exciting, can you also tell stories of the agribusinesses that are behind those farmers? With this also will be my last charge to the agribusinesses, as I also set up Your Excellency, Lisa, who will be speaking to us at the cocktail. I wanted to just do a rallying cry to all the media houses that are represented here, either through owners, through editors, through journalists, to say look at what we're trying to do. Number one is a whole set of the UK-Uganda partnership that is happening, but more specifically, in a selfish way, as climate smart jobs, come spend a bit of time with us. Let us tell you the stories that we are seeing. Let us show you the innovations that are coming from the grassroots that are solving the problems of smallholder farmers as it comes to climate change. And one of the biggest success stories that we are hoping you can track and tell a lot more stories and get a lot more people engaged with is around aggregation of smallholder farmers in a commercially viable way through something that we call commercial agents and farmer group enterprises. So we invite you to come talk to us. We've got a few members of our team in this room that can explain it to you in a bit more detail. You can engage with it because if all things work well, I'm a very pessimistic person. I leave room for failure, but if everything works according to plan, we expect that the way smallholder farmers are engaged by the private sector in northern Uganda is just about to be transformed through the support that is coming through what Climate Smart Jobs is doing. So please talk to us, and looking forward to engaging with you at the cocktail. Back to you, Maurice.
Matthew, please don't go anywhere. Just quick interventions. I'll come to you, Sarah, last. I'll start with Doreen. Microphone. Doreen from Uganda Free Zones and Export Promotions Agency. It's now quite longer than it used to be. Yes, Doreen.
Yes, it is a mouthful, but very necessary. Thank you for the introduction. Doreen is my name, and I work with the Uganda Free Zones and Export Promotions Authority. We've been talking about telling stories. I felt that I would be cheated if I leave this room without telling the export development and promotion story that the government of Uganda is trying very hard to promote exports, but also develop exports out of this country. One of the interventions is, as you've heard, the name of the authority is Uganda Free Zones and Export Promotion. So in the element of free zones, we develop and regulate free zones. So for those who are not familiar with free zones, they're basically geographic areas that are gazetted. And anything that comes into that place is tax-free for as long as you are adding value, you are configuring, you are processing for the sole purpose of exporting. Basically, government is saying if you are manufacturing or processing for export, you're not going to be taxed, okay? And that is at production, meaning you can process and export your products to the UK or anywhere else at very competitive rate because you have been able to produce at lower cost. But also, there are those who are not in free zones, but they are manufacturing or processing for export. So government has also said that those are also going to be facilitated, and we are the authority that you can talk to because we will tell you which markets you can go to, what you can sell there, and how you can get there. So I am here and we can talk further. Our offices are at 6th floor Communications House. And government already pays us. So we are here to work for you. Come and we talk and let us see how we can facilitate you to export to the UK and even other countries. Thank you, Your Excellency, for providing for us this avenue to talk.
Excellent. And Sarah, we have, I just request we'll have a photo moment, Your Excellency, before we go down so we can have some photos to share. Sarah here, then I'll allow for, yes, Sarah, then I'll see whether my time allows me for another question. Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Maurice. As you all know, I'm the team leader of Soft Power Communications.
She's also part of us.
Which runs Soft Power News, and we're a credible news site that has made its name on positive stories about Uganda, agriculture, tourism, name it. But this is an exciting afternoon, Excellency Chesney, because we've seen live how journalists can help make agriculture more appealing to especially young people, from uncovering hidden treasures in hybrid business to climate resilient input. We have seen it this afternoon, to people engaged in goat breeding in Gulu. So we are thankful and we extend our gratitude to you. Thank you very much. It's been a long day. We are all looking forward to the cocktail. Thank you.
Excellent. I have no problem taking the question or a comment. Go ahead.
Good evening, everyone. It's actually not a question. Excellent. No worries. It's just an addition.
Yes.
Actually, you know, everyone is talking about goods, the trade, and all that relations with UK. My name is Monica Amono. I'm from Africa Global Logistics, and we are actually an addition to Uganda Airlines to export whatever that you're producing. I would feel cheated, and you would have been cheated if you don't know that there is an option for sea freight and road freight to the UK. So we are globally located and situated. Hoping I'll meet you all at the cocktail. I'll tell you more. Thank you so much.
I hope you've carried the business cards. We will need a lot of those. All right. Matthew, you have the last word. I'm done.
Can I say something quickly?
Yes.
Yeah. I'm Steve Hodges.
My apologies. I hadn't seen where you are. Please.
Steve Hodges with...
You've been here since 7 a.m. Clearly, I would never say no to you. Yes.
Steve Hodges, COO at Afrashamba Ventures, which is an export company. We are about to finish a building in the free zone at Entebbe Airport, which will be a pack house for processing, for packing, sorting, 7 cold rooms. We're going to have the ability to palletize for both sea and air freight. We will open around the end of October. So if you're interested, and we'll not only be able to process what we grow on our 3 farms, but we'll be able also then, I think, to help others as well. Thanks.
Thank you. You've helped me with the critical problem we had in the very first session. We never had enough time for that answer, and you could have supported us when we were wondering about the cold chain issues. Thank you so much. Again, he's available over the cocktail. I'm not so sure how long he'll be there, but you know, he like me are a bit old. We will not be there too long. All right, URA, you clearly are always the last man in the room, but it's okay.
Thank you very much for this opportunity. It would be absurd for me to go without telling the URA story.
Not tax holidays, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes. With me here is a booklet on the tax incentives available to the sectors.
Yes.
Most of the equipment we are seeing there is in this booklet.
Yes.
It is tax exempt. Government has a very generous tax exemption regime for persons engaged in farming, agro-processing. Most of the equipment you were actually displaying this morning, there is a lot more that is in this booklet. We also have an understanding of what comes in from the UK. So it's a very big opportunity for us as URA to showcase what we have in our incentive regime. So government supports this sector. We can access these hard copies. I have a few of them here, but on our website, on the URA website. Please type in, or in Google, the normal search engine, a guide on tax incentives available to investors in Uganda. You're going to find all these incentives available. So please take advantage of this generous government tax regime. You'll be able to access these items in Uganda tax-free. I submit.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Matthew?
Yeah, so my task is very quick and brief from my team who want to kill me for not mentioning certain things. So let me quickly wrap up and say whether you be Uganda Airlines or you be any exporter or importer, you need to work with media in a clever and useful way. We are providing the platform by doing 5 specific things as CSJ, which you can engage with. And so for the media house people that are in this room, we are doing something around Climate Change Report Award, which you saw through ACME. So we are sort of providing the carrot for media to report on climate change. But we are also working hand in hand with Makerere to develop a course that is now about to be launched. I think, if I'm not getting it wrong, in September, it will be launched on climate change reporting. That should help anybody that is working in communicating in any way, whether you are a journalist or anything, to talk about how you communicate climate change in the various spheres that you are. We are also working on engaging content creators. So we know that journalism has evolved. Whilst there's traditional journalism, there's also now content creators that are putting stuff on TikTok, LinkedIn, X, wherever you fancy, and get your social media and consume your social media. So we're intentional. We are formalizing the training and the absorption of the knowledge around climate change. We are also trying to work with a number of media houses to set up climate change desks, because we know the importance of having climate change desks in terms of getting them to be in terms of getting climate change reporting to be prioritized within media houses. But more importantly, we love this innovation that we've just shown you around taking stories back to the community. The one thing that we could not tell because of limited time is the usefulness that we got. I think you saw Ralph and I speaking at some of these events that we managed to join, but also the farmers really engaged deeply with journalists, and a number of the journalists that you saw here are able to answer accurately because they were already grilled by farmers who said, but that's not my story. You told it in a different way. My real experience is this, but okay, yeah, this problem, but how do we solve it? And they've already sort of pre-grilled them before you got the opportunity to grill them. So would love to partner with a lot more media houses, with a lot more journalists, to try and make sure that climate change, which is a big threatening factor to whatever we can do around trade and export in agriculture, to whatever we can do in terms of agro-industrialization, is prioritized, is put on the center stage. We are hoping to wow you one more time when we go to the cocktail, because we're going to show you another different way and how we have been engaging with communities in northern Uganda around telling their stories, but also building up their capacity and knowledge. So we shall leave that as a surprise and leave that hook in for you to come and join us. And more importantly, for you to listen to your Excellency's remarks on this, but also for you to get a drink and some finger food. Thank you so much.
Can we appreciate Matthew and the team at CSJ, please? Thank you so much. You can take your seat, Matthew. We are really not sitting anywhere because we are living. You've been seated far too long. I really want to appreciate everyone. We still have a packed room, and I'm not so sure it is the cocktail, but I hope it's the conversations that we have been having through the day. Lots to take away, but I really want us to join our colleagues at the British High Commission in appreciating them for organizing this forum. Can we appreciate the Commission? Thank you so much to the team, and we appreciate putting together this insightful discussion, and all the panelists and speakers in the morning and in the afternoon and later this evening. Thank you so much, our partners and everyone that had an input into the forum, the very first forum on agro-industrialization. It's been exciting. We want to appreciate the agencies that have stayed with us through the day, and everyone that's been part of this conversation, including our members of the Fourth Estate. We have a cocktail where we are honored to have our High Commissioner speak to us. She'll be speaking to media and sustainability, and she's extremely passionate about this space. She's done a couple of media tours, and I know herself and the team are still doing these media tours, so it will be an opportunity for you to pitch why she needs to come to your media house during the cocktail. So I want to welcome you to the cocktail. On your way out, the team will lead you to the cocktail area, and let's have the conversations and the networking continue. Shortly, as soon as we're all set there, we'll ask the High Commissioner to speak to us, and then, as Matthew said, we have a special package for you immediately after her speech while they're at the cocktail. Thank you so much. See you at the cocktail.
For this particular project, the Climate Smart Agriculture Reporting Project, we partnered with Climate Smart Jobs to do capacity. For this particular project, the Climate Smart Agriculture. For this particular project, the Climate Smart Agriculture Reporting Project, we partnered with Climate Smart Jobs to do capacity building of journalists in northern Uganda and different media houses that are in northern Uganda and West Nile, in order for them to report on climate change and climate smart agriculture. We later had to choose these stories in order for them to be taken back to the exact communities where these stories were told.
We do these exhibitions so as to follow up on the stories that have previously been done, to get to understand from the farmers, do they feel like they were well represented? Do they feel like, have there been any changes from when the stories were done? We engage all the stakeholders. In this case, we engage the farmers, we engage the private sector organizations, we engage the community members, the local leaders, the experts in the agricultural sector, mainly to get their commitments, to get their learnings, even their own solutions. Their own solutions in contributing to in the adaptation to climate change.
Journalists are putting things into newspapers, they are putting things into radio, but it's important that we know these stories, do they make sense to farmers? Do they make sense to communities? Do they show the problems they have and the solutions? So it's been really interesting today to see the journalists coming to the communities and showing their work to say, we have done this, what do you think? Is this your life? Does this help you to respond to climate change? So this has been really positive.
The refugees, they are using optimized land model approach to maximize production.
What the practice normally is collect data, go and write the stories, and that is where it ends. So the community doesn't get to appreciate what the information we collect actually impacts. But then this is a different approach. The stories are collected, taken somewhere, we process them, and also brought back to the community to say, this is actually the picture right here. Fair to say, not every story can depict the exact picture of a community. So they're also able to give us feedback and say, no, look, we're actually doing better or we're doing worse than the story that is pictured.
This time around I had to reach to the farmers, and I have learned that very many farmers are really struggling and doing it for them.
Yeah. I think my own opinion is that this opportunity is for journalists to reconnect with the community. A journalist may have spoken to one farmer, but when we get back to the community, you have more farmers seeing the stories. This, for us, will be a learning experience. That, oh, I think there's another way that
It was one of those partnerships that on the one hand was to help us learn a bit more about the science of climate change, how to report about it and its impact, particularly locally, because there's a lot of it impacts from other parts of the world, but not enough from the local. So just to improve the quality of knowledge within the room and then subsequently improve the quality of the reporting that we're putting out. You know, there's a lot of abstract information about climate change, but then the work that CSJ was working with smallholder farmers to try and take this big global thing and try to locate it in the life of a groundnut farmer or a maize farmer in northern Uganda. That was quite interesting.
Now the impact is, of course, there is a climate change desk. It exists, a set of reporters who previously probably were interested in environment. And they thought they were climate change reporters, but they were not. But at the end of the partnership, we know that we have people who understand climate change. And that became also a result of training that was funded by CSJ. It was a 2-day training. And then we had a session on ideation of stories around climate change. And that forever left everybody who participated more informed. CSG has given us consultants who have spoken at length on the issue of climate change. And we have got to understand actually the technical parts of climate change deeper than the basic things that we knew. So in a nutshell, I can say that the partnership with CSG cannot leave us the same. Absolutely not. In as far as appreciating, understanding, and reporting about climate change.
What look like niche subjects, so climate change for instance, the more you report about them, the more you understand the entry-level science, etc., etc., you begin to see connections with other things. You begin to see things with food security, with social justice, with inclusion, with livelihoods, with gender. At the Daily Monitor in particular, have had stories on the cover that maybe 10 years ago would never have had, because it always used to be something political, you know, something from Parliament.
It's an issue that should be taken up not only by national media. We happen to have size and will and now capacity, but imagine that the way you see, for example, Uganda, HIV became an issue not for only one media house. All media houses talk about HIV, and then it became a big deal. And everybody, wherever they are, they knew that was an issue. Climate change will be the same.
The partnership itself, you know, we hope it can continue because it was a bit of a pilot. So lessons have been learned, I'm sure, on the CSG side. We've learned lessons. We would want to kind of lock in a longer term partnership so that we can dedicate people to upscale their knowledge and then have a pipeline, so create permanent products where this.
Climate change is a contemporary problem that is affecting us globally, nationally in Uganda, but also the local communities. For communities and the people to address climate change, they require climate information, accurate climate information, and usable climate information that they can be able to understand, interpret, and use to come up with solutions to the challenges that they face. Most of the people and communities access climate information through the media. But the challenge is that what we tend to see in the media, whether on TV, print media, is somehow not accurate. Some information is distorted, some information is incomplete, and some information is very complex and cannot easily be understood by the users at the grassroots. It was an opportunity that the Climate Smart Jobs program funded by the UK was ongoing, and we were able to partner with Paradigm to come up with a training of the media on how to cover and report climate change to the public. We want the journalists to know the science of climate change so that they know what climate change is and what climate change is not. Secondly, we want the journalists to break down the climate change reporting and use a language that is simple to understand for the public to understand. We want to see journalists influencing policy. We would want to see the journalists reporting on actions that have been taken to talk about where the funds are going and whether they are actually bringing about impact on the ground in terms of building climate resilience and improving livelihoods. We have the personnel, well-trained personnel in climate change, in climate science, but we have also a school of communication, of journalism and communication. So we blend the climate change specialists and the communicators so that the trainees get a holistic and integrated training, not only in climate change, but in climate change communication. This is a self-paced course, an online course. It is the first of its kind for the journalists and at the university. So it's an opportunity for the journalists to attend and follow this course at the comfort of their office and their work.
I'm very excited to be here to present the new Climate Change Reporting Award, which has been created with support from the UK government.
For the Climate Change Reporting Award, the winner is Martin Amayiko from Radio Simba.
We believe strongly that recognizing and rewarding good journalism is one of the most significant incentives that you can provide to achieve improved quality in the reporting and coverage of public affairs. The introduction of a dedicated award for climate change in the Uganda National Journalism Awards has had a significant impact in terms of generating interest among journalists and media houses. The entries that are very specific to climate change have increased when we pioneered this category a year ago. And that trend, we really expect that trend to continue. We expect a lot more, even greater attention and interest in terms of actual increase in volume of coverage across media platforms. We have seen, for instance, significant positives, especially around context. Because one of the biggest issues for journalism is that a lot of things get covered, but without context. And context is very important if you really want to improve how public understanding of any issue, if you really give it the proper context. From the evidence we have gathered, the reporting around climate change does very, very well in terms of providing perspectives. And perspectives actually come through sources. A lot of the reporting we have tracked around climate change since we started this program with CSJ brings multiple perspectives, and that is a very, very important factor in quality reporting. Partnerships like the one we have with the Climate Smart Jobs program matter because we believe that journalism is a public good. So when we find partners like the CSJ program coming on board, by doing that they not only improve how climate change is covered and reported and presented to the public, but also they all help to improve the foundation of journalism. As the African Center for Media Excellence, we are committed, even when the CSJ program leaves, we shall continue with this award, the Climate Change Reporting Award for media institutions and individual journalists, which we shall continue because we think it's very important.
At Media Challenge Initiative, we are working to create a humane and healthy media ecosystem that puts people and the planet first. Climate change is not a distant story because it affects both people and the planet.
Working with CSJ on this project has enabled us to combine technical knowledge on climate change with the power of storytelling and local radio. You find that we've been able to cooperate with different stakeholders. We've worked with different experts under climate change, gender and social inclusion, radio content production, as well as journalists from the different communities in northern Uganda that we are targeting.
I think this will help our people see different ways, smart ways of doing agriculture.
This drama is really so important for Yumbe because it is now a changing point. People had poor farming methods.
The model we are using of radio dramas is anchored on our conviction that journalism and media belongs to the community. And the best way, or one of the best ways to take journalism close to the communities is through radio dramas. A big percentage of Ugandans get their information through radio.
Nanyonga byali bikyoli kandi byona birahirire kurungi nibinsinga omulayi kandi bwokulula binyeebwa byange byona byakibabe kandi birungi
muhogo yange eteyire kulungi n'omugusa gwange ndalala gwonna gulwayira owayagambire akateka kataito tikaine mugaso ndewuwe.
To be a good farmer, we are moving to climate smart agriculture. Therefore, we have to go to modern technologies.
Climate smart farming is everyone's role, everyone's responsibility. So it means a lot if I'm participating in creating awareness to the community that I'm serving.
As a farmer representative from Arua, it is going to play a lot of roles in educating people on grassroots.
The feedback has been quite encouraging for the farmers. They have been able to share with us that these stories or this content feels like their own content, because then it gets to have the characters that reflect their struggles and hopes. But also, it's not just theory, it feels more practical for them to relate with, and also is actionable for them as smallholder farmers. And also, most importantly for us, this positive feedback only confirms that localizing climate change content is very impactful and sustainable for communities in Uganda, especially for northern Uganda.